Okay guys, we are back. Thank you so much for bearing with us. Biggles has jumped into the booth as well and will be taking over from myself so I can go and munch my dinner rather quickly. But we are back. Thank you for joining us in the second broadcast as well. This is obviously part 2. We will be now finishing off the broadcast with 4 hours 45 minutes here on this one. So stay tuned and we'll see how this one has been materialising. You can see what's been going on the left-hand side. Central Cocho are leading MRP in the LMP 2s by 9.7 seconds, 28 seconds in the GTPs, the Altitude and DLR. And then Racing Team 221 are currently 1 lap ahead of Grow Racing Team Red. And then Maniti are still out in front of 6.6 seconds currently over Fury Simsport Academy. So Matthew Luke Sr. is still in the car. And then Yannick Zanders is in the car for the Maniti Racing Team. So there we go. The GOAT is back. Thank you very much for that. I'll take that compliment and stick me in my pocket. And once again, I'm joined by Mr. Hedgecock. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you so much for rejoining me again.
That's all right. I have no choice. I am chained to the desk.
This is also true. I have already instructed you.
I'm not supposed to say that, am I?
No, you're not. But there we go. You are. We've also got the Mighty Biggles in the booth. He will be taking over from myself very, very shortly as well. He's just be with us in a short minute here, and he will be bringing you all the camera angles and everything that we will be looking at as well. So it's going to be interesting as we watch Albert Priam weave his way through there over the Fran Reza Peaky driver's car, GT3 as well. And so it's going to be an interesting one here, Adam. How's this going to materialise for the next 4 hours and 43 minutes?
Well, this is the golden hour, let's say, for drivers who like to get their stats up. The temperatures are going to start coming down. The track is essentially going to get faster as it cools off. So the drivers who really want to stamp their claim of being the MVP for their team will start pushing for fastest laps and such like. And although we kind of pretend that it doesn't happen in endurance races, it happens in endurance races. We will see that, and with that, we might see some incidents, which will be nice. Put the cat amongst the pigeons again.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the things we will be looking out for. Perry Osterveer is chasing down Oliver Conant currently at the moment as well. So we will try and have a look at Perry Osterveer here as well, as Oliver Conant is in front of us. That's João Delgado, of course, from the Delta Racing LMDH team. They are just making their way through the LMP2 field now. So that was where Perry here will open up the door. He's going to go through and he will make up to a place to 10th overall at the moment. Perry Osterveer here has got a bit of a gap to the guys in front. The GT3s have started their pit stops again with Niels Kors from Chicane Online Racing Red currently sitting in the pits. Aaron Avanar from Magic Arrow is on his way out as well. And they've been in the pits, but the GT3s will be starting their cycles once more, and we will see how this works out for Yannick Zanders and Matthew Leake Sr. from the Maniti Racing Yellow and Fury Simsport teams respectively here as well. That gap from Maniti, that we said the Maniti guys were looking quick, and now they're out in front and they're absolutely flying. They're opening up 7.4 seconds currently at the moment as well. Adam, they're doing a great job once they got out in front. They were looking quick with Stefan Schuster behind the wheel originally, and now we've got Yannick Zanders, who is also looking very speedy.
No, absolutely right. They've certainly cemented the gap at the moment. It'd be interesting to see over the next couple of hours how that time gets adjusted, if Fury managed to put some laps together and bring that gap down, or whether there's other incidents. You know, it's multi-class. There's always the opportunity for an overtake to go slightly wrong, or defensive line, you know, slightly off. Those things can still rear their heads. So we'll keep an eye on that time. What is interesting is Trackside Esports behind. We were looking earlier at a period where the front two cars from every class were a lap ahead, but Trackside Esports have got themselves back. Just as I say that, they go back to a lap down. They were a minute 45 behind, which is essentially a lap. But for that period, they managed to get themselves back in the lead lap again. So we'll have to see how that kind of plays out with the other ones as well. The GT3 Pro, there's 4 of them that seem to be, I don't know whether they are off schedule with their pit stops or whether they're running different programs to do their pitting, but they seem to be a lap down, then not a lap down. So we'll have to see how that plays out as well.
Yeah, we will be as well. Lincoln, is the Cadillac not being run in this series? It isn't. The reason for that is the series started before the Cadillac was released. So there was no chance that the Cadillac was going to come mid-season. Basically, this is the last round of this season. I'm not saying in the next season it's not coming out, but it won't come out. That's why it's not out here this evening, because obviously we have already started the series. It's the same with the new Porsche in the GT3. It's not in this race due to the fact that it was released halfway through the season. So that's why this situation is what it is currently at the moment, and we don't have any Cadillacs. We are just running the BMW LMDH here as well. So I'm hoping that clears up your point in YouTube chat once more here as well. What do you think? You've done endurance races, Adam. What are we thinking with 4 hours to go? Are we thinking, you know, some of these drivers thinking, please just get this to the end? Are we sitting there thinking, oh, come on, hurry up? Or what's the situation, do you think, on this one? What are we sitting here thinking and going along here as well, as Aaron Aronart has just gone off track and is now making his way back out here as well. That was an off track at turn 6, I believe. Stefan Capella went off track as well. He is currently at the moment. There is Stefan there from the Austrian Sim Racers Blue. Same corner, turn 6, and he goes off as well and makes his way back onto the track there. So what are we thinking with 4.5 hours remaining?
I'll be honest. As a driver, you'll be thinking, I didn't realise how long 12 hours actually was. Because unless you're able to switch off when you're not in the car, you are there for the whole 12 hours. So sometimes it can drag out, especially if your race hasn't gone as intended. It can drag, and you're kind of thinking, yeah, just let's get these last 4 hours over with. The more positive side of things, you're thinking, right, now we've got most of the race behind us, we can really dial in the last part of our strategy. How are we looking on fuel numbers? How are we looking on pit stops? How long, what do I have to save fuel-wise to make it that we don't have to do a short stop at the last stint? That's always a big one. If you can manipulate your pit stops and your fuel to such a degree that you don't need to do a part pit stop, you can generally save yourself a lot of time doing that. So this is when you're really starting to crunch the numbers in the background, really trying to give the information to your fellow drivers, like, hey, if we lift for 2 seconds or whatever on the back straight before we hit the bus stop, we will have enough fuel to not have to pit again on whatever lap. You know, that kind of mentality comes into some drivers. For other drivers, it's nothing changes. It's 4 hours of let's go as fast as I can, because that's what they're programmed to do. It's a great blend.
It definitely is there. I think we will be very excited to see how this turns out. So let's see how this one is going there as well. Right, we are bringing in Biggles into the booth. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, sir. Back again.
You are back again, and on that moment I am going to nip out and go and eat my food, guys. So I will leave you with Adam and Biggles here as well, and you can listen to the sultry Australian and the very sexy Englishman. But for now, guys, I will catch you all very shortly.
Sexy Englishman.
Oh, isn't he delightful? he can come again.
There's the sexy English women. These called the Spice Girls. Yes. Many bands like that. At the moment, you're seeing that nice little battle brewing between the Argentinian driver there, Pablo, and the German driver from the Chicane Online Racing brand. They're just cruising along, one's following the other car, as you can see at the moment. So it's BMW versus the Ferrari. Whether they're just coasting or not for fuel saving for the Nomad 200 or 209 machine.
What's been interesting with Pablo is that he seems to have cruised up to the back of Niels here, but he's not really forcing anything. He seems to be content being that half second behind. We have seen it before where some drivers have pulled right up to the back and have been sort of a tenth behind and just sat there. But yeah, he seems to be happy at half a second. So fuel saving could well be the order of the day for him.
Yeah, because you look at the fuel times, 45s. Yeah, they're averaging laps. The quickest they've done is about 44s. I'll take that one in day of the week, actually, because the last lap, their best lap, at least in the best lap times that I'm showing on there, is 45 flat, 45.2 they just did. So that's pretty good pace for them.
I think importantly for them, it's consistent as well. They've found a rhythm and they're just driving to that beat.
Only problem right now, if you get a little bit too close, you're putting a lot of faith in the other driver around you not to make a mistake and ending perhaps both of your races, or at least ending your chances of continuing the positions that you're in. Otherwise, you're maybe in pit road there for some time that we saw just before from the Octopus Racing team. That are battling it out for that third place championship with Magic Arrow, but Magic Arrow still have a 7-lap gap to them. 7-lap lead. But just like that little bit of damage that they had cost them, give or take, about 4 to 5 laps. So just like that, you can be back in as Altitude Esports, just at the fastest lap of the whole segment so far.
Yeah, like I said, it is prime time for quick laps. Correction, yes, Dennis has just corrected me in the chat there. They didn't cruise up behind it. That's from what we were, or from what I was seeing, that's what it looked like. But he had just pitted and was on his preceding laps out of the pit, so that's why it looked like he cruised up. But in fact, it was because of a pit stop. So, but even so, we are now in a situation where they both look like they are content, shall we say, just to run their laps and just to consolidate where they are and then push on later on in the race.
So Dennis out there for your team, and that's for the COR member, that's for Chicane Online Racing Red, and there they are, they're boxing anyway. So forget that question, Dennis. I was about to ask you, are you going to let them slide on by if they want to put a challenge to you, or would you do your absolute best to make it difficult for them? That's the question I wanted to ask. Some endurance teams are like, just let them through. We'll deal with them later on because we still have 4.5 hours to go. But then again, because they've just boxed, there's no point in even worrying about that question at this point.
I think that's a mentality for a fair few teams out there. As long as they're in contention in the last sort of 2 hours, 90 minutes, they can make things work from there. They're not really too fussed about what happens before that. As we're looking at Dadswell, who's not got the care in the world right now. 32-second gap back to DLR Rotary Industry Orange. It's been pretty plain sailing, and there's a commentator's curse right there.
See a little bit of scrapes and dings on the side of the car at the moment, but it's looking pretty damn quick.
I was saying to James earlier, I'm not happy with them that they've scratched it. I spent a lot of time painting that car.
You polished it all up too, my friend, didn't you? And look what happened.
I did. Well, usually they're used to Altitude Esports. I say we run with a white base to the car, but we've launched a silvery version for a league that we're racing in, and the guys here were so impressed with it. They're like, can you do it for the PEC race for us? So I did it, and I said, yeah, I'll do it, but no scratches. Don't be scratching the car. What have they done? Although, to be fair, it's been a long time running. The scratches have only just happened, so we'll let them off.
The one team, this is the Magic Arrow. Now, I'm curious to know from your perspective there as a driver. They haven't seemed to be on the pace. Now, I believe that they were involved in an early accident at the start of the race and wasn't around that point, but that's what I've been told, and that's the reason why they're further back in this position. They need a P3 in this championship as well. Need to beat Octopus Racing Team. Had a little off-track excursion before. They're lapping 130 last lap of 134.3. Now the team they're up, obviously battling it out against is the Octopus Racing Team. Now they're doing 132s. So to me, it looks like this car's got some damage that they're nursing. What do you think? just by your perspective?
It certainly seems that way. In the practice before the start of the race, they were right up there, especially on one lap pace. They were right up there, and deservedly so. They got some very quick drivers in that car, but certainly the accident at the beginning, that would have put some damage on the car. And I know from I drove the LMP2 when that first came out. Just a little bit of damage, because it's an aero car, it can have big consequences. Not necessarily through corners or things like that, but through top end damage. I think we've all seen it, haven't we, on most cars in iRacing. When you get a little bit of damage, you lose a lot of top end speed, for whatever reason that might be. So I think it's just their lap times now are just inherent of that. The iRacing never fixes everything, so they're nursing it, but they're doing a good job. When considering they're 18 laps down, they're still out there pounding the laps. They're only 7 down from Octopus, and as we've seen, just a slightest bit of contact somewhere, a misstep in the bus stop, and you could lose 5 or 6 laps very quickly. So they're in with a shout still, and like I said, big praise to them for sticking it out and going for it still.
That's what I say, exactly. Going for it. Now, it's kind of gut-wrenching to have it happen. Started a race, because just like that, you're like, oh, damn, we're X amount of laps down already. We're barely 10, 15 minutes into a race. However, I always say that glass is half full, not a half empty. The fact that you do have yourself the remainder of the 11 hours, 12 hours to get it done, to do something about it later on. And also what goes around comes around. We all know in endurance races that there's other incidents and stuff like that will occur. So it's just a matter of putting your head down, especially in the last race of the season. Once again, you want to be able to complete the season. You want to get it done. I say, right, for you and the team. Excuse me. My voice had just scoffed down some food earlier.
Well, let's not forget as well, these teams, they're not small teams. Some of them do have sponsorships. So some of them will obviously want to run the car regardless, to give some airtime to those sponsors. That's part of the deal. And although this is simulation racing, it still follows a lot of the rules of outside real world racing. Some teams will have obligations to run a certain amount of laps. Some teams...
Sorry about that's contact there.
That is BMW on BMW action. Maybe a little bit of a lock-up there, but Pedro, no worse for wear, managed to keep it relatively on the track. Lost a little bit of time doing so.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off on that one, but exactly, you're right. They have obligations, don't they? So to sponsorships and stuff like that. To make sure they see it out. As Dennis said, I doubt he would have sent it, but he would have. But if he did, we would have had the safe fuel behind him. You're right. That's back to that little battle that we saw earlier, when we were talking about that one with the Chicane Online Racing Red Team and Martini Racing, wasn't it? I think it was. Not mistaken. No.
I'm going to say yes. My short-term memory is horrendous. Just want to put that out there.
Ditto here, my friend. Ditto.
I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, but I can tell you what I did 14 years ago on a Wednesday evening. But it's that horrendous thing. But it's good to get confirmation of that. That's I know it's all well and good, kind of theorizing what the teams are doing, but getting confirmation there from Dennis that they were, if that situation had happened, they would have looked to save fuel. It's good to get the insight of teams like that and see where they're at with their particular race.
That indicates to me too that Dennis said her daddy would be able to send it. So to me, in order to get it done, we got race control message, stop and hold for 2 minutes for the TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing GT3.
Penalised for having too much iRating. Is
that what it said?
You see every day, yeah.
Wow, I didn't get the chance to read the rest of that one.
For the AM category, I didn't see what the numbers were. Unfortunately, I didn't see one.
Which was the team again? Both of us with short-term
was
memory.
TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing. They are
I'm
currently
just
in the
looking
pits at
for
the
'em.
moment.
Oh, they are, yeah. They're serving it. Oh, they are there.
I believe it said 2,500 iRating as the maximum.
Well, yeah, currently this driver at the moment is Colin. He has a 4.8k iRating.
Yes.
So that's a bit of blowing that one out. I'm not sure you guys were trying to pull a little blind eye over race control on that one, my friend. But 4.8k, that sticks out like a sore thumb.
It's good old sandbagging, I think, is the.
Yeah.
But that's a little rant. That's what I hate about the iRacing official special events. When you organise as your team, you organise, right. If we go as this group, then our average iRating will be this.
Yeah.
So that will be a fair representation for all the drivers in that car. And then you've got another team that just happens to have an 8 or 9k driver that is supplementing a 1.5k driver or something like that, or a Smurf account. Fortunately, they've fixed it now with the way that the lobbies are made. But for years that was horrendous.
I saw that a while ago too as well. We had a driver that was almost a 9k rating, and they'll do most of the stints in the team, and then you got somebody who was barely under a k.
Yep.
They're only doing a short stint. Of course, the driver are barely under a k. But then again, that's a lot to put into one driver. I guess in order to have a 9k rating, iRating, you have to do a lot of driving anyway in the first place. So it's a bit unfair. It's kind of like, let's get Max Verstappen in here on one of our teams. But speaking of that, I mean, look at this team down here. Actually, they're out of the race at the moment, so that's fine. I was going to say, I wouldn't make any sense on that one. So the racing team 208, because that driver has a 7k iRating. So, not in the session.
I've just heard the door go. Daniel's joining.
Yes, I just wanted to say something about the TR Geeks energy situation.
Yes.
It's my own team. The problem is my wheelbase died 2 days ago, so we had to get Connor to drive the car, but it was the only way that we would have made this race. So yeah, we took the 2-minute penalty. So
okay.
That's why it's not sandbagging, because he's not the fastest one in the GT3. I think he likes more to drive LMDH stuff and so on, but he tries to keep the car on the track, and so that's for your information. It was not sandbagging. He's driving his pace now.
Can we call it sandbagging though? Because we love controversy.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
we just
call it
contact.
Oh no!
And that is Doyle. That's Doyle off the track.
Oh.
And that's that was close. That was going on. Let's have a look at the back one. But thank you very much for elaborating that one, Daniel, because we wanted to make. You have the opportunity to come up in the casting box and actually let us know about that one. We just, of course, we're dramatizing it like we get like mad, but
all good. I will go back to stewarding, and
Yep. Thank you. There is the contact.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we'll get a report of that. So I will have a.
So you made very well.
So have fun.
All right. Thank you. Go back and have a look at that one again. I just want to see it. It's a little bit slow-mo from a chopper cam. Now, a bit of drama going on because you got the car turning off to the right-hand side here, wasn't it, the GT3? Remember, they are racing as well. And then there's your contact that just comes into play, and that's a hard knock into the fence right there too, because they're not usually... That fence runoff area, is it? There, Adam, is not usually designed for high-speed accidents at that point. Not at that.
No, it's not. I would say...
That crabbing big-time look.
Yeah, look at his steering. It's not doing well. I thought he might have got away with it because he hit it fairly straight on. But we can see from the onboard that it's crabbing a touch. I kind of feel it's one of those unfortunate ones. I've been in that position. I'm sure you have as well, where you've got a faster car on the inside and you want to give it room. So you try to give it room, but then you forget that you've got a car on the outside, and you just end up squeezing them. Like no intent in it whatsoever, just overcompensating for the car on the inside.
just like that, action happens. It certainly does in Daytona, especially as we get into the night time. Look at the temperatures currently at the moment. Almost identical to air and track, 27, 28, 40 degrees humidity. It has picked up a little bit right now. A little bit of wind, and unfortunately, still no rain, just cloudy.
Oh, I can't wait for the rain.
We've been saying that, probably continue to say that for some time.
I'll say this very bluntly. I'm a very mediocre driver. I'm a good driver. But having rain come in as my ability, I'd find it very hard. But it would be a leveler for a lot of people, and I'm very much looking forward to it because I think it will bring the field a lot closer together. The quick guys, they might struggle a touch. Some of them, anyway.
Yeah, exactly. You might have an opportunity where you find you're a better driver in the wet weather conditions, and so therefore might give you a bit more of an opportunity against wet drivers and the dry, and how good are you at changeable conditions as well, too, is another thing. High up in the wall there goes peaky drivers to make sure that they're not anywhere involved with two of the cars down the bottom, the GT3, so that they can go too close to the wall there, boys.
They certainly gave the room there. I was going to say that my lines are as consistent as a week-old rice pudding. So finding the optimal line for rain shouldn't be a problem.
Week-old rice pudding. You and James with these puns. Never heard that one before.
I'm surprised. That's that would seem like a very, I mean, I don't know whether you'd call it rice pudding, but that would seem like a very Australian kind
my
of
mum probably
line to
would
say.
know that one. Yeah, my mum and my dad would know that one, but I don't hear that very often. They would.
Right, where are we at? So the LMP2s, this is what I was saying earlier. The LMP2s, we were looking at a situation where it was just the front two on the lead lap. But because of the offset of pit times, we're now looking at the top 5 are all on the lead lap again. I mean, peaky drivers, LMP2 are a minute 17 down. But they're all still there, which, and even Bazinga, they're only a lap down. In my eyes, they're all still in contention.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. If you look at that, there's your P1. That's the MRP of Fields Academy. It's a Centro Quattro 104 machine. That's not too far down the road. Look at that, down the straightaway. You got the this team here, JPBroadcasting Racing, and then the 505 Endurance is not too far down the road from them. So definitely fantastic to see that after 7 hours and 43 minutes. 4 hours and 16 minutes to go. But they're all separate on the same lap.
We've also just had confirmation that Nick Kirstens is about to have another bottle of nitro handed to him. Well, we'll see how that fares. Hopefully this one will fare better than the last one. Because although he seemed to put in some pretty solid laps, he wasn't setting the sheets alight like I thought he would.
Switcheroo again between the top two as the Altitude Esports take their pit stop. Oh no, sorry, the other one. The other way around. The Rotary Industry, the Dutch Army, taking their pit stop. And there's Mark at the moment. Look at the traffic he has. This is currently the world champions, actually, in the hypercar class. Just looking to get a final victory here to prove that they are the best team in the PEC series, the Platinum Endurance Racing Championship. They've won the series. They've won this class, and they want to go out on the top step again. I'm sure the Rotary Industry team are looking to deny them that opportunity as much as possible.
Well, they've put in a sterling effort, the Rotary Industry team, because they don't have the pace to stick with Altitude. They didn't have the pace to stick with Reiter and potentially Magic Arrow, but they've just stuck at their game plan. They've just kept plugging away, and they're well worth their value of being in P2. Absolutely, they are.
And look at that. You can't take that man seriously, can you? Well, you should.
Very content
with a helmet like that. Must be fun looking at that in your mirrors, isn't it? When you're driving, you see this like helmet there with this tongue sticking out, going, "There, I'm coming for you. Nothing you can do."
I just want to clarify to the people in YouTube, by the way. I'm doing that good old reverse psychology because I know that you're talking to Nick, and I know that he's done a sterling job, and I know that when I say, "Hey, he's not setting the timesheet to light," you're going to tell him that, so he's going to push even harder and go even quicker and do an ever more amazing job. So yeah, it is noted. I am having a little bit of fun with you guys.
This Nick we're talking about here?
Yes.
Yep.
This is Nick right here.
That's because it's Pepe. Pepe, are you the brother? I presume so. Is it? Sibling? Perhaps?
Well, he said he's in the next room.
Next room.
So,
Well, you live in the Netherlands. You're all in the same room, aren't you? There's tiny little apartments. I should be messing around. Hey, I lived in Amsterdam now, but not that tiny. That's the same as New York, really. Depending on what part are you living in, country.
I did hear a rumour that the Dutch do live on houseboats, which seemed like a very novel thing.
Be that cozy. I could live on one, I think. Like just by myself, not a problem. When I was living in Amsterdam, for sure. But I don't know if you had a family and a couple of people, it might be like a bit squishy. But there they are. There, the Trackside Esports is Nick piloting that machine, and Adam up here picking on him. Netherlands is bigger than Amsterdam. I know. I just didn't get a chance to get outside of Amsterdam too much when I was there. I'm just picking on it. It's like saying that New York's bigger than New York City, New York State.
You know, I was really surprised with how far Amsterdam Airport is from Amsterdam.
40-minute ride? Train ride? Yeah.
It blew my mind. Again, it just shows how big Amsterdam kind of is, because you're traveling fairway. I mean, I know you're not the airport isn't in the city, but when you do get within city limits, it's still quite a long way.
I like the airport, so it's one of my favourite in the world. Never have a problem, in and out pretty quickly. So that's what I do enjoy. Compared to a lot of US airports, ugh.
They're like
I don't have many favourite
little
US
cities
airports.
in their own.
Yeah.
I went through Newark and I had to go literally from one side of the airport to the other, and it was like it was a 10-minute bus ride from one side to the other. It's huge.
Same in Japan and some of those other ones too. You got a lot of trains. Dallas, I think, as well too. You got train rides around the different terminals. 10 minutes between each terminal, stuff like that. It's crazy. So here, they're 34 seconds and change currently at the moment, the Rotary Industry Orange team, the Dutch Army. Tucked up behind the peaky drivers just there. This is our Carbonol Esports Black team. Like that livery-esque, very Tron a bit. Reminds you, there's Ivan just behind.
It's good to see Vicente out in that car. They did have a couple of issues not so long ago, but they are back up and running now, which is good to see. Although XPD, running it in hot, having a twitch as well. You see the reaction on the wheel. Big old twitch under braking, not what you want to be doing when you've got not when you've got a car on the outside of you, but they made it work. It wasn't for position. That was a lap going on to Lara there behind from Ivan, but it was certainly a lot closer than he wanted to be, wasn't it?
Yeah. Of course. But it adds a bit of excitement at the moment as the track temperatures now still 28, but the air temperature's dropped another couple of degrees, 26. You look at the weather forecast, not the very bottom right, but just above the battle for the classes that you're looking at currently at the moment.
So, what have we got here? I'm just looking at the gaps. MRP in LMP2, they have just come out the pits. I believe that's what it looks like. 29 seconds plus a little bit to Centre Quattro. Another 36 seconds back to XBD, and then another 54 to 505 Endurance. That must mean then that, yeah, that'd be another, 30 seconds back to PQ from there. So they are really spread out. That's a little bit deceiving when you see the times there, especially compared to the others where they're literally laps apart. I hope that there's some off strategies going there and they do come back together though.
Yeah, you can see on the track map at the moment, they're all the blue dots are all your LMP2s that we're referring to. Ooh. Get a bit spicy. Coming out of the corner there, as you can see, John Paulo. Almost getting in the back there of the GT3. Just wondering from our race control if there's been, hasn't been a lot of race control messages, at least at the time I've been broadcasting. However, it's been quite quiet. Or any of the race control messages that have been dishing out any penalties. As we just heard one before, no doubt, about the penalty of the iRacing being too high and the team got penalised. But as you'd heard as well, too, they had no option because of technical issues of one of the drivers. They had to substitute another one, so they accepted to take that penalty. What else could they do, really, at the end of the day, isn't it? If you don't have a driver ready to go in that car, then you're essentially almost out. So that's all you could do, take the penalty.
No, it's good that they took it in good spirits too. We're about to see Nivas. No, we're not.
Oh, this is like an instant.
Oh, it is.
Contact.
Yeah, this is the crash that came up. Sorry, I was reading on the list there that Nivas.
It was Nivas
crashed.
that was involved. Yeah, Nivas is the one that was tagged. So have a look at that. So you see the speed difference at this point. Yeah, Team Upstate comes back in. Probably, I don't know, I couldn't quite see the car coming around because they came in at a lot of speed. And then went back onto the racing line. Now, once again, who would you put the blame on that one? Because as the GT3 car, they're just they're doing their racing line. Isn't it up to the other cars to actually find their way around?
I would agree with that. Yeah, the GT3 car did nothing wrong at the point of turning in. The
especially at the speed the other car was coming, right? Isn't it? The speed that Tobis. We go back to that one. If we look at Tobis' speed, I'll show you that from an onboard something. If you look at the speed that he's coming in, he's approaching it and then just elects to go, backs off, realizes he can't take the inside line there. He would have been run into, and then goes to the right. I think they'd probably be okay to accept that fact there. Remember, they're okay at the moment. They are in P1, of course, in the LMP2 class, but I think they should be okay to accept that as a fault.
Yeah,
of their own.
Like there was an incident earlier where I said, accidents happen, and we always respect the stewards' decisions. They'll look at the incident rather than the consequences of the incident. But in situations like that, you kind of have to look at the consequences of it. There is an impact there on the driver ahead. Sure, they got driving again, but that could have been a whole lot worse. Especially now at turn one.
The team this team more than anything, isn't it? Because they're coming first in their field.
Yeah,
in the Fields Academy, and we'll keep an eye on them for a second because not a lot of action happening at the moment as we get down to the nitty gritty end of 4 hours or so remaining. Trust me, you don't want to go anywhere because this will definitely spice us up as you get closer and closer to Barney's checkered flag waving. to see the little nibble of any of the M plates in the front of that car have done any damage. It doesn't sometimes visually it looks fine, but it could be a little bit of an issue for the drivers. At the moment, it doesn't look like too much there from Tobis. So keep an eye on his lap times. We have to wait for another lap because, of course, that last lap cost 143. It's only because of that spin-off.
It definitely seemed more of a glance, didn't it? Like he just rubbed across the back rather than it being a big impact. So he might have got away with that. The other car might have got away with it as well, to be fair. Other than some very hot tyres, I don't think there would have been too much.
The GT3 is a bit stronger, isn't it? Take a bit more punishment than these featherweight cars versus a heavyweight, essentially. That's the one good thing too about a GT3 car. You would have to say, so what a lot of the drivers who may be new to iRacing or not comfortable with some of the faster class cars prefer the GT3s because of the fact that, you know, the car is heavier, cars plural, the different types are, you know, manageable also, and you can afford to have little moments off, not heavy impacts, but you can afford to have little moments off, and you don't have to worry about the car completely bent out of shape and stuff like that. That's kind of gives you a bit of an advantage on that. Whereas these cars and the hypercars and these LMP2s, you know, they're quite tweaky machines, aren't they? Like, you know, you hit it the wrong, just a slight touch on a wall sometimes at the wrong place at the wrong time can do a world of damage to the car.
I think of them as closed cockpit open wheelers.
Yes,
because
you're right.
The aero package of the LMPs, of the prototype cars, generally, they're so crucial to how that car performs. And if you even clip a curb wrong, you know, you can tweak something out of shape, and that will have devastating consequences for your pace in the car. So I generally group those together. The same with open wheelers. I know open wheelers are more dangerous because they're literally got the wheels out, sticking out, ready to be hit. Oh, here we go. Stop and go. Stop and hold. The SimVision 228. Which one was that? The Nomad car and the SimVision. That was a while ago, I think.
Yeah, I believe there was an accident that was involved a little while ago.
I think that was that the one near the kink as they came out into the left-hand wall just before the West Horseshoe. I might be totally off the mark with that one, but that was the most recent incident I remember seeing.
Well, there was. It wasn't the one with the one we just saw. No, the SimVision one was involved in that one. That was Tobis. That was Tobis. This one.
Yeah.
That wasn't them.
No, I was going to say because that was MRP.
Yeah. And they wouldn't have got it. I wouldn't have doubted they got fault on that one anyway. But yeah. But there's been another accident, but this is after that one. This is Oliver in the Bazinga. Now this is just self, I believe. It's just a little lock up. Rear end's going to slide out here, perhaps. Yep, there they go. Hit the marbles and you're around. But they're back on it, so they're fine.
It was great from that camera angle. You really got a vision of the marbles, didn't it? Sometimes it's hard to see with iRacing, but there, yeah, you really get to see the marbles. We have just had a pass for P7.
Yes, we have. Let's go back and have a look what happened here. This is the Octopus Racing team. Oh, there it is. Wasn't that straight through there?
The GT3 kind of facilitated that for them, didn't it? Like, it boxed them in and got the move done on the inside. It was very opportunistic,
we'll have a look
actually.
from chopper point of view on this one. You have a look. Yep, there it is. So it looks like the peaky drivers got blocked completely on that one. They seized the opportunity any day of the week and bang, straight onto it. They're also onto the back there. of, and once again, that purple machine. Just trying to get my head around who they are for a second. The Magic Arrow, yeah, because I know that the Magic Arrow haven't been the full speed. They're a little bit down on pace. That's why you can see these LMP2s. Oh, sorry, in this case, this is the hypercar. See it right there with the pace. Anyway, job done. Good eyes. You caught to catch that one.
Fortunately, it was highlighted in white. To be fair, we're at that stage now where they're all it's fairly settled.
That's not a way to exit the pit road.
Yeah, that's
not entering the pit road. I mean, yeah.
I wonder if he's going to get an unsafe release for that.
Yeah, sorry, that's exiting for sure. Yeah, it's practically almost like a whole sector just to exit the pit road. You come straight down to this hot zone here. For the team upstate? I don't know. It's Justin Cole.
So easily done, though, when you come out the pits, especially if you're setting, you're doing the crew chiefing yourself. So the best time to set up your next pit stop is when you've literally just come out of the pits, so you don't forget it's done. And here at Daytona, you can do that because the pit exit line is, it's a lot. It's right at the end of the pit lane. You've then got the little drive-off bit where it filters you into the track, so you've got time to set your pit for the next one. But of course, if you're not paying total attention, you can wander off the track like we just saw.
Just curious to elaborate out there currently at the moment, showing this Centro Quadro as second in the class on the leaderboard to the left, but at the very top at the moment, showing them as leaders of the class, even though MRP by Fields Academy are. Any reason why that shows that? Just to elaborate, I'm still confused on that. Sometimes it happens.
We had that earlier. We think that's a software thing.
Okay.
I think if you reload it, it might sort itself out.
Not a problem. Sure, James will sort that out a little bit later on if we need to. Lap 301. So we've crossed the 300 marker. 300 laps of Daytona. Well, Daytona 500. We only got 200 more. They won't get. Unfortunately, they won't get 200 more. Not with only just under 4 hours remaining. But of course, that's the Daytona regular oval track, isn't it? That's not the inner track. It would be a lot different if we had just the outer track, the oval.
I did the iRacing special event for that 1 year. And I'll tell you what, it was the most nerve-wracking 2 hours of my life.
Oh, yeah?
Literally.
I guess because, concentration through the roof, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
When you're inches away from a car the whole time.
Well, that's
the
thing.
Too, right?
You're inches from the car to your left, you're inches from the car to your right, because, it's iRacing. Why not run 3 wide for the entirety of the race? And you're only a couple of feet from the car in front and behind you, so that you've got nowhere to go. And it's like I've done the Indy 500, and that's nice and chilled and relaxed. Like in comparison.
Wow. Indy 500 is nice and chilled comparison. So NASCAR really do rely on the bump drafting, don't they?
Yeah.
You need that, otherwise you're by yourself. You're in trouble.
No,
different,
absolutely.
Of course, to these cars in the open. And these cars, of course, yes, there's level of concentration because it's just different. A completely different kind of sport, because in this you can afford to make a little bit of a mistake in your braking, you know what I mean? We saw it before. A driver can afford to, have a little bit of a spin there, go out to the marbles, okay, just wait for some traffic, come back around, you're into it. You do that in your NASCAR when you've got 3 cars abreast around you, cars on forward and behind, bang, just like that, you're causing a pile up, you're in the fence, and get under a pace car, bunches everybody back up, you're all over it again.
At least with sports car racing like this, they go onto the banking now, and you get a little bit of a breather. You know that you haven't got a braking zone for a while, so you're almost on autopilot for a little while. You know the line, you know how the steering wheel feels when you're on the banking. So you just coax the car in, and then just let it do its thing. And you get a moment just to kind of readjust yourself in your seat, kind of stretch your arms a little bit, knowing that you've got a good 20 seconds or so before you're going to have to brake and get back switched on again, you know. Whereas, yeah, as you say, in the NASCAR, that is not a luxury you have.
No. But then again, you know, some people are like oval racing, not my cup of tea. It's perfectly fine. It's not everybody's cup of tea. Same with a lot of people who do oval racing that don't like road racing. So not my cup of tea. They like the being on the thrill of having side-by-side action all the way. Everybody has their own thing. And you got dirt racing, of course, that like people love to do. Pit road at the moment there for Nick. I wonder if they're going to have a driver swap out there. There's a lot of people on the chat are supporting the Trackside Esports team. That's the reason we do like to show off the cars for the teams that are fans out there that are supporting the teams. So if there's anybody you want us to look at, please let us know. We'll switch over the camera to them when we can. I'm switching over to Dennis. Dennis has been in this car, I think, for a while since I've been starting to do some broadcasts. I'm switching over to it because I'm Australian and they're the only Australian driver on the grid. So as a fan of Australians, I'm switching it over to the 505 Endurance. And they have a chance. They're a lap down currently at the moment from the leaders, which isn't too bad, leaders in their class. So stick with it, guys. There's a possibility to get yourself a podium or even a P2 or a P1. Lap down's not too bad considering you do have... They did box a little bit earlier, so you will have some of these other drivers that are up the road from them. They still need to pit.
Unfortunately, I'm just looking at the lap times. They are a little bit slower than Martinez ahead of them.
It's because Dennis has probably been in the car for 5 or 6 hours at the moment. Probably needs a bit of a rest.
Yeah. That is definitely a thing, driver fatigue. I know we're sitting in our comfortable rigs or our comfortable chairs with a wheel fastened to our desk, but we're in comfortable surroundings. But fatigue still kicks in. Even if you've got a very understanding wife or girlfriend that brings you a cup of tea in between stints, you still feel it. It's still a long time. It is real time. Often I'll do a comparison. If I'm doing a 4-hour stint in a car, well, that's the same as me driving from where I am to Manchester in England. That's a 4-hour drive. That's a long way. Right? That's a lot of driving. And although you're not in the on a highway or motorway driving there, you're still concentrating as if you are driving. So it is taxing still.
I was going to say, especially as taxi drivers here in Panama, you're concentrating on the roads. If you're only driving for 10 minutes, it's crazy taxi drivers. Because they don't yield here, mate. They want you to hit them. They want to get an accident with them because their taxis are all half dinged up. That way they could just go, look what you did to my taxi. And then get your insurance to pay for the damage on that. No, that's why you don't mess with taxi drivers. And you don't mess with the 505 Endurance, but you said Dennis Chow's got a little bit of work to do. Let's see, Nick said. So Nick did that scheduled pit stop. He's back in control of that one. As he looks like we think it's his brother. That's in the room next to him. That's what Pepe said. Pepe said Nick is in the next room.
Did Nick get another bottle of nitrous? Do we know?
Did he?
Can have that confirmed. We'll keep an eye on the times.
Well, you forgot one thing about when you're sitting in front of you in your racing rig and stuff like that too. Is like pets. Don't forget, some people have pets, right? So you don't get the cat that says, "Oh, I want a bit of attention," jumps up on your lap. Same with dogs as well. They want a bit of attention. So hey, yeah, you've been sitting there for 5 hours. What's going on? Huh? It's time to take me out for a walk, or I want a bit of attention. They don't know you're sim racing. They just know you're staring at a screen for X amount of time. You're not paying attention to them. So that can happen.
I must be really lucky then, because when I sim race, when I've got the rig out, I've got one of those movable ones, that kind of comes out from under the desk.
Yep.
When that comes out, the desk chair is pushed to one side, and one of the cats knows, hey, this is the time to sleep on the chair. So he'll just climb up on my desk chair and just snooze on that because he loves it. And the other cat will just play with my feet, or bring toys over for me to play with while I'm trying to try. So have a best of both worlds.
But as long as your feet don't get too far in the feet if you're driving, get caught in between the brake and the accelerator, you hear this.
Well, it'll only happen once, that's for sure.
Yeah. But let us know if you have any pet stories out there in the chat, please, or any stories of what's happened to you before in the past. I think I've mentioned this before a couple of times, but I get it once. It reminds me of when there was an endurance race, and because a lot of people here aren't, is also younger. There's some drivers that 12, 13, 14, still living. A lot of people still living with parents, things like that. When it comes to dinner time, sometimes the family's got to sit down and have dinner one morning for the Octopus Racing team as well too. Peaky Drivers GT3 and the Oxus team. So a warning. You see them coming together.
It might have been a facilitation thing. We saw that earlier on, where I forget the car, but they were issued a warning just because they were not facilitating the move correctly.
Oh, okay.
So nothing
Octopus is just up the road,
untoward.
so it's crucial between this, right? I think so.
Yeah,
But going back to that one, remember Octopus are in the hypercar class, and so but still they are racing each other. But going back to that one, so this kid was in an endurance race with his team, so not sure how many hours it was, and obviously there must have been a bit of a breakdown in communication between him and his mother. She's like, okay, it's dinner time right now. You better get your butt down here. I cooked a lovely dinner and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, well, I'm in the middle of an endurance race. You've got to wait for me to finish my stint up. She's like, I didn't want any part of that. Straight upstairs, yanked the power cable straight out of the back of the computer. That's it. Game over for the team. They were out.
Rough. That's really rough.
That's rough, but I always say that's the reason why. You got to make sure you communicate with your parents, even though some parents don't understand how important this is. They think you're playing a game. This is an accident, I think, or something's gone wrong to Dennis. It looks like it's gone too deep in the corner here. Yep, the rear's going to slip out. Just like that. That's the only place. The only problems is your spotter right now is going to be telling you where that traffic's coming around the corner, and luckily, lives to see another day.
So easy to do as well, isn't it? You think you can carry so much momentum into turn one. It kind of lulls you into a false sense of security. It's tricky enough anyway on the entry because it's you're braking while turning over a long period of time, and then when you think you've got it hooked up, it's still there to bite you. Try turning too much and it will send you round. But no harm, no foul. He got away with it, just hot tyres, and he's good to go again.
Yeah, hot tyres. Then back to that story as well, too. It just comes down to good communication with your parents and stuff like that. Make sure that they do understand that I'm not just playing a game where it can be paused and I'm just disregarding your message because I want to continue playing it. You're an endurance race. You've got other drivers. They're also relying on you. He mustn't just have good communication with parents. That's all that is. Got to sit down with them and yarn to them correctly about what you're doing, not just otherwise they might think you're just playing a game and you can pause at any time. Fortunately, you can't pause this. But most drivers at this point would want to pause it, wouldn't you? Especially if you're doing an endurance race, you'd be like, damn, I need to go to the bathroom. All right, let me just hit the pause button.
Absolutely. That's the worst one, when you settle in. Now, fortunately, the teams that I've driven in, we generally do, or have generally done, double stints or on the occasion a triple stint. So it's only a couple of hours based on fuel tanks. But there have been times where it's been a bit of a rush. You get in and you start doing the first couple of laps and you think, oh, you know what? I should have gone.
Yeah.
And then you're stuck at that point and decisions have to be made.
You are, and the beer league that I cast here also on the JPBroadcasting network as well too. They're a beer league, so a little bit more fun and relaxed than this. But they're encouraging to drink during that league. So a lot of them, when I get to do the interview at the end, obviously the interview of the drivers that win, they know now immediately as soon as they cross the line, they're out of the cars and they're out of their cockpits and they're straight into the bathroom. To get, make sure that's done so they can come back into the casting booth for their interviews, because they are well aware that if they don't, and they're waiting in queue, of course, for their interviews, and they're busting to go to the toilet. So now they're allowed to do that. Probably not a good idea for us to be talking if the drivers are listening out there at all. Some drivers do like to actually listen to the chat while they're driving sometimes. To talk about that, because probably someone was sitting there in the cockpits right now going, "Damn you!" I didn't think about it. I was fine. I don't need to go to the bathroom, and now I need to go to the bathroom just by talking about it. It's like it's like that contagious thing of yawning, isn't it? One person yawns, and suddenly everybody starts yawning.
Oh, that's it. Everyone goes, don't they? Yeah. We should start making some water running noises.
Oh, it'll be very, very popular then, wouldn't we?
I had that problem once. I've got where the sim rig is. I've got a large aquarium, and
okay.
Sometimes I'll go a period where I don't do any maintenance on it just to let it really get saturated with good bacteria.
Yep.
Aquarium stuff. But the problem with that is that as it goes through that cycle, you get to hear more and more of the water trickling in it. And so there's been times where I've been sitting racing and all I can hear for the duration is running water. It's not a pleasant experience.
True that. Yeah, exactly. I've moved a little bit away from the jungle where I was living, where it's been downpouring rain all the time too. So when it's raining, you hear the dripping and sounds and stuff like that. It always obviously makes you want to go to the bathroom more. You can imagine that. Luckily, I was even commentating close there. You can see how much more the GT3 can brake harder into some of those corners, and then of course when they exit the corner, hypercar just goes straight on the power and boom. That turbocharger is not a turbocharger, is it? But what would you call it? The energy.
Oh, the energy deployment system.
Energy deployment system. Yeah, I can't remember the name specifically, but that's that kicks into gear. That just acceleration just blows it. Car
that's the thing
straight on the power.
That's the thing that gives it the advantage over these LMP2s. We've seen that down towards the end of the straight, the speed differential isn't a lot, or to put it in the correct terms, I suppose, the speed delta is minimal between the LMDH and the LMP2. It's how quickly they get to that speed is the big thing. The electrical charge really pushes on. Oh, so, who was that in the LMDH? Just see a little bit of sideways action there. That Washington Carvalho, I think, having a little bit of sideways action coming out of turn 1. Yeah, the Delta Racing car looked very sideways.
It didn't look like they haven't got anything from race control, but sometimes it doesn't always pick it up either.
Might have not rotated enough. So out front, Altitude have just come into the pits. Mark Hutchinson is pitting. So we'll see the DLR Rotary Industry Orange team. They will start closing down this 40-second gap pretty quickly. There they are. Biting into that. They've now taken the lead again, which it's good to see that it swaps around with the strategy. We know that this is going to be a thing. Choked up a little bit behind the BMW there of Ferreira, but Harry's on his way. He'll try and make a dent into the altitude lead at the moment.
1.2k is currently at the moment as they have exited the pit road there, followed by Mark. So that's the best that they can do, and then of course they'll be switching it over soon as well too, because this team will have to make a pit stop as well. We'll have James back in about 5 minutes and change, so you can have two lovely British casters back in the box. No bloody Australians send us back down to the convict colony. How dare we escape?
I mean, it's very concerning the amount of you that do seem to leave, come back like this way.
I think we are more invaded by British people in Australia. So when I was going to school in Australia, is that usually had one or two. This is in a smaller town too in Australia as well. Just have one or two British in your class. People fresh off the boat from England come to Australia. Because they're like, we're just sick of the weather.
A friend of mine, he travelled around a bit and done various jobs in various countries, and he did do a stint in Oz. He was what did they call him? An apprentice groundskeeper at MCG.
Oh yeah. Yep.
He was there for a year and then moved on. But that was amazing seeing pictures of that.
I hope you applied some sunblock, my friend, because you said that you guys come over to Australia and you're white as, because you don't get a lot of the sun that we have, and then you turn like a red lobster as soon as you go out there. You don't worry about putting all the sunblock on there. Bang, you just get burned immediately. Harsh sun in Australia. Limited ozone layer as well too. Like a lot of ozone layer depletion also around there as well too. My state itself was the highest skin cancer capital of the world. Everybody that's in their 60s and onwards, the general trip to the doctor to get a skin cancer cut out because they didn't have all the slap days that there used to be. Slap on some sunscreen and and then slap on a hat or something like that. That's what the thing used to be. But yeah, they didn't know about that when they were kids. My parents and stuff like that when they were kids. So now, of course, it's mandatory in Australian schools and stuff like that. They won't let you out on the oval, the playing field outside unless you're wearing a hat. Things like that. Yeah. So your groundskeeper buddy would have been making sure he covers up pretty well.
I would hope so. He looked in good nick when he was sending pictures. Like I say, he was on a bit of a tour. I just seen Maniti Racing Yellow are in the pits at the moment. They are taking their pit stop. That's dropped them down a touch. There is still a battle between them and Fury Simsport Academy. The driver of Cade Middleton is currently piloting their machine. That's been an ongoing battle. Just to remind you that the winner, or whoever finishes in front in this battle between Fury Maniti, will win the GT3 AM category. So it is all to play for, winner takes all. It has been nip and tuck. There was an incident earlier which separated them a touch, but they did find each other on track again. So this one is looking to go the distance.
Like it. I like it. I hope we all do out there. It looks like the cricket is finally turning for us, as TP Sim Racing said. Now, what are you referring to for us on that one? Us as in the Aussies or the Brits? Yeah? You saying the English?
Yeah. That's Tim Perry, TP Sim Racing.
Okay.
An altitude esports driver.
Oh, then that's definitely going for you guys in the UK then.
Resident of the Shire in England.
You can win one sport. That's fine.
Let's have a look. When did Cade last hit?
100 and
249. I've got.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, 249 would be correct, I'd imagine.
Okay, yeah, I forget how long the GT3s can go. So yeah, he should be due in relatively soon then. I would imagine. We'll have to see where that one plays out, whether he's been able to do some fuel saving.
Let's have a look at local time here at the moment as well. Looking at the local time, actually, it doesn't even say it there, but the weather's it hasn't changed now. Still 28 degrees Celsius track temperature, 26 air. That's been like that for some time now. But what's the local time?
Local time is 20 to 10 in the evening.
Okay, so the track is fairly well illuminated because they don't look like they're completely pitch dark like they do in Le Mans. The track is very well illuminated here.
It is. Unfortunately, though, one of the annoying things with this track is that the lighting isn't. What's the word? Words
Universal?
are not my friend today. It's not blanket lighting. So when you're going round the oval, you can see even from the TV cameras here. There's light spots and dark spots.
Okay.
It's almost like a very slow strobe light when you're going round. The infield is fine, but the outside is not. And there is Cade Middleton coming in for the pit stop. Got that stopped lovely, didn't he? A little bit of sideways action as he hit the line, right on the limit, pushing really hard.
Perfectly in the box as well too.
He is.
We did the sound effects. They won't do the tires, will they? I think that's just gas. You hear that?
We did see earlier there was a couple of guys lost a little bit of concentration in pit lane and had to reverse up, which was very unfortunate for them. Have a look. Nick, how are your times? Nick is flying. Nick is flying. 2 cars behind him were 1 second and 1.7 seconds slower, respectively. So he is absolutely flying at the moment. Doing a sterling job out there with his cans of nitro that he's been putting in the car. I don't know whether that's legal or not.
No, it's...
Welcome back. Oh, we've talked about cricket, we've talked about rain, we've talked about having fun with the YouTube chat and winding them up.
Yeah, you missed the rain there, James. We got a brief shower there for about 10 minutes or so that you were gone, in just as a little tester for the iRacing, and it's gone back dry again, so... Not a problem. See you later. See you guys.
Pit stops, my friend, pit stops. Dadswell came in and switched over to Hutchinson. It's just a sequence that we've seen over the course of the last few hours. Interesting development that we have noted, though, in GT3 AM. Trackside Esports have kind of brought themselves back into the game somewhat. I'm not entirely sure whether it's pit stop related, but they are now within 30 seconds of Fury SimSport ahead of them, who have just pitted, and Maniti 12 seconds up the road, who pitted the lap before. So it's any incidents between those front two. Trackside have definitely got a chance of claiming something there.
English one there as well, is it? I guess England versus Australia for the Ashes?
That would be, yes.
Okay,
yes.
Well, as I explained earlier on, cricket is fun to play. I don't find it very exciting to watch, I'm not going to lie. So, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not a cricket fan. So, in all honesty, I don't really...
It's a good job you weren't here for our cricket talk.
Oh.
We had a whole segment on it.
Did you? How did that one work out? Who won the discussion?
I mean, we were just conversing like sensible grown-ups.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we didn't get into any argument.
With Biggles in the booth.
Yeah.
It was a sensible conversation, was it?
I mean, I've only just met the. I'm not going to start slagging him off, but he seemed to. He was fair game.
Oh, okay. Good. Well done to Biggles there as well. Proud of him, to be honest, as well. Cavallio, Washington, Pereira. Cavallio is in a Delta racing car. They're just about to go past Dennis Cho once more. Cricket is mostly about sitting in the sun and drinking. That is also true. Or
Yes.
if you're doing your housework and you want something to fall asleep to after, just whack cricket on.
Also, yes.
Also, yes, yeah. So either way, I'm not a lover. As I say, playing it is a little bit different, but no, for sitting down and thinking, oh, I must watch the cricket. It's like snooker. Snooker's fun to play, but boy, oh boy, is it a sleepy Sunday afternoon if you're trying to watch it. Here, so there we go. All the cars are still spread out, I see. We've got quite a bit of gap. Altitude have retaken the lead now. DLR have gone into the pits, and they are pitting here as well. So DLR once more in second place, still 11 laps ahead. Well, I think they're a little bit more than that, actually. Probably, yeah, 11 laps ahead of Octopus Racing Team, so they've got time on their side. MRP have taken the lead in LMP2 with Tobias Serrano at the helm here as well. So they're over Centrococcio. Centrococcio can, of course, still wrap up the championship. They've got to finish fourth or lower, and XPD need to win. XPD clearly at this moment in time are not likely to be win. Drive through for MRP by Fields Academy, Team Upstate GT3 versus MRP Fields Academy. So they're definitely not going to win now because they've got a drive through.
Yes, that was an incident going down into turn one. They were lapping a couple of GT3 cars and just got the braking slightly wrong, got past one and just glanced the back of the second one and spun them into the outside of the corner. So, yeah, one of those easy to do ones. You know, you don't want to see it, but it happens, and I'm sure they'll take that one, knowing that was fair.
Take it on the chin.
Yeah.
So that's fair enough. Cheeky bugger, James, doing the Glock through the 2008 race to let Lewis win theory again. I don't know. That's open to debate. I keep having that debate every time with Biggles, and he always tells me that it wasn't. But, you know, hey. Opinions. Young Biggles there. So let's see how this one out. Fabio Ponto is still leading the GT3 Pros by a good couple of laps, I think he is at the moment. 284, yeah, he's lapping a little bit, if not more, ahead currently at the moment. Maniti has dropped a little bit of a gap. Cade Middleton from Fury Simsport is now down to 11 seconds and 27 back to Nick Kirstens from Trackside, who seems to be doing a stellar job at the moment. He's using his nitrous very well.
He is. If you want to get a little bit of a rise from the YouTube viewers, say that he's not doing particularly well, do that whole reverse psychology thing, because you know they'll tell him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They find it very entertaining. They bite. They do bite.
Yeah, they do bite quite well. I do have to be a little bit careful though, because he is one of the admins here at PEC. So you know, I've got to be a little bit sensible here as well. Michelle Sengali with David Marshall behind from the Optimus Racing LMDH. He's gonna let him go through because there's not going to be really a speed comparison. And David Marshall goes up overall into currently fourth place here with just Tobias Serrano down the road once more. Again, that time is probably going to come down very, very quickly here as well. So at least 135 to 132 is at least 3 seconds a lap. So expecting that to come down in about 7 laps time, where Marshall should be on to the back of Tobias Serrano here as well. But this gap is coming down here, isn't it, between the GT3 AMs at the moment with Cade Middleton. He's looking very quick in that car at the moment.
He is. He's driving very well. We've seen little glimpses of him over the last hour where everything looks in control. He looks like his focus. He's in a good place right now. The car seems to be doing what he wants it to do. Interestingly, as we've been looking through the standings, other than third and down in the LMDH, if any of the classes have an incident at the front, everyone is still in play. We've seen like just a small bump of the barrier that could cost you a couple of laps. Well, if that was to happen, say in GT3 Pro, anyone in the top 5 would then be leading. You know, same with GT3 AM. Anyone in the top 5 would still be leading. In LMP2, anyone in the top 6 would still be leading. So it's all still, as far as endurance races go, everyone's still got a chance, and that's amazing.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think here with Centrococcio, they've just pulled out, basically got the gap down to 2.8 over Tobias Serrano. I'm wondering if Tobias had a little bit of an issue there. He did, unfortunately. This is why Tobias Serrano has... Oh, this might have been the incident you were talking about, I guess, down into... Yes, and then he got a drive-through for that one. So that was the incident there as well with Team Upstate GT3. And obviously he served his drive-through. Chris Hinge from the Chris Racing Blue Team and Luciano Gomez have looked like they may have had a coming together as Chris spins on his own. Luciano from Protosim gives him a little tap round as well just to help him on his way. So he has spun, and unfortunately for him, he has now, where are you currently, the Chris Racing Blue Team, down in 7th in class, up 8 for the day. So there we go. On that one, it's all getting very exciting. But don't forget, rising star Chris Carroll, Dirk Van Strickland is soon back behind the wheel. I'll have to keep an eye on this Van Strickland. They've mentioned him a couple of times in YouTube chat as well. So, you know what I mean? I'll have to keep an eye out for this young gentleman here.
Do we have a superstar on our hands? Is that what we're about to see?
I believe so, yeah. I'm seeing that's what Harrow has told us. Of course, Harrow's been here from the very beginning and has joined us in the second one as well. So Harrow there is clearly just sat at home watching some great racing going on currently at the moment here as we break into the 3 hour and 24 minute mark remaining left of this 12-hour race. You know, it's been an interesting one. I think we can safely say that, can't we?
For sure. I think it's been a very typical iRacing endurance event. There was lots of action early doors. There was some questionable manoeuvres. There were some brilliant manoeuvres in the way that only iRacing can serve it up. You know, there was a little bit of controversy. There were opinion splitters, and that's what we like to see. And then it calmed down. We've had this lovely, very relaxed kind of feel about the race. We know that they're all pushing incredibly hard. We know that it's very competitive out there, but it's been done in the right spirit. And we're heading ever rapidly towards the point where all of their hard work is put on display, and all of the strategies, all of the plans, all of the targets get laid bare, and we see how it all shakes out. And that's for me, that's the best time of the race. And with 3 hours 22, we're almost at that point. It's exciting.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's going to be a thrilling one as well. We're rooting for Simon Van Dijk. They saved the GOAT for the last 3 stints, team trackside, instead. So there we go as well. So we'll have to keep an eye out on the trackside esports guys and see how they get on. As I say, at the moment, Nick Kirstens is behind the wheel. Got the gap down to 22 seconds from the leader, 12 seconds to Cade Middleton. Cade Middleton's gap is down to 9.8. So he is definitely flying currently at the moment. Not a lot of difference between lap times though for Cade Middleton, so he's going to have to try and put in some quali laps, I think, and get below the, you know, a low 145 or middle 146 to try and take some time out. So let's completely see here what goes on. Completely done after my double stint from an EE yellow, sweating so hard. Yeah, I am as well. Sat in my chair, I'm not going to lie. It's quite muggy in the UK, even though it's been raining, isn't it, Mr. Hedgecock?
It hasn't rained enough to kind of get rid of the heat. It's just gone, yeah, like you say, muggy. I'm fortunate enough that I've got a big old floor fan pointing straight at my face. although it's blowing warm air, it's kind of refreshing still.
Yes, I can imagine it probably is, to be honest. I'm sat in my little office room, and the word of sweating out is not even a word currently at the moment. It's very awful. I think I'll have to finish this and go and jump in the shower after here as well. We've had Dennis Cho from 5:05. He's been in the pits for about 7.5 minutes currently at the moment, and this is what Dennis has been up to. I've done this, I've done that, I did exactly that. That's what put me in when I did the 224. Exactly what I did. And Dennis has had to jump back into the pits, and he's been in there ever since. So whether or not 5:05 are going to come out for the last few hours, we will have to keep an eye out currently at the moment as well. In Germany, it's way too hot. Same here in Holland, mate. It's horrible. But it's only for the weekend. After that, that only rain. Yeah, we're supposed to have rain all this week. Coming up in the UK next week, apparently. It's supposed to be raining every single day. So that'd be great for my flowers. Not so good for me sitting out in the garden at any point during my day here as well. It'd be great for my hot tub because I've got a cover over my hot tub, so I can just sit in my hot tub while it's raining.
To be fair, there's nothing better than that.
No, I do draw the line at sitting out there while it's lightning, because you know.
Well, yeah, that's just dangerous. And the other, of course, the other extreme is hot tub when it's snowing.
Oh, that's why I've got to take my shed apart.
It sounds really crazy. Like, why would you get out of a nice warm hot tub and into snow? It's so invigorating. I don't go outside often, but when there's snow outside, I'll walk barefoot outside for a little while, just because it's so invigorating and it's
Barefoot?
lovely. Yeah.
Dude, you're off your rocker.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know that, but at the end of the day, I still won't walk barefoot in the snow.
Oh, it's an attack on the senses. It's
That would give me blisters.
It's amazing.
Get cold sores on my feet.
For ages. You have a little stroll and then come back in.
Well, do you ever dance and make snow angels and then get in?
Yeah, I'm out there with the cats making snow angels.
Nice. Just don't eat yellow snow, mate. I always been told that's dangerous.
Yeah, that's pretty sour. Don't want that.
No, don't want that here as well. But we are coming in to going to be breaking into the 3-hour mark, remaining once more here as well. And you've had myself in the booth for pretty much most of the day. And then obviously, you know, Zach Sweeney earlier on. Ewan O'Leary, Biggles has been in. And now Mr. Hedgecock is sat in here, who's been with me since about 5 p.m. as well. So we've had a very long old stint between the two of us, haven't we, dear sir?
We have, but it's been thoroughly enjoyable. This is my first time commentating on a PEC event. Obviously, I get to see bits of it anyway through replays when I'm doing pictures of some of the cars when they're finished. But being part of it is a whole nother experience, and it's been great. I've loved the fact that a couple of the admins have popped in to clarify. You know, the stewards have popped in to clarify decisions, which is a lovely touch.
My argumentative, you mean?
I was being politically correct, sir.
Oh, don't you worry about that. You know what I mean? We don't need to be politically correct here as well. We lost a few more cars by the looks of it as well. Pro Standard Nomad is out of the race, and SR Technic, HW Racing, Octopus Racing Team 208, Sim Vision and Reiter and Cabano are also out. So we've had a bit of a flurry of cars dropping out here currently at the moment. With Austrian Race, Sim Racing Blue, I've got Upstate New GT3 are still running here. However, they are quite a way back from the leaders of the GT3. They are 22 laps back here. So Upstate GT3 have had a bit of a torrid time and are now sitting in 31st place overall, up 5 overall and down 5 in class there. So fair play to them for sticking with it, because most people probably would have given up, as others have done. What has happened to Manuel Cruz here? What have you been up to, sir? In the SR Technic PEC Ferrari, overshoots the bus stop, goes onto the grass, and then the Protosim car goes round him. Probably not an ideal way there to go rejoin. I probably would have turned to the right, to be honest, and not got myself involved in that. But never mind, maybe that's just me being overcautious.
iRacing grass would have had you going any which way but the way you wanted to go. That's how iRacing grass works. To be fair, between the three of them there, they avoided any big collisions and managed to sort it out amongst themselves. So that's good. One thing to keep an eye on, James. Magic Arrow are still circulating. They are 7 laps down on Octopus, which, as we know, that's for 3rd in the championship. Also, Biggles led me to believe. There we go. Well, especially as we said right at the start, they had the incident, and I was on board with you and Zach. Like, park it up and go and enjoy your Saturday. You know, like that's a harsh way to be going out. But yeah, they've stuck with it, and I mean, that's marvelous to see, isn't it?
Can't hear James. Oh, there we go. Hope you can hear it now. I'm not entirely sure what goes on there, but there we go. Yeah, are we missing something?
I'm just getting worried. The Dutch names that are coming in. My Dutch pronunciation is horrendous. I don't have anywhere near enough phlegm, and I don't know my G's from my G's, and it's really hard. I'm not looking forward to pronouncing the Dutch names.
No. Is Lauren related to Chris then? We're going to presume that's the situation. Yes, that's better. Thank you very much. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Is Lauren related to Chris? Can we get a confirmation on that? Are we going to find out they're partners, or husband and wife, or boyfriend, girlfriend? But you both got the same name, so I would say husband and wife, wouldn't you?
I believe Lawrence in Dutch is a male's name.
Oh, is it really? Oh.
I might be wrong on that, but I believe that it's the Dutch equivalent of Lawrence.
Oh. If that is also true, I apologise.
I could be way off the mark with that one, but that's what I thought it was.
Oh. Then I made a boo-boo.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm giving you a glimmer of hope here.
Yeah, give me a glimmer of hope. Let me know if that is the situation. MRP is out front at the moment, but Central Cocho are closing. Maybe they are married, said Harrow. Yeah, well, I'm waiting for Lawrence to get in, come back to me, but he hasn't currently, or oh my God, they haven't currently at the moment, so I can't answer that question. But yeah, I'm his much more talented brother. Oh.
Yeah. I only thought that because Lars Van Rijn, his middle name, or one of his middle names, is Lawrence, and I just presumed, you know, I know that we don't do it over here, but generally you wouldn't give a man a female, or a male a female middle name. Well, it's 2023, people can do what they like, but.
Well, you could have told me before I stuck my foot in it.
No, why would I do that? It's much more entertaining to let you do it.
Great. Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
This is the battle for the lead of the LMP2s, currently MRP and Central Cocho. Central Cocho does mean 104 in Italian as well, so that's why that is there with Michele Sengali currently behind the wheel of this car and is flying along quite nicely, caught up to MRP fairly comfortably at the moment. Last lap time 1:36.3 for Central Cocho, 1:35.87 for MRP, so he's definitely closing in. I think it's a matter of not if he gets past, but when he gets past, to be honest. And he'll be past him probably by the end of this lap, I would have thought, as he starts sucking up the draft currently at the moment and closing in like an absolute banshee. He's dropped back to 4 temps already, 3 temps. I think this could be a move down into turn 1 here, Mr. Hedgecock, beforehand as well, because it looks like Michele Sengali is definitely carrying some fast pace.
He is. It'll be interesting to see. Is this the point that teams start pulling the trigger and pushing on and really trying to capitalise on everything? Or is he going to sit behind and think, actually, a little bit more fuel saving might just do the trick, might be the right way to go?
Well, he's doing so much faster times. I'd be very surprised if he's going to sit behind him, to be honest. When he could just open it up and pull away on him. It's looking like he's flying just at a 1:36.4 compared to a 1:36.6. So another 2 temps up.
See him weaving a little bit behind and not sticking all in the toe. I suppose it depends how close they are, like to the magic number. Every team will have a magic number. You need to do fuel consumption needs to be this per lap. If he's right on the bubble of making it work while going full beans, then we might see him go past.
Yeah, definitely on that one. Well, let's see what he will do as he's coming onto that back straight once more again here at the exit of turn 7. Running around the long left-hander, of course. It's one continual looping corner onto the back straight, which will lead him into the bus stop of 9 and 10. He is not sitting in the draft, which I would have thought would have been a given, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you would have thought so, unless, he's just trying to save that little bit of extra fuel. I'm sure he knows exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it. Would be interesting if anyone from the team is watching. They don't mind sharing a little bit of insight. That would be amazing, but equally, I'm sure they don't want to give their tricks away. They'll just say they're on target.
Yeah, which, as we know, is your favourite line.
Yes.
Yes, very much so. That's why he didn't go past. He's into the pits. So Central Cocho is into the pits. XBD chasing down Peaky Drivers. There is XBD. Peaky Drivers is there with Cito Ferreira currently at the moment here as well. And these guys are also battling away quite nicely. We jump onto the front of the XBD car. Let's see what he does run round out of turn 7. Don't want to be giving it too many beans because, as we've seen, the car does slide there. And onto the banking we go, and I'm expecting this to close down. But he's another man not sitting fully in the draft. He is now. He wasn't at the start there, as he's now going to be closing this gap up. It's down to 2 tenths at the moment. Closing. Not going to be looking to make that move this time around. Into the bus stop they go. Over the first part, over the second part, catching the exit curb. And once more running off here round into turn 1. I'm surprised that they're not. Are they starting to be a bit more fuel savvy?
It certainly sounded like he let off well before the braking zone going into the bus stop. It'd be interesting to hear again going into turn 1. If he, he's already feathering. You just heard a little lift. We'll see as they approach turn 1 now.
Yeah, he's just
letting off
in.
way before.
He's just fuel saving currently at the moment here, isn't he, really? We can see that already. The nature of the way his throttle input is. And as we say that, he goes past. So clearly, there was a moment where he was, but now he's not. So Luis Martinez says, well, I've had enough now. I'm going to go past you, so you can follow me. So, Cito Ferreira from the Peaky Drivers LMP2 is now following Luis Martinez from XBD. And Niels Kors looks like he's had a little bit of a ta-ta-ta here as well. Oh, I can see this coming out of turn 7. Is this what we spoke about, you reckon? Too many beans in the right foot?
Too many beans going in.
Yes.
Oh, he did well to keep it out of the barrier. That barrier comes at you very quickly.
Yeah.
Although it looked like he drove into it as he was driving away. I don't know whether he did. I shouldn't laugh, but it looked like
he didn't.
He swiped it as he...
Let's have a look here with Niels Kors. He didn't drive into it, did he?
It looked like he gave it a good old swerve as he was going past it. Maybe it was just the angle of the camera.
Oh, he did. No, he missed it completely. And that's always good. Last thing you want for Niels Kors is the embarrassment of hitting in a barrier on your way out here as well. Oh, window wipers on.
Oh, the rain's coming.
Yeah, right. Only in my dreams has that happened, to be honest. Can you imagine this all of a sudden with rain?
Oh, that would be mayhem.
Chaotic, wouldn't it? It would be horrendously chaotic if it just drops down in the middle.
Interesting thing though with the wiper. You can save yourself 2 tenths on every pit stop by using the wiper instead of windshield tear.
Can you?
Yeah, but most of the time it's not worth it. If you're stopping for fuel and tyres, just take the windscreen tear off because it's done during. Like, it makes no difference. But if you're stopping in like we do on a Thursday, on a Wednesday in that GT4 league, because you're stopped for such a short time, yeah, just use your wipers if your car's got them available. You'll save yourself a couple of tenths.
Oh.
If a couple of tenths means that much to you.
No.
No, most of the time it doesn't for me, because I'll lose more than 2 tenths by driving like, well, me, over the course of the lap.
And I'll probably spend more time trying to use the window wipers, because I probably wouldn't have mapped a button, and then I'm trying to find what it is, and then it'll just all go completely wrong here as well. Chris Van Strickland, hello. Welcome in. Thanks, buddy. I've heard great things about you, Chris. We have up here in the booth as well. Being Harrow has been telling us some wonderful things about you here this evening, how talented of a driver you are. So there we go. That's it, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's got all the fanfare. We're just waiting for Harrow to pipe up and do all the official introductions like royalty deserve.
Yeah, exactly. The cyclist, I love that. Hi, guys. Hello, young sir. Hope you're well as well. Oh my God, it's Chris Van Strickland. There we go.
There we are.
There we are. That's what we were waiting for, Harrow. You took your time there as well, buddy. As we're just breaking into that 3-hour mark here this evening, left to go. Yeah, it's been an interesting evening of racing, I think. And Ruben Rodriguez is in MRP at the moment as well, chasing down Michel Singali. 3.3 seconds between them. I didn't know I had such a big fan base. Well, Harrow's the main cheerleader. I think if there was a fan base, it'd be your #1 fan, Chris, to be honest. So, yeah, fair play.
We didn't know you had a big fan base either.
No.
It's news to us.
I'm not going to lie, Chris, I didn't even know who you were. So I deeply apologise about that. If you are anybody that I'm supposed to know, I do. I'm sorry. So there you go. Harrow's there and crying out for joy right now. Well, okay. There you go. Harrow, maybe you can ask him for his autograph. Do it tactfully, though. He's a celebrity. Don't want you harassing him. Okay? I don't know. To be honest, I think we're just getting to the point of where we are completely waffling here, Mr. Hitchcock, aren't we?
We are. Let's do this then. 3 hours to go. Let's have a quick rundown of where we are. Pit stops aside, because we know that some teams are still mid stint and strategy is slightly different. But as it stands, Altitude Esports, you'd think I'd be able to say that team name, are currently leading by 2 laps over DLR Rotary Industry Orange. Octopus Racing are in third, 9 laps back from there, with Delta Racing, Magic Arrow, 4th and 5th in LMDH. LMP2, we have Centre Quattro currently leading by, let's say 5 seconds from MRP by Fields Academy. 17 seconds back, we have XBD Emerald Racing, and a further 20 seconds back, Peaky Drivers LMP2. Bazinga, a lap back from there, and Platinum Racing Team Blue, 2 laps. It's fair to say, though, that all of those teams are still in with a shout of the win if there are incidents, so don't write anything off there. GT3 Pro, Racing Team 221 are your leaders so far. Pro Racing Team Red, just shy of a minute behind them, with Chicane Online Racing, Ingersoll Brand Enosis Esports, I should have read that one in my mind before I made a fool of myself trying to pronounce it, are a lap back each. SimVision 2.0 are 2 laps back, with YS Sim Sport PEC 4 laps back. And in GT3 Maniti Racing Yellow currently have the upper hand over Fury Sim Sport Academy. 6 seconds is a gap. A reminder that whoever wins that, wins out of those 2, win the GT3 AM Championship, so it is all to play for. Trackside Esports are in with a shout. They're currently in the pits at the moment. We'll wait to see where they filter out. Peaky Drivers GT3 are a lap back and forth, with Chicane Online Racing Orange 2 laps back, and TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing, who had an interesting penalty earlier, James, that I'll fill you in on, are 6th.
Go on, then. What's gone on?
So one of the drivers had hardware failure and has not been able to compete in the event. Now, there is an iRating limit for GT3 AM, as you know. But the driver that they've had to get in to replace the hindered driver, but more than doubles what is allowed. So they got a 2-minute stop and hold in the pits because of it, and they knew that coming into it, so they have taken it knowingly and willing.
But so they've got a driver with an I rating of 6.5K.
4.8, I think it was. He was at, and the limit is 2.5.
Colin Weir, I'm guessing this is then, who is behind the TR Geeks Energy on 4.8K.
Yes.
Oh, well, there we go. At least they've taken the penalty and they're sitting in 6th in class, up 13 places. Are you going to transfer the tracks to trackside, or are you going to stay at Cloud Racing? I'm going to stay with JPB. I'm not transferring to anyone. I don't know if, Adam, you're transferring out, are you?
I mean, I don't know. I heard Real Madrid are interested in a commentator for their esports team.
I've heard Ferrari are looking as well, so yeah, maybe I'll go out and do that. But heard that there were some transfer rumours. Who are we talking about here, Harrow? I'm so confused. Are you still harassing Chris Van Strickland once more? And did you get your? Did he say he's going to send you a signed shirt? He did. Oh, blimey, Chris. Yeah, Chris, send us a signed shirt. I have no idea who you are, but you know, that would be nice. Why not? If you want my address, let me know. You know what I mean? And you can send me a signed shirt. So thanks for that one. Sorry, meant for Chris. Oh, okay. Well, thanks. I thought you were talking to us there, Harrow, but clearly not. I guess we're just a second afterthought in your mind. Then I guess there, Adam.
Could well be. It's good that they're having a nice chin wag there. Yeah. I'm interested to see where Altitude gained this extra lap, because I haven't seen any incidents for DLR.
No.
And they were switching the lead, so they were well within the limits. See, they're back to a lap now. They're well within the limits of being within the pit window of each other.
Well, I can enlighten you on that. DLR had 2 minutes of damage.
That'll be why. Yeah, I hadn't. Oh yes, there I see it.
Yeah, 2 minutes of damage. So there we go. There you go. So, it's in YouTube chat apparently. Do you guys want an exclusive interview? Yeah, why not? Come and join us, Chris. I'm going to politely say I've never heard of you, but come and join us in the booth as well. I'm saying that in the clearly the nicest possible way, of course. We had a little contact with a G3 resulting in 2 minutes repair. My T-shirt is literally soaked on the back. Well, I bet Harrow don't ask you to sign that one and send him to it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you won't be getting that one, Harrow, unfortunately, for Nick. Nick won't be sending you his signed sweaty shirt here as well. I'm not really sure I want that, I've got to be honest. So you can keep that one there, bud. Thank you very much as well. This gap is coming down ever so slowly. It's now down to 5 seconds, 4.9. You can see it on the left-hand side from Cade Middleton. 1:44.83 for Cade and 1:44.37 for Schuster there as well. So you can see the lap times previously or of the ones here as well. So yeah, very interesting little bit of racing we've got going on at the moment here as well. I drove without a T-shirt, says Xanders. So there we go. Right, here he is, this young celebrity that we've never heard of, but is getting a lot of love in YouTube chat currently at the moment. Chris, welcome in. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. How are you guys?
Well, apparently you're more famous than me, so happy days.
I didn't know I was that famous, but yeah, I saw a bit in the chat and I was like, oh, yeah, let's give an exclusive interview then.
Yeah, Harrow is going to be literally crying into his teeth at the moment as well.
No idea who it is.
Well, he clearly knows who you are, so at the end of the day, we'll just run with that one. Harrow, calm down, settle down. It is Chris here as well. Chris, what's the plan for trackside here this evening as well? You know, you're sitting in third at the moment. You're just going to keep pushing and seeing what happens in front of you?
Yeah, we were on a pretty quick run towards the number 2 and the number 1 as well. The only thing is the level of fuel we had a bit less when we were closing in on them. So it's now we have to see our pace with a full tank compared to them. So we hope we can close up and maybe gain a few places.
Yeah, what's this rumours that you're transferring, is that right?
No, of course not. So I'm driving for a different team, which signed up for this league. And so usually I drive with them at Cloud Racing, and now I'm driving with Trackside. So he's just trying to start a bit of fuss in the team to get everyone a bit scared of me leaving. But I don't think they will be that scared of me leaving though. So
so you're staying at Trackside for next season?
No. I don't know. We will see. I had a lot of fun this event. This whole league, well, we could have been closer if it weren't for some decisions that were made earlier today. But yeah, we will see how much we can gain the remainder of the session, and then we will see what will happen next season. Like I said, I had a lot of fun. Yeah.
So it's not exclusive that you're going to be back next season with Trackside?
No, it's not. But like I said, I had fun. I had a lot of fun. Do
you know what, Chris? That sounds like a departing man. That sounds like it sounds like somebody giving their going away speech.
Well, you tell me then how enthusiastic I have to be to sound like I'm staying in.
Well, you just need to say, Chris, to be honest, I'm staying with Trackside next season, or for the PEC series, or I won't be staying for next season.
But I think I have to be like a bit discreet about it. I have to keep the tension. Is he going to stay? Is he going to go? No one knows. We will see.
Well,
I'll keep it exciting for everyone who is interested in it. So
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. We've got trying to convince you, apparently, says Stefan Westra, as well. So I don't know, Chris.
That Stefan is someone I don't know either. So yeah.
Yeah, and Harrow has just said, if you're leaving, I'm done with you.
Okay, well. I think I will be crying for a few minutes and then I will be done with it as well. So
yeah, well, there you go, Harrow. There goes your signed shirt. If you're going to put things like that in YouTube chat, mate, it's there for life now. As well, Chris ain't going to send you that side shirt, and if he does, he'll want you to PayPal him the postage, because you can pay for it yourself, matey boy. I'll tell you that one. So be careful here as well.
Yeah.
But look, it'd be great. When are you back in the car, Chris? Anyway, let's have a look at this. There's superstar in the making. When are you back in the car?
I won't be back in the car. That's very unfortunate for a lot of my fans. I assume. I just spoke to them, and they were a bit down. They were a bit disappointed in me, but so the two drivers, Nick just drove a lot of stints, and well, I think it speaks for itself that he was a pretty clear faster driver than me. So goes for Simon, who's behind the wheel now. We will see what we can accomplish with them. I wasn't too good today, so yeah. I think my whole role as rising star is postponed for a little bit. Maybe next season will be my time. But for now, I leave it to these two. And let's hope that we can climb a few spots.
So next season in PEC will be your time to shine, will it, for Trackside?
Yeah, maybe.
You
tried.
Oh, you almost got it as well. What about this side shirt? Do you have your own shirts then, Chris?
No, but I will make one especially for him. So he'll be happy with it.
I'm a large. Adam, what size are you?
I wouldn't say that publicly, to be honest.
Okay, that means
I'm a large person.
There's a few. There's a few.
I'm as well. So yeah,
Oh, okay. Well done, Chris. Anyway, I'll let you reach out to Harrow. I don't know how you're going to talk to him because he's in YouTube chat. I'm guessing he's not.
Can I do it in Dutch? It will be nothing insulting. It will be just a normal message, if you don't mind.
As long as it doesn't include that De Kirken bit at the end of it.
I can, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that won't be a
I know
problem.
that saying.
I no. I will just look. I will just tell him to keep calm and just wait.
Yeah, he wants it though, mate. You got to definitely send it to him because Harrow's going to be crying if you don't get a shirt. I can tell you that much.
He'll be crying always about something. So yeah, that shouldn't be something new.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding, Arrow. Just kidding.
Yeah,
kidding.
don't upset your number one fan. You don't even know who he is.
Yeah, of course I know who he is. I just don't want to know who he is sometimes.
Well, mate, as well. Well, thank you, Chris, for joining us. It's been a pleasure to talk to you.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Apologies
Have a good one, guys.
apologies for never hearing of you.
Well, now you know who I am, so I expect you to remember me.
Oh yeah, I'll bow on my knees, hands and knees next time when you jump into the booth. I promise you, honest. Yeah, right.
Very good.
All right, Chris.
All right,
you
guys.
take care, buddy. Have a good
fun.
one. Take care, mate. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Ah, he was a nice guy.
What a delightful young man.
Yeah, he was. Chris, are you going to thank to Factory and the fans just like Lewis? No, he's left the booth. I'm sorry, Stefan. He's gone now. So, unfortunately, no as well. But he was a very nice chap, wasn't he?
It sounds like he's certainly enjoyed his time in the event today.
Yeah.
He's very humble as well. From what he was saying, that he didn't drive particularly well today. Like, I mean, let's be honest, the team's doing pretty good. They're homing in on Fury a little bit. They are pretty much set for P3, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pretty cemented in P3 at the moment. Stefan Schuster from Maniti has just passed Jamie Pounder from Chicane Online Racing here. So he's put a car between him and Cade Middleton. Don't get me wrong, Cade Middleton's not too far behind. It's 3.8 seconds, but he's going to have to take that on Chicane Online Racing Red as well here, as he's just been lapped by Kevin and Guyan. So there's the Maniti Racing Yellow, there's Chicane Online Racing Red, and there is Fury Simsport. So there you go. He is leaving Cloud Racing. What a... Behave yourself. I'm not going to... D star. So there we go. Vincenzo Soris just looked like he's just unfortunately gone and crashed the car here as well. Oh no, this is a run into turn 2 here, into the International Horseshoe. He's going to outbrake himself. Oh no, he spins it on the way in.
Thought he caught it as well. Do you see it kind of stopped, didn't it? And then snapped a second time.
Yeah, and XBD just missed him there as well. So that would have been big for XBD if he had caught him there as well. Pepper Carsten, dude. You guys are doing a stellar job on this broadcast. Thank you very much. Something in line with what a guy has. Feet. Toenails. Apparently. There you go.
Bald spot.
Bald spot, yeah. Have you got a bald spot?
No, I hide mine.
Oh, you haven't got a comb over?
No, I've got like a mohawky ponytail kind of thing.
Oh, what, like a long mullet?
Yeah.
Oh.
I sport a man bun.
Oh, bless you.
Bless.
Yeah. Bless you. Did you not write the date out and realise it's 2023 and not 1978?
What do you mean?
Isn't that a little bit old school, man bun?
It's not for me. I think it's trendy.
Oh, okay. Well,
my daughter's content with it, and she's 12 years old. So if she thinks it's okay, then it must be okay.
Oh, it's got to be. If a 12-year-old's told you, then it's all good, isn't it? Mine just generally, my 12-year-old boy just looks at me and goes, "Dad, what are you doing?"
I totally haven't been shouted at from the kitchen saying, "What about your girlfriend, the hairdresser girlfriend, who also thinks it's okay?"
Yeah, I got a hairdresser girlfriend as well. Well, she's more my wife than my girlfriend, to be honest. A hairdresser wife.
Say, does your wife know?
Yeah, and do you know the interesting thing about that is I'm the only one in the house who can never get a haircut. Cuts everybody else's and don't cut mine, but partly due to the fact that I hate having my hair cut here as well. I'm not going to lie. There was... Oh, where's he gone? There was somebody waiting in the waiting room and then he dived off. So Nico Schilwintz there, I believe, was waiting from Writer Engineering. So... No? Okay. There we go. Yeah, so my hairdresser wife who says to me, "Do you want a haircut?" And I'm generally like, "No, I hate having my haircut. It's annoying. It's quite a boring process, isn't it, for a man? We just sit there and like, crack on. Brian Lines has been off track here from the Altitude Boys. Sorry, I'll get back to that conversation in a minute on the way up into turn 6. That had something to do with trackside there. For Brian Lines, he's locking up the brakes there as well. But then he's tried to do the one thing we said about not doing, and that's trying to make an overtake into the kink. So, yeah, especially around the outside of a GT3 that's got no turning circle and no downforce as much as, well, he might as well be riding a donkey around that corner. Not an ideal manoeuvre.
I think from Brian's defence there.
Oh, you would be on his defence, wouldn't you?
No, knowing how Brian drives, you could see on the entry there, he's eased off before. Like he wasn't trying to make the move; he was trying to do it on the exit. Looking at how the Ferrari wasn't ahead of him, I think he thought that the Ferrari was going to hold the tight line and just leave the outside for him to have the inside for the horseshoe, essentially. But that didn't play out that way. No,
it didn't materialise. No. So there we go. So Kate Middleton closing down on Maniti, 4.3 seconds back currently at the moment. So this is the winner takes all battle here as well. If either of these two win, they win the championship, basically. So in England, you can have a wife and hairdresser. What? You can have a wife and a hairdresser as wife in need to move to. No, you can't have two. Basically, my wife, who I've been with for 16 years, 17 this year, if I'm not mistaken, and she's practically my wife. We're not married yet, but we've lived together for so long that we just call each other her wife and husband. But to be honest, neither of us are in a rush to get married, so yeah, you know what I mean? She can just be my statutory wife without all the paperwork and the expense of having to pay for a wedding. So there we go.
Big twitch from Middleton there going into turn 1.
I did
saw
see
that and thought that was going to end badly, but he did well to catch it.
Yeah, he did a good job.
I have to say, having seen Cade over the course of this season, he's quite talented, isn't he?
He definitely is. They've just taken the lead, partly because Maniti Racing Yellow are into the pits here. So it now depends on what Cade's going to be able to do, trying to clear some. Obviously, he's got to get some laps here as well. So there you go. I thought, damn, he has 2 wives. No, I did not. Wives, Harrow. Jesus Christ. Have you tried having 1 English wife, let alone having 2? Oh, blimey. I'll have to work a lot more to cope with 2 than I am already with 1. And I'm already doing long days. Have you not seen me here all day? So there we go. I don't think I could cope with 2. Could you, Adam?
I mean, I don't even have 1. So.
Well, all right, girlfriend then. You know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I want an easy life.
Yeah. I don't want
all that stress.
I don't want 2 people draining my bank balance. You know what I mean? It's about another 1. Kate Middleton is taking the lead. They are going round one more time here as well. They did last pit on lap 177, doing about 32 laps, so give or take. So they should be in fairly soon, I would have thought, if not this lap, if not the next one here as well for Middleton. But he's got to open up and get some time on the board over the Maniti Racing Yellow. It's going to need about 1:20. I've got a funny feeling here at least. So he's got to try and get some time back at the moment. He doesn't want to come out with less than 4 seconds of a gap, because that's what he had when Maniti Racing Yellow went in. So he needs to put some time on the board here and try and open up as much as he possibly can over the Maniti Racing of Stefan Schuster. Otherwise he is going to be in deep trouble when they exit the pits here, and he could be quite a way back. So we'll see how this one pans out at the moment. He's still chasing down Jamie Pounder. Pounder is 2.8 seconds in front. Of course, Am and Pros as well. So Am and Pro situation here going on. So let's see how this one works out. So yeah, there you go, Adam.
I am just wondering, like, if he can get close enough through the pit stops, he might be in a position where he can take some draft from Mini, which, I mean, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it, for him? Be able to save a little bit of fuel behind him going into the last 2 stops after this, 3 stops after this.
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be 2. They want to try to save that splash and dash at the end if they can, because they don't really want that splash and dash. But unfortunately, it looks like there's possibly going to be a couple of teams who might end up having it. Not going to lie. So we're going to have to see how that one works out and whether or not it's going to be available for him and try and counteract that splash and dash. So we're just going to have to see how we get on here, I think, as well, as we go in 2 hours 39 minutes remaining. Zachary Livingood is in the pits for Lithia Motorsports here as well, and Nguyen's been in, and Ricardo Vario's been in, Ryan Connor's been in and left, Corey Hockin as well. So yeah, a lot of changes going on currently at the moment here as well, so we're trying to keep on top of what is happening. I'm not going to lie, it can get quite busy when everybody pits at the same time, and that would have happened at some point. He's got it out to 59 now. This is going to be really close when he comes out.
It is, but this is how it's been all race, hasn't it? And this is why it's been such a fascinating and exciting race. As we've said so many times before, whoever wins out of these two wins the championship in the GT3 AM. So seeing it still this close is phenomenal. It's wonderful to see. I still can't decide who's going to win, to be honest. I'm every time we come to it and we pick up on this battle, I try and think to myself, who is going to win this? But because it is so tight, because they are so nip and tuck with each other, it's just impossible to call it.
Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. Stefan Schuster's coming around turn 5. Kate Middleton is coming round the backside of the track. I believe that's NASCAR 3 and 4. Or people call it turn 12, depending on where you're from and who you're commentating with. Going in though, so this is the one now. So we need to keep an eye on this young sir to find out. It looked like he may have overshot that pit entry though. I'm not going to lie, that was a little bit of a messy pit entry from Kate Middleton. Stefan Schuster's on turn 7, coming out currently at the moment and running up into the bus stop. As Brian Krause jumped in the car as well. So not only that, they've got a driver swap to contend with here as well for Fury Simsport. So let's see if Stefan Schuster from iRacing Yellow can retake this lead. That's not going to help him either. We really don't want any distractions on this lap here as well. 37 seconds, 38, 39 on the pit lane time. Here comes Stefan Schuster. Is he going to be able to make this through? And we'll see what he can do here as well, and whether or not he's going to be able to get past 50 seconds. And he's on his way round. I think this is going to be really, really close here with Brian Krause. Krause is on the move. Schuster's is now coming back. He's not going to be making it, I don't think. I think Krause is going to get out before. Krause is, Schuster's around the Geico restart zone. He's going to be on our right-hand side very shortly. Pick him up on the right-hand side. There he is there. There is Krause. This is going to be a run out of the pits, but I think it's going to be Schuster's going to get it. And Krause is still on the pit limit here as well and did not make out. He's going to be up into speed now. And the gap is now down to 1. Oh, it's going up a little bit. 1.9, give or take there for the iRacing Yellow boy.
So overall, that was a little gain, wasn't it? A net gain of about 2 seconds for Fury. But of course, now we've got Brian, new driver, into the car in these conditions. So he needs to familiarise himself pretty quickly and get up to speed as quickly as he possibly can without losing Schuster at all. 2.2 as they go on to the banking. This is a tough situation to be in. This is where pressure really hits you. You think such a long race, there's no real pressure points per se. It's all one and the same. But little moments like this could really make the big difference. So for Brian, he needs to just get on it and get on it quickly. For Stefan ahead of him, he just needs to keep doing what he's been doing so well so far and try and build that gap as much as he can. 2.5 seconds now.
Yeah, he definitely has. And unfortunately, he's got to try and get that gap back down again. We have, obviously, he's made up about 2 seconds because it was 4.5 before he went in. Now 2.56, 57, something like that, maybe even coming down below that as well. So let's see what happens here with the Maniti Racing Yellow and Stefan Schuster from Brian Krause from Fury Simsport. He's got to close the gap up as much as he can. And unfortunately, the gap's going the wrong way. It's going out than coming down. But yeah, for these guys, it is all to play for. For everybody else, Racing Team 221 have wrapped up the championship already. They wrapped it up before they come into this race. Altitude Esports have also looking like they're going to wrap up the championship as well. They're 1 lap ahead of DLR, who had 2 minutes of repairs after slight contact with a GT3. Central Quattro over XPD. I've got 22 seconds currently at the moment. That battle is still open-ish, shall we say, but Central Quattro at the hand of Michelle Singali are looking rather tasty here, I'm not going to lie. So it's going to be tough for anybody to really get near Central Quattro. XPD maybe, but we will have to see on that one as well to see how that one goes. And then, of course, we're Maniti Racing, Fury Simsport going the wrong way on the times here, Adam. He needs to be coming down, but he's not. He's going up.
Well, we do have to keep in mind that the Maniti, of course, have been out for a couple of laps already. I think it was the 3rd lap after they pitted was when Fury went in. So their tyres are nicely up to temperature. And we know that Schuster in the car, he's already done stints previous to this. So he's comfortable. He's in his zone. He knows exactly what he's got to do. And again, you know, Brian has just got in the car, switched out from Cade Middleton. He needs to familiarise himself with these conditions. These conditions are totally different to you know how we started the race. It's a lot cooler now. Of course, the traffic is a lot more spread out, so you don't have that to worry about. But it's just all getting your surroundings again. And let's be honest, as long as that gap stays below 4 seconds, or you know around 4.5 seconds, they've still gained in the pit stops.
Yeah.
So that's one way to look at it. But let's not forget as well, Trackside Esports, they are a little bit off the pace from these two now. I think last time I checked it was about half a second on that particular lap that they were off. But they're still in with a shout. They're only 22 seconds back.
Yeah.
22 seconds back, easy for me to say, from Fury. So they're still in play at this point as well.
Yeah, they are. It's going to be interesting to see how this all pans out, I think, these last 2.5 hours. We are in the 2.5 hours mark, Adam. We have reached the final 2.5 hours.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Check us out.
Yeah.
Earlier on, it was like
thing.
6 or something, whatever it was we were talking about earlier on here as well. So it's been a very, very long time that myself and Adam have been in the booth together. Adam joined me at 5 o'clock, of course, so we're already 4 hours into a stint, and we've got another 2.5 to go. Well, 3 maybe with interviews as well. So yeah, it's been a delightfully long time here. Not gonna lie, we have we've been here a while.
We have. I've almost finished eating my Chinese.
Have you?
It's still going. Yeah, it's still going.
Sorry, did you want me to talk for a couple of minutes so you can finish off?
No, it's all good. This isn't the first endurance event that I've done, albeit it was a few years ago now. The last sat in the booth for such a long time. But no, I have a very, very conveniently placed mute button from a microphone. So when you're doing a rundown or you're talking or doing an interview, I can just flick that button and have a little spoon of rice and a sip of me drink, and I'm good to go for another hour.
Nice. That's amazing, to be honest. You folks have done a great job. Not long to go now. Keep it up, says Mark Hutchinson. We're trying, Mark. I'm wavering a little bit. I've been, going since 11:15 this morning, so I'm erring on the side of, if I stop talking long enough, I think Adam would probably hear.
Well, what time was it? I messaged you at like 8:30 this morning, asking for some bits for this event, wasn't I? So technically, you've been going since the early hours.
Yeah, I was awake at about 7:30. I think I woke up when my partner's alarm went off. She was going off to work. Obviously, being a hairdresser, they work on Saturdays. That she was going off to work, so her alarm went off. I think it was 7, or she's got like 3 alarms. So one goes off at 6:30, one goes off at 7, and I think it was the second one that woke me up. So I've been up since 7. So when you messaged me at 8 or whatever god unruly time it was in the morning, I was already up and getting onto the PC, because obviously I know with this long race we have issues and stuff. So it was just checking out that this has all been making sure this is all working. And touch wood, actually, after your idea that we were talking about the other day, changing the app ini file or the core fin file, I've not had no stutters.
Excellent.
I know. This is going to get spicy for the finish of the GT3 AMS. Yeah, it is. I'm a little bit concerned though, Cade. Oh, it started coming down now at the hands of Brian Krause. It was going up at one point. So, yeah, it's going to be a tight finish here, I think, as well. You guys both pitted... Oh, they pitted a little bit earlier than you, I believe, as well. Yeah, you were 3 laps.
3 laps.
Yeah, so you pitted on 3:09. So in hindsight, you're on a 35 lap stint, give or take, Cade, aren't you? I think it's something like that for the GT3. I did write it down, 32 lap stint. You might be telling me that actually you're probably going to be doing a little bit longer than that. So you're going to be in on 3:41, give or take. Well, no, Stefan Schuster's on 3:41. You're going to be on 3:44. So give or take, if you're about where I'm talking about, obviously you may tell me that actually, James, no, I'm not. I'm on 35 lap stints, and then after that, my maths has gone completely out the window. But there we go. Here as well, 2 hours 28. I think last stint was 32. Yeah, I thought it was 32 as well. So it would stem out that you were going to be in now on lap 3:44. And you're currently on 3:16. So you've got a long way to go until the next one here as well. Cade, I want to ask you a question, if you're willing to answer it. Will you need to splash and dash at the end, do you reckon? There's a question that we could do with some information for, couldn't we, Mr. Hedgecock?
We could. We like little nuggets like that. We also like the fact that one of my cats has decided to come and sit in front of the screen. So all I'm seeing now is part of a Fury car and a big fluffy tail.
Oh... That would be cool. I got a guinea pig that runs around my garden and goes in and out of his house all on his own. And when we first got him, he was a vicious little rascal. I'm not going to lie. He wouldn't let anybody pick him up or anything like that. And he was in with another guinea pig, but we won't tell you what happened to the other one. But let's just say that the winter was not nice to this other guinea pig. And they say guinea pigs aren't social. They're social animals, and they're supposed to be in at least with 2. Well, my one. Just runs in and out of his run around the garden and keeps all my grass nice and trimmed for me, and has now started coming up and sitting next to me while I've been out in the garden. So I sit there and give him a little stroke while he sits next to me. But yeah, he was never a very social animal. So let's just say he clearly likes being on his own, Adam, I think, more than having another one in with him, to be honest.
So this little guy, this very, very black cat thinks he's a dog, and he will meow at me and then roll on his back for belly rubs.
Oh, give him a belly rub for me.
I will give him a belly rub.
Oh, thank you very much. As well, I do need to get. I think we were looking at getting another dog, but we had our last one for so long. We had it for 15 years as well.
They're like children, aren't they? At that point.
What, you have one and you want another one?
No, I mean after 15 years, you kind of think, do I really want to get another one? No, I mean like they're part of the family.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me having kids and then saying, "No, do I want another one?" Go in.
No. As in, you have a companion pet for that long.
Yeah.
That it becomes difficult to think about having another one.
Yeah, it does. But sometimes you also sit there and think, especially with me, because obviously I work from home. You also sit there and think, I could do with something fluffy running around my feet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just get a really floofy rug, mate. Put it under your desk.
I would say, okay, let's just put it this way. I had a fluffy rug, but I've slid on it backwards and forwards so many times on my chair that it's no longer fluffy. It's a bit more flat and dead, shall we say. So, yeah, it's backwards and forwards so many times that it's kind of lost its fluff a little bit. So
Brian slipped back just a touch there while we were talking about fluffy animals and cold winters in the deepest, darkest depths of England. Brian got caught into some
deepest, darkest depths of England. Yeah, he's lost a little bit of time, isn't he? As well. So he's 4.3 now. So he's lost a good second and a half from when we last saw him. as well. So not an ideal lap for Brian Krause there as well. Cade has said it's classified. Does your friend drives for trackside, perhaps? Who are we talking about now? I'm getting all a little bit confused here as YouTube are having their own conversations once more, which is great to see, by the way. So much love for everybody jumping in as well. Thank you so much for that. And don't forget to subscribe and like and turn on the bells, because that would make me a very happy man here as well, after you've listened to the sultry tones of me and Adam for the last 4 hours, nearly 5 hours, and you've got us for another 2 hours and 24 minutes. So there you go. Well, been a long time, so.
It has, but it's been very enjoyable. I've thoroughly enjoyed my time.
Yeah, okay. Right. Well, there we go. I've enjoyed my time with you as well, Mr. Edgecott. You know it's always a pleasure there as well. Right, Adam's going to nip off for a minute here as well, so you'll have me chatting to myself for a couple of minutes as well, while we let Adam nip away for a couple of minutes. Stefan Westra, splash and dash surprise. Maybe he's going to have the, I think he'll probably have the pit crew running after him on the straight there for Cade, and his pit crew are the only versatile and mobile pit crew out there, and they're going to come running after the car and do a splash and dash on the go, so he doesn't lose any time. I think that would be quite cool to see. I'm not going to lie here as well. But Michelle Singali still leading the LMP2s. Let's give you a rundown currently at the moment. Brian Loynes is leading the altitude for Altitude Esports in the GTP. Is currently out in front as well, helped by Writer Engineering, who of course went off earlier on and have not finished the race. DLR is basically in second place, but they are a lap down, soon to be 2 laps down as well, because that's Altitude Dare, and DLR with Albert Priam have just come out of the pits. So they are going to be likely to be lapped again here as well. Michelle Singali from Central Quattro is being in first place. Done a great job there as well, keeping that car in first. Albert Gazzapo from MRP is in second, with XPD Emerald in third. Of course, XPD have to finish above Central Quattro, and Central Quattro can't finish below fourth, but they will be champions after that. Fabio Ponta for Racing Team 221 is going to wrap up second place as well. They were obviously got to stay in front of Chicane Online Racing Red, and they have done that. And their counterparts in the 208 car have already wrapped up the championship there as well. So 208 are champions, and 221 are going to take second place. So it's going to be a 1-2 for the guys at Racing Team. So there we go. Devon Schuster from Maniti is opening up the gap over Fury Simsport at the moment to 4.7 seconds. Again, it's a straight sprint between Fury and Maniti. Whoever gets to the end first wins the championship. That's it. That's basically the end of it there as well. There we go. Harrow, Brian driving to the end, Cade. That'd be an interesting development as well. Watch out, it could be classified. Maybe they want to trade. Don't think we have the drive time for that. And I think Matthew is finishing this out. So there we go as well. A bit of insights going on here in the YouTube chat with obviously everybody as well. Stefan Schuster, they're doing a stellar job, keeping ahead of Brian Krause for Fury Simsport. 4.5 seconds at the moment as well. So Brian Krause has lost a little bit more time around this lap here as well, trying to keep up with Stefan Schuster once more. But that is the situation currently going on in the standings here, guys, as well. 2 hours 21 minutes remaining, so we will be finished just after midnight in the UK, I believe as well, if I'm not mistaken. Quarter to 10, quarter to 11, quarter to 12. Yeah, about 10 past, 5 past 12 we will be finished by. So if you are here at the end, thank you so much for keeping us company throughout this 12 hours. It's been an epic 12 hours, and I think you can safely say that it has been an excellent round out to this season so far. It's been a very long season for most of us, but it's been an awesome season as well, and it's been a pleasure for JPB to be broadcasting this. We are back next season as well, so we'll be returning next season for season 4. Obviously, if you haven't seen the calendar for season 4, the season starts with the 8 Hours of Watkins Glen on September the 16th there as well. So stay tuned, put that one in your calendar for September the 16th, because that's when we will have 8 Hours of the Glen to open up this season. So there you go. But yeah, what an epic race so far. Now I'm wondering if I'm still chatting to myself, or is Mr. Hedgecock back in the booth? He up to the toilet in the process here as well. No, he's not responding, so I'm guessing he's still hopped away from his mic away here as well. Fury and Maniti, says Jan Alexander as well. And Harry, why are you talking about the ref? What are you on about here once again? So we're going to keep an eye on this Brian Kraus situation, as he's lost another second to Fury in front as well. He's lost a lot of time. He lost a second nearly on lap 319. And he's just leaking time a little bit here for him, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful. Where is he losing that time? That would be the interesting thing to see. If we can we go forward to Schuster, and let's see where, if Schuster's going to get a time on the board there as well. Well, he's losing it across all of the lap, not even losing it in a certain part. He's losing every single sector. Schuster is quicker, so for Brian Kraus, he's going to have to get a little bit of a move on here once more. And he's lost another tenth and a bit in Sector 1. And this gap is going out. It's going the wrong way for Fury Simsport here. I've got to be honest, Brian Kraus needs to get a little bit of a wiggle on. Because he is going the wrong way. Another tenth there as well in Sector 2. So that's nearly 3 tenths lost over the first 2 sectors. Here as well. Oh, Harrow, you don't need VAR. That's absolutely a terrible thing to have here as well. And I believe that Mr. Hedgecock is back, sir.
I am. I just had to do my due diligence so I can live another day.
Oh, yes. I know that feeling.
I'm now getting laughed at as she's walking out the door.
Yes, but it is true, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Well, you know what they say, happy wife, happy life.
This is also true as well. And that is also very, very true. And not going to lie, most men in our situation know it to be true. We do like to believe we're the boss. We're only the boss, and we may wear the trousers, but your wife definitely tells you what colour you're going to put on. So there you go. This gap's going the wrong way. Brian Kraus is leaking time across the track here. Oh, dear with me, bear with me, I've just hit the wrong button. As well, Adam, he's not doing it over a certain sector. He's just pulled some back, but he's leaking it across the whole lap at the moment.
Yeah, that is the problem. Was there any traffic? Did we notice any traffic?
He got lapped a couple of times, but nothing really the major that would make him leak. He's literally leaking a tenth and a half every single sector. Which is a big old loss for him. I'm not going to lie. He does need to think about what it is, because he's got the guys at trackside 14 seconds back at the moment as well. Just gained a tenth in that one, so that's negated sector 1, but he does need to get a little bit of a wriggle on here as well, because Simon Van Dijk is only 16 seconds behind him at the moment. And that could be an interesting one. He's pulled a little bit more time back there as well. So, yeah, fair play. He's having a go. But it will be tough for him as well to maintain that gap, I think, here as well. So, yeah, going in nearly into the last 2 hours, sir.
I know. It's almost crunch time, really. Like I said earlier, this is my favourite time of the races, especially the long endurance races like this, because you're starting to see driver fatigue. You're starting to see just general wear and tear on the cars, like little incidents. There was an update not so long ago where the damage models were changed slightly, where small damages can gradually over time become worse. So we're starting to see that come in now. The cars are not as planted as they once were. There's marbles everywhere. You go offline and you're going to have some issues. And especially the guys in the LMP2s and the LMDHs, they want to be they want to make sure more than anything that their strategies are on point. So at this point, they've done so much hard work, they don't want to lose it. So they will take that little extra risk. They will force situations if they have to, just to make sure that they're staying on target, that making sure that they're still hitting the target, hitting the numbers, hitting whatever you want to call it. this is where things start to get turned up ever so slightly as we're heading towards the end of the race, and things really will go up to 11.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to get very, very hot under the collar here, and very, very heated once more, I'm sure. So we're going to have to pay attention now over the next couple of hours to see how this one pans out and how it all works out, and whether or not Maniti or Fury are going to take this championship. Is it going to be Maniti? Is it going to be Fury? Well, time is only going to tell soon, Adam, here, and I think this is going to be an interesting one, and one that we are going to be looking out for definitely here as well. So let's see how this one goes, as we're coming just under that last two hour mark here, and yeah, it's going to be exciting, I feel.
It is. We've just seen that gap jump up as well, 7.5 seconds. That's don't know what happened then. I'm sure it wasn't that much when I looked just a moment ago, but I am beyond what I normally do during the day, so I don't know whether it was 7.5 seconds. It didn't seem that much a short moment ago. And trackside as well, 25 seconds. You know what? There's still a dark horse in this. One slight accident, and they're right in it. They really are.
Yeah, they are, but it's going to be tough, isn't it?
I mean, we saw the amount of incidents that happened in the first 10 minutes, and we've still got 2 hours and 13 to go. So, I mean, it's definitely there. You know, don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating for incidents and crashes and whatnot. But you know, we look at it realistically. We haven't had an incident for a while. So, are we due one? It's the same thing, you know, that volcano hasn't erupted in 3 million years. Oh, so it's probably going to erupt anytime soon then. You know what I mean? It's that kind of mentality.
Yeah.
We're almost due something to happen.
Yeah, I know. But let's hope that something doesn't happen, eh? Because you don't really want it to, do you? Let's be real.
No, and the last thing that anyone would want to happen is for something to happen and it to affect the championship between these two, which they've battled so hard and so vigorously over the entire course of the season, not just this race. They've really pushed each other, and I think at the end of it, they're both going to kind of look at each other with a good amount of respect for what they've forced each other to do.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's looking over that moment, I suppose, that one part in this race, and realise what you've done. You know, because they've done a great job. They've done an absolutely amazing job here as well. So, you know, fair play to all of these guys that have been involved in this. They've done an absolutely incredible job here as well, and not just the drivers, the admins in the background and everybody else. So let's see how it works out for these guys now, and what happens over the next few hours is what's going to shape their championship. It's all, as they do say, it's all come down to this moment in their season, Adam, and that's the more important thing about it.
Ewan made a good point earlier, or it might have been Zach. One of them made a great point earlier where they said that, you know, looking back at something that happened in Catalonia, for example, you know, that's not going to change anything that's happening now. It was Zach. It's not going to change anything now. But, you know, and that's true. But we're at this point now where the slightest mistake you make at this point will totally undo everything. And it will change the dynamic on everything. That mistake you made at Catalonia might mean that you're in a slightly better position now, so you're not pushing yourself so hard, so you don't make that mistake. It's one of those things that over the course of the entirety of the season, you have shaped your destiny in this championship. That sounds really kind of far out there and kind of weird to say, but
you're not wrong.
No, it's how it plays out. You create your luck throughout the entirety of the season.
Well, Chris Rowe has definitely been creating his luck for the chicane online race. He's going running down into turn 7. Keep it out of the barrier. He does do there as well. And then Manuel Cruz has also been off track here at the same time. Oh, take the slow down on the way out, to be honest, sir. I think that's probably going to be just as easy as that one.
I think that's the second time we've seen that car do that in the last hour or so. I do believe we saw that not so long ago, actually, doing a similar thing.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just trying to push on a little bit too much at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. But let's see, as we're going in here as well, 2:09 on the clock once more. And so far, I think Altitude have wrapped up the GTPs. Centre Cotro, barring any major slip-ups, have also probably wrapped up the LMP2. 221 are going to wrap up second place. But yet, we can't say that about the GT3 AMS, can we, currently at the moment?
No, and that might sound bad to all the other drivers that are watching their team on the broadcast at the moment and everyone else. But let's be honest, this is the fight that we have to focus on because it is the closest. It is the one that is most up for grabs and most in play. So we do have to focus in on it. And you know, I think it's rightly so. It's going to give us the most excitement. A little bit of formation flying there as they cross the line. Brian led in Fabio through there from the Pro.
Yeah, Fabio Ponta from the 221. To be fair, so there's no need for him to fight. He might be able to find a fight, follow Fabio and gain some time here as well. So it makes more sense for him to follow him rather than try and fight him, I guess, and might as well allow him through.
Well, if he's quicker, then sure, the play is let the faster guy through and just try and hook on the back of him. Like, drag me towards Maniti, please. Like, do the hard graft for me. It's a very similar thing. You see it in reverse grid races. I love playing that strategy, especially if there's been a really fast driver who's had an incident in a first race. You get a reverse and all of a sudden they're right next to you. Well, you just hook on them and you follow them through like an ambulance through traffic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you get that guy to drag you to the front. So this is not a bad thing for Brian to be doing. As long as he can stick with him, this is a smart play from him.
Yeah, definitely is currently at the moment here as well. Track temperature 27 degrees centigrade, the air temperature 25. The wind is 17 kilometers an hour, apparently.
Quite blustery.
Yeah, quite blustery, and it's cloudy. So there you go for current ones at the moment as well. Thank you so much to everybody that's joined us here and have joined me and Adam for this whole entire journey. And Albert Priam is been off track for DLR. Blocks up. Does he keep it out the barrier? No, he does not.
Quite a bit of damage as well, especially on an LMDH. He'll be feeling that.
Yeah, well, let's see.
I don't know what it is with the grass on the outside of the two horseshoes here, but they seem slippier than any other grass on iRacing.
Oh, mate. Oh, look at his steering. He's definitely bent it.
Yep. Yeah, that's not going to be a pleasant experience in there at all. Oh, how much he's had to lift. He just doesn't have any confidence in the car, does he?
No, he dived into the pits as well, so it depends on what his time is for repairs there as well. But grass in iRacing in general is nothing, isn't it? You can't really call it, well, there's just no grip, is there? It's horrendous, you know what I mean? It's just like ice, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be a lot grippier than what it is. I would imagine that's how it is. I've never driven a GT3 car across grass trying to get back onto a racetrack before, but in my it's not even experience. In my assumptions would be that it's a lot grippier.
Yeah.
And it should slow you down a little bit more. But you know, it's a battle that we all have to contend with We all end up in the grass at some point.
Yeah, we definitely do here as well. Manuel Cruz has ended up in the grass once at the bus stop. He's going to end up in the grass on turn 6 as well. He's overcooked it and manages to hold on, but did give himself a little bit of a fright there for Manuel Cruz. It's like ice, says Nick. It is. Yeah, it's... I don't understand. That's the thing. Like, I'm pretty sure... I fully understand that there isn't a whole load of grip on grass, right? And I'm not going to lie here, Adam. You know, we can gather... You know, you can see it in general. Just look at Valtteri Bottas. I can't remember where he was, but he was in an F1 car in the Mercedes on grass, and he was, like, sliding right over the place. But, you know, there's got... I'm sure there's a little bit more than what they're giving credit for. You know what I mean? Because it's just... It doesn't stop the car. It doesn't... You can't brake on it because you just constantly going off. You can't steer on it because you go completely the wrong way. It's just I don't know. I don't really know what to say about it, to be honest. It's... For a politer word, I suppose, you could use the word horrible, because it is just technically horrible.
I think it's the simple thing, the simple physics thing. When they've modelled the car so that if you're sliding sideways, like doing a straight-on skid across the tarmac, the abrasive surface slows you down, and you can see that the car slows down as it's going sideways across the tarmac. When you go on the grass, it doesn't seem to have anywhere near as much adhesion, like no resistance. So you still slide on it just as much as you would as if you're going forward or backwards on it, you know? Whereas the tyres would be digging in and all sorts, and that just doesn't seem to...
Well, even your front splitter would be digging into the grass, wouldn't it? Because it is so low. It would be kind of, obviously you're on the brakes, so as you're on the brakes, it brings that lowered ride height. So your front splitter would probably be digging in a little bit as well. But
yeah,
you don't have anything here. You know, you just go over it. It's just there for... It's almost there for like a little bit of decoration, to be honest. Because it doesn't really serve any other purpose apart from putting anyone who goes on it into a barrier or around the wrong way or spinning sideways. And as Nick said, slide over 2 meters of grass with 20 kph and you will hit the barrier at 15 kph. But here, it doesn't really make a difference, Nick, does it? Let's be real. It just basically torpedoes you in. The gap has come down to 6.8 for Fury Simsport, so following that, Fabio Ponto's kind of looks like it's helping Fury here. He's bringing the gap down a little bit as well, so he's doing a stellar job. 1:45.1, and it was a 1:44.5, the fastest lap there for Fury Simsport Academy, Adam. So it is coming down ever so slowly, but at least it's coming down.
There, isn't he?
Yeah, it's coming down in the right direction. That's a good thing.
It is. It does look like... Oh, it might have just been the perspective with the traffic there. It did look like...
Sorry.
Well, that's going to wake you up. Wow, that was... that almost looked like, you know, the starting sequence for the F1 on Sky with the cars that look totally unrealistic of how quickly they can take corners.
Yeah.
It looked like that. Like, he just... I don't know how... He looked way too fast for that corner, but somehow he managed it. What I was going to say was... that Brian seemed to have lost the back of Fabio a little bit, but through that he's quite clearly right on his coattails again.
Yeah, but it seems to be making Brian faster. So
it's because he's got a target.
Yeah, I think you seem to be faster. So for him, I would just stay there. I wouldn't overtake Fabio because Fabio's only going to get back past you again. You know, he's leading and finishing in second in the championship here as well. So from his point of view, if I was Brian, I'd just stay there. Pulling you along, you're below 7 again. You've gained 6 tenths pretty much. It was nearly 7.2. You're gaining a tenth just on the run down into turn 6. So stay where you are. Follow him through, Brian. Cade, tell him not to move. Fabio Ponta is pulling him forward there as well. So, yeah, an absolutely stellar job once more. Adam Hedgecock, I have some good news for you.
Oh, go on.
We have now just nearly broken the 2 hours remaining mark.
Woo! I should have bought my party poppers.
Oh, hold on.
Don't tell me you got party poppers.
Wait.
There was a guy. While you find them, there was a guy I used to watch on Twitch, who every time he got a subscriber, he would let off a confetti cannon in his room.
Oh, nice. Are you ready?
Yeah. That was very expensive, very noisy. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Oh, the Discord soundboard there as well. Discord brought in these wonderful new sounds. So, yeah, probably should.
Wow, that's so loud.
And on that note, probably listen to the soundboard before you go and hit them as well.
Yes.
So a lesson there as well. Maybe listen to the sounds before you actually try and play them on broadcast, which I probably should have done with that last one.
Right, I tell you what, sir, you go and get yourself a brew. I am going to do a quick rundown because 2 hours.
Well, we got a drive-through for Bazinga there as well, for Fury Sim Sport and Bazinga Motorsport. So drive-through for them as well. I'm going to grab a Kit coffee. I'll leave you with Adam's rundown here as well. Harrow, sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Much love. Back in a minute.
You will not believe how loud that was in my ears. That was so loud. Right, 2 hours to go. 1 minute 59 on the clock. Just woke up the neighbours with that one. Yeah, that was loud. Altitude Esports 6 laps ahead. We have missed here what happened to DLR Rotary Industry. They were 2 laps down after a couple of minutes of damage. I've totally missed. I'd have lost another 4, but nothing has flagged up on our system. We'll have to see if James can find that when he gets back from his brew. But then we've got Octopus 11 laps down, Delta 12 laps down, Magic Arrow 18 laps down. Still circulating, still going well. So so fair play to them after early incidents. LMP2. That's getting close again. Centre Quattro are leading LMP2 at the moment with MRP by Fields Academy 12 seconds back. XBD Emerald Racing 22 seconds back. They're your top 3 there, so not too much distance between them, which is good for the fight. We'll see how that plays out over the last couple of hours. GT3 Pro, the car that we are watching at the moment, Fabio Ponta, currently leading that by a lap over Grow Racing Team Red and Chicane Online Racing. Ingersoll, Rand, Enosis Esports are also a lap back. Their car was damaged after that accident and they had to hit big repairs. Of course, we did see it, didn't we? We did see it. That was my bad. It's been a long day. But yes, we did see that. You are right. Are they back out on track now? Let's have a look. They are back out on track now. They are circulating again, so we'll see how that damage affects them in the long run. And finally, GT3 AM, Maniti Racing Yellow. That gap, thanks in part to Racing Team 221 and Fabio, who's been pulling Brian along quite nicely, has brought Fury Simsport Academy 3.3 seconds behind. You can almost see the gap now. They're on the main straight. You'll be able to see them. It's not that far apart at all. So that is the big one at the moment. Of course, another reminder that whoever wins, or whoever finishes ahead, Maniti or Fury, will win the GT3 Championship. Trackside Esports have just fallen away a touch. They are a minute 29 back. They are still within contention of this if there is an issue, but they are starting to pull back now at this late stage. So that's pretty much your running at the moment. We can see Brian Kraus is really taking full advantage of this, although Ponta has come up behind Orozco at the moment, just sitting behind him on this infield part. We'll probably go past him once they get onto the banking, and they're just up the road a little bit. You can see the Maniti Racing yellow car just heading onto the banking itself. Stefan Schuster pedaling as fast as he possibly can right now, but against the pace of Fabio Ponta, he is losing out, and with that, just from that draft that wake that that Fabio is creating, it's given Brian Krause the opportunity to pull along, although he's now got a car between him. This could be awkward for him. He wants to be on the back of Ponta as much as he can. Through the bus stop they go. He's now got Orozco between him and Brian. This might put pay to the charge, but boy, has it done a job for him so far. 2.7 seconds the gap, 2.6 seconds the gap. Still behind Orozco. Just behind, we can see Brian Krause is starting to pull away, heading ever closer to Schuster up ahead of him. This is going to be tough for Brian to work with. You see he's pulled out. He's looking around the outside of turn one. We've just lost him out of shot now. We'll see if we can catch him on the underside. He's pulled back in behind Orozco. Think better of it. Schuster, though, still out in front. Just trying to rebuild the gap while he can. Fascinating racing, this. 2.6 seconds separate them after 377 laps. Over 10 hours of racing. 2.5 seconds between them. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. You just see over the shoulder there of Ponta. Krause has now got past Orozco. 1.1 seconds back from Ponta now. So the charge is back on again. 2.6 seconds. So he hasn't lost out too much there at all, really. But can he get back onto the back of Ponta now? That's going to be the first task at hand for him. And then, of course, after that, it is trying to catch Schuster. 1.4 seconds, the gap between Ponta and Schuster now. Really is the bridge between Krause and himself.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I went and got my cup of tea. Said goodnight to my little girl, and that was it. So there we go. Right, Vicente Orozco here is chasing down Brian Krause from Fury Simsport. Obviously different classes there as well. Just woke up the neighbours with that one. Yeah, sorry, Mark. I pressed the button without actually listening to the soundbite first there as well. It did say choo-choo, so I thought it might have been a train, but clearly it wasn't. So apologies for anybody in YouTube chat that just had a big scare moment when that heavy rock music started playing. Next time I've learnt a lesson.
Just a quick update on this one for you, James. Both Ponta and Krause caught Orozco. He was ahead of them both. Ponta managed to get past and Krause was stuck behind him for a little bit. He got past last lap, I believe, at this very horseshoe. Managed to get ahead of him again. So, yeah, they are right on the back of Schuster now. So that's what's been playing out for the last few minutes while you were getting your coffee. It's really spicing up.
It's going to be interesting last hour 52 here as well, and I think it's going to be an exciting one. Bengali's just gone into the pits for the Central Quattro guys. He's going to lose a place to the XBD, but obviously XBD have got a pit as well. So yeah, now we've got Stefan Schuster, who has got basically Fabio Ponta behind him here as well. It would probably work out the same way for Schuster as it did for Krause, wouldn't it? Allow Ponta through and let him pull you out to the gap?
Absolutely, and I think that's what we are seeing right now. There'll be a little bit of feathering from Schuster.
Yeah.
You can tell that he knows exactly what he's doing here. Just pulls to the outside, feathers the throttle just enough, tucks back in as soon as he can. Yeah, he knows what the game is.
Yeah, but for Brian Krause, that's definitely not a good idea. From here, he'd rather be a little bit closer once Ponta went past Schuster there so he could catch the draft. But he's 1.1, going to break it down to 9 tenths, near enough. There you go, just touched 9 tenths and back out to a second again. So Krause is now got a target, I suppose, and that target is Maniti Racing Yellow.
It is. If he can stay within a second going onto the banking, he might be able to pull up. But you see, he's losing time now, getting lapped again. 1.2 seconds this could be devastating for his charge.
Yeah, but if he's getting
his
lapped, Stefan Schuster's going to get lapped as well. But just unfortunately for Brian, he got caught in the corners where Stefan's going to get done on the straight. So it's easier for Stefan there as well. So, yeah, isn't it really?
It is, but what it has also done is it stretched Ponta a little bit from Schuster. So there is a little bit of a gap. I know it's only half a second, but that's more than what it would have been had the traffic not been coming through as well. Although, to be fair to Brian, he's still within 1.5 seconds, which is, you know, given the times that they were running before this phase, being within less than a
1.5.
yeah, less than he would have been around 2 seconds. I would say. Sorry, I was just doing some napkin maths in my head. He would have been around 2 seconds at this point, but still within, I mean, 1.6 ish. That's still pretty good. He's still there.
Yeah, well,
it's getting very congested.
He is getting congested now. That's going to come down very, very quickly. It's down to 2 tenths there. Maniti Racing's just lost a lot of time. Kraus is trying to send it around the outside of the International Horseshoe. He's going to have that LMP on the inside here as well. He's going to close right up to the back of the Maniti Racing yellow team now. But now Stefan Schuster is going to hear that engine of that BMW. And he is definitely close. So Michael David, welcome in. Saying let's go there as well as we're coming to the end of this 12-hour race. Hour and 48 minutes remaining. You're with myself and Adam Hedgecock in the booth here as well. And we have been for the last 7 hours, do we say. So it's been a long old stint. I think I'm going to get up and there might be a little sweat patch on my chair after I get off this.
Oh, that's grim right there.
Hey, I can't help it. I've been here for a while. You know what I mean?
No, I'm with you, buddy. I am with you.
Yeah.
Less than 0.3 of a second as I head down towards the bus stop now. How does Brian play this? That's the next task. So he's done task number 1. He's caught back up with Stefan ahead of him.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Now what's the play?
He hasn't got the pace to overtake him and stay in front of him. So from Stefan's point of view, from Brian's point of view, I would use Stefan to pull me forward a little bit and try and save fuel because he hasn't got the pace. Maniti Racing have gone in. So we must be near that lap to, what are we on, 3:39, yeah. So it's going to be a couple of laps time that we see Brian Kraus. That's unfortunate for him because he probably could have done with that for a couple of laps here to be able to give him an advantage in the pit stops. However, if he can catch Fabio Ponta in front of him, it might be good for him to be able to stay with Fabio, and Fabio gives him a little bit of a draft and pulls him along. I'm not saying that Fabio is going to purposely slow down and do that, but what I am saying is obviously from Brian's point of view, he's got to try and stay behind Fabio and try and use Fabio Ponta from 208 to pull him forward a little bit and get him in good stead when he goes into his pit stop, I believe.
No, absolutely right. It'd be interesting to see. So last time, the last phase of pit stops, they pitted 3 laps later. I'm interested to see if it's still 3 laps this time or whether he's actually, despite going faster, able to save any more fuel. How close were they to maybe getting a 4th lap? Now, he spent a lot of time behind Ponta during that last stint. Was he able to save that little bit more?
Well, it's possible if he can. If he can get 4 laps out of it, great. But it's going to be tough for him to do that, I think, as well. He's got to first get onto the back of Ponta and stay with him. That's going to be his first mission, is to try and drive that little bit faster and just stay onto the back of Fabio Ponta. Use that draft to pull him along as well. He's got it, 7 tenths, I think the gap is currently at the moment, if I'm reading the right-hand side of my screen correctly. He looks a little bit further out than 7 tenths, so I'm not going to lie. But if he can stay with him, then there's no reason he can't use Ponta to help him in his pit stop strategy, and he might, because they were 1.6, I believe, when they come out last time. So if Fabio Ponta can give him a little bit of a draft, which he is doing, pulling him in 2 tenths already, it's possible that he could get that time back. Fury Simsport, fastest lap on a race, 1:44.025. So he's flying at the moment.
It's the proverbial hammer time, it seems.
Yeah.
And we've just had Uziel in YouTube chat. I am sorry I pronounced the name. Apologies. He 100% has the pace to get ahead and get away. Maybe that's what we're seeing now.
Maybe
this is the moment. You know, the gun has been fired. You know, the race has started. Everything else was just warm up. Now he's pushing on. Now he's going to show his pace, and now they're going to kind of take a hold on this and decide and dictate how the rest of the race goes.
But he didn't have the pace under full fuel. So it's all right having the pace under low fuel, but he didn't have the pace under full fuel. He was losing time under full fuel, and he was getting lapped. He was getting dropped, wasn't he? Off until the gap was out like 7 seconds until Ponter caught him, and then Ponter's pulled him forward like he is doing now as well. So from Kraus's point of view, it was an ideal time for Ponter to catch him because he just gave him that little spurt of life. But I don't know if he has got the pace, and I'm sorry, Uziel, there as well. If you think I'm out of order here about what I'm saying, but I don't know if he has got the pace if Kraus is going to stay in the car, or is somebody else going to take over next time to give them that little burst of speed that they're going to need for that last hour and 44. Because it's all right him using Ponter, but he's dropped out again without that second draft. He needs to get in that second draft to really give himself a good old oomph when it comes to them pitting, what they should do at the end of this lap, I would have thought as well, because at the moment Maniti Racing are nearly a minute behind. So he needs to use Ponter again for this lap on that straight to give him that extra 2 or 3, 4 tenths, whatever he's going to gain from that, to be able to help it when he goes into the pits, because that's when it's going to be vitally important, I think. Adam?
Sorry, yes, no, I was looking at the timing page. Sorry, I was engrossed in numbers. I was trying to crunch some numbers in my mind, and well, I'm not very good at that in the first place, so it was taking me a while. I kind of got fixated on it. I was just trying to figure out at this point now, an hour 43 to go, what the strategies would be, how it plays out as far as pit stops goes. How does Kraus deal with this now, knowing that they're pitting a little bit later? How that strategy will affect them towards because they've still got to stop one more time, haven't they? They can't go to the end from here.
No.
So, is there a strategy of, like you say, maybe switch the drivers and go all out and just use up whatever fuel they've been able to save and time they've been able to save with that? Just go for it. As we see Brian coming in the pits this time, that's the 3 laps again, isn't it? So that's still the same.
Yeah, and he's got it stopped as well. Now, can he hit his box without any problems? Oh, just.
That's close, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's really close, but close is good enough. That's what they say.
Yep, he's right on the money on that one. Where is Maniti? Maniti is coming round turn 8 here. So this is going to be very, very close on the pit stop time. He went in with about just above a minute gap. Is Maniti going to come out in front of him? Well, Maniti have got this bus stop and the long run round, and Kraus has got probably about 20 seconds left in the pits here. This could be really, really close, like scarily close on how this is going to work out here, I think, as well. He's on his way out.
Yep, he's moving.
He is moving, but he's under he's under pit limit here. And where is Joachim Doe? Joachim Doe is a long way back. Currently at the moment, Kraus is coming round that corner, and Maniti now are coming into turn 1, and Kraus is going out. Oh, gee whiz, this is actually going to be really, really close, because there's Kraus there. Kraus is gone. Kraus has jumped him at the end. And he's done it by nearly 4.5 seconds. Wow.
That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Hi, Stefan, as well. Welcome in. Thank you so very much. Whatever you were up to, my Nightbot decided that she didn't like it, so I apologise for that. But he's jumped Maniti by 4.8, 4.9 seconds at the moment.
Oh, it was a spam of green love hearts. Green machine, go Maniti from Stefan Schuster.
Oh,
that's
okay.
what it was.
I do apologise why my Nightbot has kicked you out there as well. Let me see if I can... No, I can't even show the message.
That,
it makes no difference. I can't add the message, so I do apologise, Stefan, there as well. My Nightbot get a little bit serious here and a little bit excited. Bruno Rebello, just 2 seconds, has been off track again, and this isn't the first time we've seen this SR Technic. No, not at the end. Not at the end. Oh!
How has he avoided everything?
Oh,
wow.
Blimey! And Mateus Neves Soto here as well. Well, Team Upstate, they've had a horrendous race, I'm not going to lie. Was this all on his own, or was this assisted?
It's too hot in.
Yep. So, there we go. But unfortunately for Team Upstate, they've had a horrible time. 4.7 seconds now, the Maniti. So, it's coming down a little bit, but not by much here, Adam, at the moment.
This is true. So Brian is still going to get his tyres up to temperature. He's still going to settle back in. Obviously, having the car back on heavy fuel again. It takes a couple of laps just to get your eye in again. It sounds weird, but even the most talented of drivers, when you listen to Formula One drivers, they'll moan when one of the weights on the wheels are slightly off. You know, so. They can feel it, and as a sim driver, you can feel it when the car's heavy again. It takes you a lap or two just to get your eye back in, just to get back into that groove again and underway. So while Brian is doing that, Joachim behind him is on warm tyres. He's gone through that phase already. He's getting into his groove. He's sorted, you know, for want of a better phrase. He is sorted and underway. Will we see that gap come down? We are seeing it come down a little bit, but Brian so far is doing just enough to stay ahead. Yeah,
well, we've got an interesting one here as well. Stefan Scheuster has said Joachim will get him. Cade has said Brian will hold him. Of course, teammates are the 2 guys that are in there. And then it said race control will decide it. Well, let's hope not. Here as well, we don't want any more issues and no more penalties for you guys. We want this straight run to the end, and at the moment Joachim Doe is there. He's just been overtaken by the LMP2, of course, and it's 4.6 seconds back from Brian. I think this is where the battle's going to be. You can see through the standings at the moment, the only other one is Centrocotro and XPD, and currently XPD are 27, nearly 27 seconds back currently at the moment, and let's face it, Centrocotro are not going to drop down the 4th place with XPD winning, because XPD have got MRP in front of them as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting one, I think, for this, and one that we will just keep this eye on just for a minute, I believe, because let's face it, this is the battle that's worth watching on track at the moment. Fabio Ponta is in the pits, Stefan Capella is in the pits as well. I don't believe that's the same Stefan Capella that me and you know either.
No, is it?
No.
Oh, no, because Stefan isn't his name.
What is it?
Sandro.
Yeah, Sergeant Capella.
You had me going for a minute. I was like, wait, do I know that? And then I'm questioning myself. Do I know this guy?
No, it's Sergeant Capella. So there you go. I was about to say, what have we done? But, oh yeah, we want an absolute fair finish. Yeah, definitely. I think you guys deserve it. You know, you've been stellar all season. And to come into this one as well, it's tied on points. It is literally... It's a straight sprint to the end, so there you go. Big shout out to Trackside Esports, P3 in class, despite 3 or 4 drive-throughs. Guys are killing it. Yeah, they are at the moment. And Simon Van Dijk is in Trackside Esports there as well, 35 seconds back. So if either of you two have an issue on your next stop, be aware Trackside could be included as we're breaking into nearly the last 90 minutes of this race. Like watching a football game for 90 minutes here as well, but we've seen obviously 12 hours previously to this one. So yeah, stay tuned, because it's going to get very, very exciting coming into the next round of pit stops and coming in to the last pit as well. We're expecting a splash and dash maybe as well from some of these drivers. So that's really going to spice up the end here, Adam, isn't it?
It is. 90 minutes. Wow, we are here. 4.5 seconds, the gap now. It's come down by a couple of tenths maybe not coming down as quickly as Joachim wants it to. But as far as Brian is concerned, he will be very happy with this. Sure, he's lost a tenth here and there. He's gained a tenth back. We're now back up to 4.8 seconds. So, I think he's going to be more content of the two drivers. He doesn't need to do anything different than what he's doing now.
No.
If he can keep hitting the lap times, it's down to Joachim behind him to catch up. And that's the position you want to be in. Some drivers will say, we love doing the chase. I much prefer having the car ahead of me because it's easier to have that visual target to aim at. But at this point in the race, after such a long time, surely you'd want to be the car in front.
Yeah, I would sit back and say that I'd want to be the car in front if I was in Brian Krause's position here as well. He wants to obviously look at making sure that he doesn't get caught. Excuse me.
Bless you. Bless you.
I do apologise there, guys, as well. Unfortunately, I had a sneeze at the same time. From Krause's point of view, I would sit back and say that he needs to look at trying to get away. He's got to try and open up that gap. They're saying that they might have to do a splash and dash anyway. So he really needs to be kind of getting away as much as possible, doesn't he, really, at the moment?
I think so, but given the times that they've pitted, now again, I'm rubbish at mathematics, so looking for guidance from the chat here. We've got one full stop left. That would be enough to get them to the end, wouldn't it? Not? Given that we've got 90 minutes left.
Possibly. They should technically get away with one, but I know they've only been going for about 55 minutes. So they're not quite reaching that stage at the moment. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. See, this is why we this is why I have someone work out the fuel for us in the races, so we don't have to
try and do maths in the process.
Yeah, it is a nightmare. But yeah, okay, so maybe, yeah, splash and dashes are in play. 4.2 seconds now. Joachim is really trying to find the pace, isn't he? He's really pushing it.
Yeah,
the danger is, how hard do you push it?
He's got to go for
get on the marbles, and that's it.
Why is that gap gone back out to 5.6 all of a sudden? Oh no, it's coming back down now, but it was out. That was very bizarre. They all of a sudden come out at 5.6 here. Krause has run a little bit wide. Joachim's there now. Joachim can see him. Krause is literally there at the top part of your screen going around the kink. Joachim's now doing the same thing here. So this is going to be an interesting battle coming together very, very soon. And we'll keep an eye on this one as well. Do we think then that they're going to have one full stop? It's whether or not they're going to have a splash and dash at the same time. On lap 372, they're going to be pitting next, and they're on 348 at the moment. So Vicente Orozoku has had a little bit of a ta-ta-ta. And what has he been up to? Oh, this is with the Chris Racing Blue team, isn't it? He just runs in wide and then goes out onto the marbles. To be fair, he was leaning on Chris Racing Blue there to get the car stopped, wasn't it? Yeah. That could have been a little bit more dangerous, but he was leaning on the Chris Racing Blue car there, wasn't he, going into the corner? So I suppose from Chris Racing Blue's point of view, they could sit back and go calmer, but, there we go. Let's not start any of that.
That resolved itself in the right way. Yeah, he did run a little bit too hot in. It wasn't by much, but it was enough that he had to lean on the car on the outside, and he ended up coming out worse with it. So no harm, no foul.
I agree.
Karma was like, yeah, it sorted itself out there and then.
Yeah, it did. Instant karma, says TP Sim Racing. Yes, very much so. I agree. DLR have been off track there as well. Albert Priam has been off the circuit at some point, so I'm probably guessing he may have just made a little bit of mistake going into... Was he just going to run... Oh, he's just run wide onto the grass there as well. Yeah, but that was trying to make a move around the outside, so I'm not really surprised on that. As we talk about stupid places to try something, that's probably one of them places.
Albert's been in the car for a long time.
I'm not sure on that one, mate. I've got to be honest. I think at the moment, I'm not lying here, everybody's just merging into one. The only one battle that I'm interested in is the Brian Krause and the Maniti Racing, because even Senchikotcho is still out in front by 28 seconds. So that's looking like it's going to be wrapped up as well. Those marbles are looking nasty. They are, yeah. You're not going to be wanting to do many moves offline here at all. You're going to want to try and keep this car on track as best you can, because they are not looking good at the moment. There's plenty of them as well. So, yeah, they've got to be a little bit more sensible here, haven't they? Because otherwise it's just could go completely wrong.
Absolutely. It's at this point, very rarely am I in the quicker car, but at this point, this is where I would be manufacturing my overtakes of the slower cars on the straights. If I'm not close enough to be able to comfortably and sensibly overtake in a corner, I will deliberately wait for a straight, because those marbles will end your race before you can even consider what car you're going to overtake in next, what corner's coming up next. You will be done. Speaking of being done, we're within 4 seconds now.
Oh, that was a late decision. I think Brian Krause has got to be a little bit more definitive on that one. Can't be leaving it that late, mate. That could have caused your race to go completely Pete Tong, as well as the SR Technic car behind, driven by Bruno Rebello, which obviously has been off track a couple of times at the same time. Kind of looked like he lifted to allow Krause through, but Krause made that choice very, very late here as well. So, yeah, he's got to be aware. He's got to make their moves more definitively. So, otherwise he's going to be in trouble. Hit those marbles and it will all go Pete Tong, says Biggles. It will go Pete Tong, mate.
It will.
Completely Pete Tong for him. The LMP2 gap is closing very slowly. Yeah, it is, but it doesn't matter, TP. And that's not me being derogatory. Senchikotcho are out in front by 18 points in the championship. They have to finish in 4th, while XBD need to win. And at the moment, the gap could come down to MRP as long as the gap maintains to XBD. And there's a lot of MRDs and MRPs and XBDs, but that's the situation. So, yeah, it's coming down. It was slowly. It's now hovering around that 5.1 mark. But it doesn't matter unless XBD get in the lead. If XBD get in the lead and Senchikotcho go down to 4th, then, yeah, we can start worrying about the championship. But at the moment, Senchikotcho's pretty much got it wrapped up here as well. So obviously we know Racing Team 221 are going to finish in 2nd in the championship. Altitude are going to take the win. Senchikotcho probably are going to take the win in LMP. The gap's now out of 30. And this is the main one here, Fury and Maniti. There's Maniti in the background, there's Fury there, and the gap's now 3.2. So it's going to be very, very tough for Brian Krause, I think, to be hanging on to this. I've got to be honest.
And let's not entirely rule out trackside, hanging on in there. 35 seconds back. I know it was said in the chat earlier. Cade pointed out that they were going well and that they'd really been smashing it. You know, given their trials and tribulations of this race, you know, they've certainly been on a good old adventure over the last few hours. To be that close still it's quite remarkable and very impressive in equal measures. So fair play to the drivers there. It's I know we haven't kind of focused in on them too much because of the consequences of this battle with Fury and Maniti, but yeah, definitely a worthy addition to this race with the trackside exploits.
Definitely as well. So a big shout out to them guys, as there is Joachim Doe there from Maniti Racing, 3.27 seconds. The shining light for Brian Krause is currently at the moment, when the fuel comes off, he gets quicker, which is probably common sense to most of you sitting in YouTube chat as well. But if he can stay ahead long enough to get that fuel limited where he starts going faster, he might be able to maintain that gap, you know. But he's been going now. He pitted on lap lap 343. So he's nearly 10 laps in. That the fuel's coming off, and this is where we might see Brian Krause getting a little bit quicker now, because we know obviously he seems to be struggling under full fuel. God blimey, even trying to say it slowly, I nearly got it wrong.
Easy for you to say.
I know. I had my teeth all mixed up at that point, but I have been here for a good 10 hours or more, so, give me a break. But Brian Krause does start getting a little bit faster, so it might be interesting to see over the next few laps how quicker Krause can get to maintain that, because as soon as he starts taking sector times off, though, which he did do then, that's when we start seeing the improvement of Brian Krause. You know what I mean? He minimalised that loss in Sector 1. He's now taking it in 2. Sector 3, he's obviously lost a little bit of time. But that's when he starts getting quicker. So hopefully he'll start getting a little bit more faster now and maintain that gap if he can.
No, absolutely right. Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. While we're waiting for this to really heat up and see if Joachim can get that gap all the way down to the point where they are fighting. Apparently, we have a rogue cone underneath Nick's car. Can we have a little bit of an investigate? Oh my God! Can we investigate and see if there is a cone?
I will try and see if there is a cone. Nothing sticking out the right rear or the right front. Nothing out the left rear and nothing out the left front. So wherever this cone may be, is it out the back? Nope. I will do this. I don't like this camera, but let's just do that. And it's not sticking out the front. So unless it's underneath that cone, underneath somewhere, it doesn't look like there's anything stuck there. Maybe he's bounced out. So there you go. Sorry, it's a cone under the car. It doesn't look like there's a cone under your car, dear sir. So I'm not entirely sure where that's coming out of. Yeah, he may have vacated the premises on his own.
You can tell it's getting late in the day. We're hunting cones under cars.
Yeah, I know. Kate Middleton has said, I guarantee there is no place on earth quieter than our voice channel right now either. I should hope so, to be fair. Let's make sure that he does concentrate, Brian Krause. He's still losing a little bit of time, so let's see. They can be pretty good hid. I think that's pretty well hidden in the engine bay.
In the Ferrari, the engine bay's in the back of the car.
Yeah.
Well, sort of middle-ish back.
I can't find it. The cone ain't here. Stop it. What did you do for the last hour and 20? We were hunting a cone on a car. Give me a break. There's nothing here. Look, even with me going to this horrible camera that I don't like, it's not there. Unless it's tucked under the bonnet, it ain't there, mate. I'm sorry. There's nothing under there. Stop making excuses to get faster. So there we go.
2.2 seconds the gap now.
I know, it's come down. Sorry. It's come down as well. Get quicker. Stop making excuses. Here as well. So there you go. But it's... oh, steady, Brian. Steady. 1.8. It's literally under the car. It literally isn't. Stop it. There's Beniti now. Oh, you're absolutely full of it at the moment. Stop it. It's not there. There's nothing there. Every time we literally go under your car, it ain't there. 1.7, but there is an LMP2. He doesn't want to be caught down in 7. He wants to get caught on the straight. Got to get through turn 7, because otherwise that's going to hold him up there. So here we go. There you go. He's got caught on the straight. That's better for him. Run that inside line. Take the shortest route possible. 1.5 now as well. So 1.5 seconds going on here as well. So let's see what happens and see how he gets on. But the gap's coming down. Brian Krause needs to get quicker, Adam, and he needs to get quicker fast.
He does. Oh, sorry, I was trying to compute quicker fast in my head, and I was struggling. Well, at this point now, Joachim, 1.5 seconds. I know that the the pulling power of the draft won't be massive at 1.4 seconds back, but it'll be enough to just start aiding him a little bit, just so down the straights he will be getting a small amount, little by little, that will be helping him. So it's within striking distance, in a weird way of trying to eloquently describe it.
What are you trying to say?
He's at the point now where the draft will start helping him.
Yeah, so there's the lap times. You can see he's lost a bunch over the last few laps as well.
That's just going to come. That's going to be more and more now as the draft becomes stronger and stronger. That will increase pretty quickly.
There are other cars on track, guys, as well. We're not just favouring these two, but this is for the fight for the championship. So I apologise if anybody wants to look at anybody else. But this is the final. This is the final frontier. He doesn't want to be up high. Please get down low. Run that low line. You need to stop that. Get as low as you can here and take the shortest route possible. There are other cars on the track at the moment as well. So my apologies to anybody who wants to see anything else. But this is a straight fight for the championship. This is the determining factor. This is the moment it has all come down to. And we've got an hour and 19 left here as well. So I'm sorry if anybody wants to see another car, but we really need to look at what's going on here with Fury and Maniti and make sure that we don't miss any of this, as that now the gap is now down to 0.9. So this is where he's going to be coming quicker now, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to see that. Oh, excuse me, that gap come down much quicker now. Once you're within a second, you do get pulled on a very severe rate of knots. So we'll see that come down, and then it's game on. How late do they leave a move? How hard do Fury defend it? Do they go for a play where they strategically let Maniti go ahead so they can fuel save, so their splash is shorter at the end?
Wow.
Or do they try and maintain position? See, here's the conundrum right now. As soon as Maniti are in this position, they, if they want to, can start saving fuel, making their splash shorter. As we see, Washington Pierre are having an excursion. Oh, there's that slippy grass, and there is a completely broken front left.
He died again here as well.
Oh, you can see it scraping along the floor. That just doesn't want to turn. To be fair, he's done really well to get it that far. But that will need a tow for sure.
Look at this. Still going, and then he came back and went off track again. Where is he? He's somewhere behind that wall. There he is, just running down the grass. Not an ideal camera angle, but you try getting a camera angle that can suit you below the wall. Oh yeah, there he is. So Washington Pereira for Delta Racing has done them no favours after losing completely the front of his car. And I don't just mean a little bit, guys. He has literally lost the front of his car. You can see pretty much the whole of the inside of that BMW at the moment. So there we go. But Joachim Doe is now tucked up here, Adam. This is it. What do Fury do? Do they let him go and follow? Does Brian Krause try and defend it as much as he possible? He needs to. He's got about 14 laps before his next pit stop. Here, Maniti's going to try and run around the outside. Brian Krause is going to keep his foot in. Let's go! No. Don't end it like this, boys. Not like this. No, you can't.
Big twitch.
Can't end it by crashing. Oh, Joachim's made it through. Joachim's made it through. So now it's all on Krause to try and stay with him in the draft, I think. Krause gets quicker as the fuel comes off. He pitted on lap 343. They got 32 laps, so that's 375. They're on 357 at the moment. So Brian Krause needs that fuel to try and either save it now or come off quick so he can get quicker, because he needs to be quicker and quicker and quicker here. So there we go. It's all done and dusted. Maniti are now opening up half a second, but Krause is going to have the draft here as well. So this is the final battle. An hour and 15 on the clock.
It is, as long as Brian can stay sort of maybe 3 tenths really, 4 or 5 tenths up worst as they come onto the oval, he should be okay. The draft should be enough to keep him in contention. But as I was saying before, we saw Washington going on his little adventure. You could strategically let the other one through. You know, whoever's leading at this point, Joachim could let Brian through. Brian could let Joachim through, because you are when you're behind, you're saving fuel, so that means less time in your splash. But that's a risk. That's a big risk. Some would say that's the simple decision. You would always do that. But track position with an hour and 15, surely that's key. And it seems that Joachim believes that to be the case. He is out. He's trying to break the gap. But Brian, 4/10 back. He's not letting this one go.
He's got to hang on here. He's got to hang on. Mateus Neves Soto obviously taken another little bit of a divert. This team Upstate GT3s, I am proud of them for carrying on, but poor blimey if they had a horrible day here as well. So let's see as we go back to this battle. It's now out at half a second, 6/10 even. He needs to get it below that. DLR is still in the on their way out of the pits. Washington Pereira is in the pits. Obviously, as we saw, he left half his car out there. I'm going to find it on eBay next week. As somebody at Daytona has picked it all up and going to flog me a bumper off a BMW LMDH. So let's see what happens here as well. But the gap's out. I don't know. I'm waffling on. It's late. Give me a break. I've been here a while.
Give iRacing ideas, because you know that they will say, when Max Verstappen had that crash at Bathurst during the 2024 Bathurst 12 hours on iRacing, you can now buy the rear wing as an NFT. You know what I mean? That would happen.
Yeah, it would happen. I'd also worry about why we're in 2024 already when we're only in 2023 still.
Because it hasn't happened yet.
Oh, we're talking about next year.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I've got you. Oh, I've got you. Okay, I'm fully there now. I'm understanding what you mean.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Two delirious old men rambling over racing stuff at this hour.
I know, and we've got an hour and 13 to go as well. Come on, YouTube, give us some encouragement here. We've been going for such a long while between me and Adam. We're 7 hours in the booth for Adam, and I don't know what time. What time did I start? I don't even know.
It's got to be at least 10, isn't it?
I started, I started working at 9, broadcasting at 11:15. 11:15. What's the time now? Oh, been getting over 12 hours. Come on.
It's impressive.
I'll tell you what, my backside ain't thinking that. I'm not going to lie. My backside is definitely not getting. Finding it being impressive that I've been sat on this, and neither is my chair, to be honest. Some idiot would definitely buy a Max NFT. Yeah, they would. The cone under the car. I'm not going back to that cone under that blinking car. Look, even when you've just been jacked up in the pits, there's still no cone under your car. All right? Stop making excuses and just get faster. Okay? There's nothing there. Look. Nothing, Nick. Stop it. I'm going back to what you can do now. This is where some action's actually happening rather than me searching for an orange cone that clearly I can't find.
7/10, 8/10 almost. That's he's stretching it, isn't he? Brian is. I'm not going to use the word struggling.
You're not wrong, though.
Well, he's almost within a tenth every lap. Like, that's to say he's struggling would make it sound worse than it actually is, but he's dropping back slowly but surely. He's like in quicksand at the moment, isn't he? He's paddling to try and get out of it, but it's gradually and slowly sucking him up and not letting him out. And I kind of fear for him at the moment. He needs to get back on it, back to the pace that we saw earlier, because otherwise, well, Doe is going to be out of sight and out of mind before he knows it.
Yeah, he's definitely got to start. He even needs traffic to come along in front of him, or he needs an LMP to slow them both down in front. He's just leaked 2 temps out over sector 1 and 2. I am a little bit fearful here. I know there's still pit stops going. So, and they do pit. Obviously, they are 3 laps ahead at the moment. They're about 32.372. They're about 12 laps off their pit time, so we're going to find out in about 23 minutes, give or take, on a one. What are they doing? 144s. Yeah, probably about 23 minutes, I think, where they're going to be at with pit stops here as well. But Kraus is losing. That's all we can see here at the bottom of the bottom right hand corner, with sector times currently at the moment here as well. So Kraus has got to get, he's got to try and find that quali pace he had at the end of the last fuel stop.
He does. If it's, we're both struggling with the maths here, but if it's 20 minutes, well, let's say 15 minutes would leave us with 55 minutes of the race left, which is a pit stop. So as long as these two go beyond 15 minutes on this stint, which we believe they will, they don't need to do a splash. Their splash will be filling to the end.
Well, this is also true, but it depends as whether or not they're hitting 55 or 50 minutes out of the GT3.
Well, true, yeah, no, absolutely. But in theory, if they can go 20 minutes from now, then that's still 50 minutes. So it might be a full tank to the end, which might be, okay, tinfoil hat time, folks. It might be that Brian is fuel saving on his own so that he can definitely 100% make it on one stop.
Possibly. But he's out at 1.7 seconds now. So he needs to start, really, if he's going to do it, he needs to minimize the loss. He needs to minimize it fast. He's got to start, that fuel is coming off now. He's on 361, he pitted on 343, he's going to be 375. So he's looking at 14 laps of fuel. He needs to bring out them 144s that he did do earlier on. The 144.03, otherwise he's going to be in trouble. Adam's working something out now. He's gone very quiet.
I am.
He's got very quiet here. I can hear his...
You can tell when I'm really concentrating on something. I literally, the cogs whir and I hyper focus on it.
And the smoke comes out and the alarms go off.
It does. It does. When my brain is confronted with mathematics, it's like a sinking ship. All the alarms are going. Like everyone's abandoning. Things are falling out my ears.
Yeah. TP, you see, it would have been better for him to stay in the draft and fuel safe, but he doesn't have the pace until he gets into the last 5 or 6, 7 laps of fuel. He hasn't got the pace to stay with Joachim Doe. Joachim's 1:43.437 best lap time as well, where Kraus set his fastest lap on a 1:44.03, but that was like literally dead at the end of his stint. So he can go quicker, but he needs to get that pace that he's doing in the 144s now. He can't hang it on anymore. Kraus has not got the pace, and I'm sorry, Cade, I know you're in YouTube chat and I do love you, but he's not got the pace to stay with Joachim Doe under these fuel situations. He's got to get that fuel off and start putting in them 144s that he has been doing, because he just can't stay with him otherwise. It's going to be very difficult. But they are coming around to lap Simon Van Dijk here as well from trackside. So trackside are just about to go a lap down on the two guys here once more. But yeah, he hasn't got the pace, TP. He can't stay with him. And that's not me being derogatory to Brian. Brian's, I'm sure, he's a wonderful man and he's a fast driver. He's quicker than me. Let's face it, anybody who's 3K iRating is always quicker than me, but he just hasn't got the pace to stay with Joachim Doe at the moment. He needs some 144s. So there we go. Mr. Edgecott, are you still here in the booth with me, or am I talking to myself?
I am. No, I am here listening to your dulcet tones. I was just looking at the event tracker, seeing that Alberto Gazapo has had quite the adventure around the pit lane, by the looks of it. Yeah, I just saw that as you skipped to it as well. Oh. it looked like he went. It was forced into a 3 wide. That's what it looked like. Just as we skipped past, and he looked like he was in the middle.
Yeah, he did. He looked like he got squeezed here. Right, what's Gazzapo been doing? Oh. Okay.
Oh, that's a dangerous place to be.
Did you see the blink though?
Yeah.
Do you remember what we were talking about off camera about the fact that obviously there's been some issue? Some issue. Come on, sir, get out of the pits. Some issues with iRacing freezing all of a sudden and then coming back again. Well,
yeah.
I'm wondering if that could have been that moment there. Because he disappeared, it froze, and then he ended up on the grass. So I'm wondering if that's what's happened to him here as well. Maniti and Fury now 3.6 seconds.
Yeah, that gap is extending and extending quickly. We do have to keep in mind, of course, as well, that that Maniti did pit 3 laps earlier, so their fuel is going to be ever so slightly less.
They've got about 6 laps of fuel left.
Oh, for a moment then I thought that was Maniti running wide at turn 1. Yeah, so they're going to be. I know we're talking sort of fractions of a second, but that they are going to be a little bit quicker inherently because of the lighter fuel.
Yeah, Soto. Oh, Soto.
The rear end gets loose.
At the wall. Oh. Fair play to them, though. They are carrying on, and I want to give them a shout-out as well, because they are currently, even now, they are 25 laps down on the leader in GT3 Pro, and they're currently 22 laps down to Maniti Racing here for the GT3 AMS. So big shout-out to Chicane, not Chicane, Team Upstate GT3. They are carrying on with their battles, even though they have had that issues in that Porsche. The Porsche just doing Porsche things and spinning them around here as well. Nils Kors has got Marcello Eusebio currently behind him for Grow Racing. Chicane Online Racing Red did have to finish in first place, I believe, as well. I've got to check that because I think I might have just got that wrong. Where are we at? GT3 Pro, I want. Yeah, Chicane Online Racing Red and Sim Vision were close together. Grow Racing was a little bit too far back, so it ain't going to matter for them. And Sim Vision is out, I believe. Yes, Xiao Reese for Sim Vision is out. So Chicane Online Racing should take 3rd place there with 208 as champions, and 221 will finish as 2nd. So it ain't going to really matter for Nils Kors whether or not he lets Grow through or not here. So there we go. We're coming in to 1 hour and 2 minutes remaining, and we're nearly broken the final hour.
We're almost there. A nice position for Nils to be in, really, at this stage of the race. I know we always want to be racing for everything, and we want to be, making those overtakes to claim positions and whatnot. But as far as the championship goes, there's not a lot going on as far as, like you say, letting Marcello through. It's not going to affect anything, so he can just go about his own business, still do his own thing, and not have the worry that if he does get past, it's going to impact anything. So that's nice, especially an hour to go in such a long race. It is. Sorry, I've just been distracted by a report that's out apparently.
There is
a nice place for him to be.
For Maniti, from Maniti Racing, about Bazinga, about that incident that we just skipped away from at the time there as well. So yeah, we'll have to see how that one pans out here as well. See what happens to Bazinga there. But Bazinga have been having an interesting conversation with the stewards at the same time there. So there we go. Let's keep an eye on that one as well, and let's see what's going on here with Nils Kors and Marcello Eusebio. The gap down now is out 5.6, so if he is saving fuel, he's doing it very well. But he's going to have to get a little bit of a wriggle on as we're in to the last minute from the hour.
I'm just looking back through some of the conversations that have been going on. It looked like it got a little bit heated in the
To the stewards report.
team managers area. I see a little chat going on in there. Seemed to have simmered down though, which was good to see. But yeah, it'd be interesting. We only caught the last bit of that Maniti 3-wide action. So it'd be interesting to see what the cause of it was. You know, in as much as who took it 3-wide, were there any contacts or issues throughout it? Because, you know, as much as we've said this over and over again, you know, as much as we don't want the championship to come down to a steward's room decision.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this. I've got to be honest. I can't think where it was. It was on lap 364, so I'm not entirely sure we're going to get this here. That is trackside in front of us, so it could be not too far away. There's that Bazinga there.
I'm taking your word for this because my SDK is doing that lovely twitchy thing where it doesn't show me the replay.
Oh, okay. Well, we are looking at the replay of Maniti racing yellow and this 3-wide. Yeah, that was a little bit crazy. Let's see if you can see it from this side. Can you see it now?
No, I'm looking at Joe and Doe.
Yeah, but this is the 3-wide incident.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is so you've gone further back.
Yeah, I've gone further back. I skipped back. So that's trackside. There's Yokindo and there's Bazinga. Watch the Bazinga car send it up on the inside here. This is where the original conversation is all kicking off at the moment as well. And that's Bazinga there trying to take it 3-wide.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that was a little bit too boisterous, a little bit too firm. Especially when you can clearly see that Maniti are going to be making an overtake themselves. Again, at this point of the race, you don't want to. I don't understand why you would want to risk causing incidents by sending it 3-wide and making your own move when you could clearly overtake 2 cars on the exit.
Or on the next straight, because let's face it, you're not really racing anyone.
Yeah, sorry, on the exit, I mean, like, in the drive zone coming onto the straight, you know, like, you're going to get better traction out of the corner so you can overtake them at that point.
Exactly. So there we go. I'd like to point out we are 3 minutes inside the final hour. Both me and Adam are ready for bed. Grow Racing Team Red
Not
is
together.
Not together. No, we're in different parts of the country, so that's never going to happen. And yeah, just anyway, shut up, James. Chicane Online Racing Red does manage to hang on there from Grow Racing, but they have got a couple of LMP2s that has just dived one. Is he going to try and dive the other? He's not. The Eusebio here and Niels Kors do stay well out of the way at that one. Maniti Racing is there as well, but that's going to be tough because he's battling with them guys. So Brian Krause has got an opportunity here to try and make moves if he can, because these two in front are fighting for position, and that will be a position in class. So technically, Eusebio doesn't have to move over here at all. Yokindo can fight these two, but Eusebio doesn't have to move over. So there we go.
For sure, I'm sure he's on the phone to his team right now asking what sort of times Eusebio has been doing, whether it is quicker than Brian, because if it is, he might be content to not cause any issues and just sit behind and, like Brian was doing earlier, just let the faster car ahead pull him along. But if he is slower, then for sure he will want to be getting past as soon as he can. There's no question about that.
Well, 144.07 to a 145.53. Joachim Doe on the 144.
Yeah, that's he needs to be getting past. For his race, he needs to be getting past.
Yeah, let's just have a listen going down into turn 1 here. He is lifting off early. maybe he might be using it to try and shorten the stint at the end here as well. They are on lap 369. He's got about 3 laps of fuel remaining before he's got to pit. We reckon he should be in round about 372. So it's either going to be over the next couple of laps he will be in, and that's going to allow the Fury Simsport Brian Krause 145.29 last time. He needs them 144s. So there we go. I would have given him a yellow. If he does it again, it's a red card and he's off. Off where? Where's he going to go? What's he going to do? Go sit in the pits for a couple of minutes? Come on, Harrow. Sort it out, son. I thought I was, been here a long while. I know you've been here since the beginning with me, but come on. We've got to do better than that. So there we go. Let's keep any report chats out of YouTube, guys, please, as well. Let's kind of just talk that between yourselves and discuss it in the Discord. Please keep it out of YouTube. That would be nice. Thank you very much. I do appreciate things get heated, but please discuss it in team managers chat as well. We did have obviously that big incident earlier on where it was being taken to YouTube chat, and I'd rather leave YouTube as a safe space for everyone and not through a barrage. So come on, let's keep it out of that and discuss it as well. Right, Cade, I know I've seen the report, but it is what it is. It's on there, it's done, its job's as good, and so let's just leave it as well. You know what I mean? Come on.
Let's lighten the mood with some conspiracy talk.
Okay. What are we going to conspire?
We're expecting Maniti in the pits in the next couple of laps.
Yes. Very much. Two laps, in fact.
2 laps. Okay. Which means that they will be at around the 50-minute mark.
Mm-hmm.
Which is borderline to be able to fill to the end.
Just nearly, yeah. It's possible that he could get there, but it will be close.
So they're going to be right on the bubble.
Yes.
Is what we're thinking.
Yeah. Fury should be able to go to the end now because they're going to pit 3 laps later.
They're going to pit 3 laps later, so they should be able to go to the end.
Yeah, they should do.
What Joachim does now, this can decide. This will either win them the race or lose them the race on how much fuel he's been able to save in this little phase here.
Yeah.
I think.
Cade has come out and said he didn't make that protest. So somebody else has obviously made the protest. There is a protest in at the moment regarding Maniti and also Fury. Okay, currently at the moment, I will clear that up. That is what the discussion is about at the moment. Okay. If it wasn't from Cade, from Fury Simsport, clearly somebody put it in and felt that there was an issue there. But look, at the end of the day, Maniti are in the pits now, so it's all on what Brian Krause is going to be able to do and whether or not he's going to be able to bring us on these 144s. And he just did a 145.42, so let's see how it happens. Haram, it was a long day. I'm sorry, James. Thank you very much for that. So there you go. It is someone from Fury. It is, but look, let's just obviously reflect on the racing that we've had, right? This is going to come down to a straight sprint at the end here as well. And I think at the end of the day, it's been a great battle. One that you both should be proud of, both team managers, Fury and also Maniti. However it turns out, guys, it's been a great season. So don't go at each other in the final round, all right? We're in the final hour as well. You know, me and Adam hasn't gone at each other. We've been at each other for 7 hours here. So, let's not go at each other in the final 51 minutes. Let's keep it clean, show some love, give each other a cuddle, pat them on the back, shake their hands, do whatever you got to do. But let's not kick off in YouTube chat. Let's just keep it nice and clean. We don't know who made the report. The report is obviously there. So let's see what happens. Okay, so let's just go from there. But show the love, guys. Show the love. Don't start the fights. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I'll send Adam over to finish him.
And that I will.
And that he will. All right. So there we go. That's my final.
Where's my hammer?
Ooh. Nice. Do love that one.
Knock some
as
sense
well.
into these guys.
Yeah, we don't want a heated argument. You know what I mean? Let's not do that. You know what I mean? Let's just show some love and sit back and enjoy the rest of the evening and how this is going to come out here as well within the last 50 minutes here. Fury has been in. Oh, I've hit the wrong button. Apologies. Beniti have been in and they are now literally only 45 seconds back. Kraus, we need these 144s. He did a 144.93. He needs a couple more here. He could do with another almost moment he had last time with a Racing Team 221 in front of him, pulling him along. So there we go. NFA. Was it a no further action? It was.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, no further action. So whoever that was in Maniti, Cade, go and have a word there, son. So, yeah, NFA on that one. Marcello Eusebio still has got past Neil's cause now. So this was second and third in the pro class. And they did end up passing each other there as well. So, well done. Pereira, did he come back out? Or was this where he... Oh, he did come back out.
Oh, he has got loose on the brakes there.
Washington Pereira has had a horrible time of it in that car for Delta Racing. Luciano Gomez has jumped to the pits here. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, okay. I'm not entirely sure on that one. Mark Hagel has been off track as well as we just catch up here for the Bazinga for XBD. Sorry, let's put XBD a few more seconds back away from MRP. Then they are 48. So Central Coccio pretty much wrapped that up here as well. Don't forget Fury have still got a pit. Brian Kraus last time out 145.07. We cannot have 145s. We need the 144s. He's going to struggle at the end here, I think.
He is. He definitely is. It's still nip and tuck. Do Maniti have enough fuel to get them to the end? We don't know. I'm sure they do. But at this moment in time, we just don't know. It's going to be really, really close with Brian. He needs to nail his pit. Of course, he is going into... The longer he runs now, the less fuel he has to take to get to the end. So that time, will that be enough to get him back in contention on track?
Is he staying in the car?
Yeah, that was the bit I was going to get to next. Like, is he going to go to the end? We've seen in flashes that he has the pace to do it, but do Fury roll the dice and say, you know, Brian, you've done an amazing job, but we're going to put whoever in the car.
Yeah.
They've got a talented lineup that can all do this.
I would look at putting Cade back in, personally. I think Cade has got a little bit more pace than Brian. And I think I would go with Cade in the car at the end here just to get this, try and get this wrapped up, I think, because he's going to dive into the pits either this lap, he is now this lap. So for Fury, he's got to nail this. He's got to get that car stopped as well. Get it stopped. Don't mess it. He's missed it. Oh, no, he hasn't. So he's got to get it stopped. So Maniti now are coming around turn 7, turn 8. They're the number 2 on your top right-hand screen there. You can see them just here as well. So here they are. So this is where now we're going to find out what this situation is going to be, and is Kraus staying in the car? It's looking like he is. I'm not sure that would have been my right idea, to be honest.
I think it depends. It depends what they're racing for. Now, this is going to sound really weird, but some teams will have a plan and they'll stick to it because that's the fair thing to do, like within the team. Other teams they'll make hardcore decisions that might upset the drivers.
It's going to go through.
Because
there he
it's
is.
for the best for the team.
Top left, he's gone. Sorry, Adam, there. He's already gone through.
Has.
I'm not sure that was the right choice.
He's still behind by a considerable amount. So I think if we're looking at this black and white, that was not the right decision to make.
No.
But we'll see. Well, Maniti might still need to do a splash. We just don't know that yet. Oh, this is exciting. 45 minutes to go.
I'm not sure that was the right choice. I don't know. We know Kraus has been struggling under fuel. So, I'm not sure. Not sure. Race over, done and dusted. I'm somewhere in the partial to agree. And that isn't detriment to Brian Kraus. He's done an absolutely stellar job. He's done an amazing job. But under full fuel, he just has not got the pace of that Maniti Racing Yellow. Unless Maniti have got a pit again. Which again asks the question, have they or have they not?
Yeah, that's what we've got to look for now. At this moment, unless Brian really puts in some stellar laps, that's 6 seconds to gain. It's possible. We've seen him, like I said before, he's had flashes, but he's just lost another chunk of time. He is hemorrhaging time. What has gone on with Brian?
I don't know. I'm not sure that that's correct.
Oh, my timing went to
57 seconds, yeah. He has just hemorrhaged time that time around, but he's not. Kind of lost 12 seconds.
He's back to 6.2, which is about right.
Yeah, well, whatever he's been up to, Washington Pereira has just done something completely different here in that Delta. Not loving that car. He ain't stopping that. What is going on?
He's very creative with his line. I'll give him that much.
I'm not sure sometimes creative is the best way. Yeah, exactly. Christopher Rowe has also been off here from Chicane Online Racing Orange. That was a big old snap. Stop that one on the grass, mate. And he's into the barrier. So Chris Rowe, who's sitting 5th in GT3 AMS at the moment, has just gone and dented his time there. Brian Kraus needs to do something spectacular here. This lap time needs to be faster than the Maniti Racing Yellow. And I've got this funny feeling it's not going to be.
Just looking in YouTube chat, James Cullen asking if Maniti can make it with 53 minutes left, and Nick has just said nope. But then kind of rescinded that and said, actually, I don't know. But a stint is 50 minutes, so it's incredibly tight. They might be a lap short.
Yeah, but it depends if they're going to save. And Joachim, the problem is Joachim hasn't got anyone in front of him he can save off.
No, that's what I was going to say. Like, saving in traffic is nice and easy, but when the field is spread out like this,
there's nowhere he can save from.
No, absolutely. Does he get an opportunity to save at any point? If he tries to save on his own, Brian will be right back on him again.
No, he definitely will. We've got a thing there saying, I think Fury is winning, says James Cullen. But he's also sitting back here as well. And I don't know he will, but never mind. Marcello Eusebio and Nils Kors still fighting out here as well. So from them guys, they're still battling away for second in GT3 Pros at the moment here.
They are. What's delightful to see, I don't mean this in any bad way to any of the drivers that we've had today or for the rest of the season, to be honest. The drivers that have had real issues keeping the car on the track this evening are still going. They're still giving it a go. They're still putting the laps in. They're still trying to bring the car home, which is a testament to them, to their teams, and to the league. Like I said earlier, this is my first tech commentary event, and seeing the way that the spirit that the race has been run in is very impressive. Very impressive, and kudos to all of the drivers that are still out there, either in the car or in the in the Discord chats with their teams. They've all done remarkably well. 12 hours is a blooming long time. 422 laps we're on so far, and we've still got 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, it definitely is here as well. So fair play to them guys. It's been an incredible effort, and one that I think they can all be proud of. Don't you think? I think that's the saying. You be proud of what you've done, and they've done a great job there as well. So a stellar job from them, and well done to everybody. It's been incredible.
Oh, it genuinely has. And the fact that we've still got close battles at the moment. Nils and Marcello still going at it, 4 tenths between each other. You know, we said earlier that it doesn't really mean much as far as the championship is concerned. But the fact that they are still out there, still pushing each other, you know, they still have to keep that concentration. They still have to hit their marks, but they are still, for all intents and purposes, on top of each other on the track. It's brilliant to see, and I'm interested to see how this one plays out, because they both look very equal. It's very hard to pick something between them that will really make the difference.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well, is they've done a stellar job, really, haven't they? Let's face the facts. They've done, you know, an incredible job here. The fact that they're still together this late on, you know what I mean? There's some people who are just running around on their complete Jack Jones here, and these guys have been running around together now for a while. So, yeah, fair play to them guys as well. They've been absolutely amazing. So some great racing coming up. 38 minutes to go here as well. And, yeah, we're near the end.
We are. Update on Washington Pereira with his adventures. He's currently back in the pits after his incidents. Hopefully, they're not too bad on the repairs, so he can get back out again. You know, as much as we have seen him and been light-hearted with the incidents he's had, he's giving it everything. So it would be great to see him back out on track again, so he can finish this race. That's he deserves that. He really does deserve that.
Yep, definitely.
Where he's 6.9 seconds now, the gap between Maniti and Fury. So it is being stretched. It is being stretched. But the talk of the town in YouTubeville is that fuel saving might be needed, but it might be too much. Especially on his own, so we'll have to keep a real close eye on.
Yokodo's got a gap out to 7.2. If he's doing any of it, he's doing it very lightly. Let's jump in, and we'll have a listen for Joachim and see if we can find anywhere where he is lifting.
Yeah, definitely.
He definitely is, but he's not slowing down with his pace, though.
And that infuriates me so much, because I can't do that. He's still quicker than me when I'm going full belt. Oh, fair play.
But he's not clutching him with it.
No, because clutching doesn't make any difference. So this was a misconception with iRacing for a fair while. Clutching doesn't do anything because fuel is calculated on throttle pressing. So if you're not on the throttle, you're saving fuel. Dipping the clutch makes no difference on that. Nothing tangible anyway. Obviously, it will cut the engine. You do use minimal fuel when you are clutched, but in the grand scheme of things, clutching while driving like this, you're better just to not risk anything with the clutch and use the accelerator. And yeah, as Jamie has pointed out there, You can't clutch in these things anymore anyway, because if you try and pop the clutch while you're going at like 90 kph or whatever it is when you're coming out of a corner or what have you, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Well, there we go. He is definitely doing it. Marcello Eusebio is still battling away with Nils Kors here for second in the GT3 Pros. These guys are literally half a second back currently at the moment. So this could get a nice spicy battle before we get to the end as well, with 35 minutes remaining. So stay tuned, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be very, very exciting, I feel, coming up towards the end, and whether or not Maniti have got to Splash and Dash or have they not got to Splash and Dash. That's going to be the question. What do you reckon?
Oh, imagine that. Like the whole championship comes down to whether he needs to actually take a lap's worth of fuel or not. That's I mean, how would you be feeling in the car right now, like knowing, let's theoretically, if he's sitting in the car right now knowing that he has to pit for literally 1 lap's worth of fuel, what must be going through his head? How must he be feeling? Like, I can't comprehend that.
No, I can't get over that one either, to be honest, because you've got to be sitting there thinking, well, I'm going to lose this anyway.
Yeah.
You know, because
he's still putting in the times.
He's still pushing because he's 8.8. I think Fury missed a trick here. Unless we know for definitively that Maniti have got to pit, right? Unless we know definitively that they've got to pit, I think this could be Maniti's race. And that's purely on the fact that Fury didn't make that driver change. And as I say, I'm not being disrespectful to Brian Krause. Please bear with me. I'm saying out of the team and under full fuel, he hasn't been the quickest person today. So I would have swapped that one out. But with 33 minutes remaining and 8.7 seconds currently on the gap difference here, we don't know. So there we go. Neil's job is just to stick with him. We have a good strategy advantage of about 8 laps. So maybe Grey Racing need to come into the pits. We don't know on that one as well. They pitted on lap 356. They're going to be wanting to pit on 388. And they're on 382 now with 33 minutes. So in 6 laps, that Grey Racing should go in. Nils Kors pitted on 363. He's going to be going for 395. He's got basically 13 laps before we get there. So let's see what happens with that one as well. So
speaking of pit stops, Octopus Racing Team, LMDH, currently running P3 in the LMDH category. They are in the pits. And Centre Quattro, number 104, have just come into the pits as well.
XPD aren't going to win. It still doesn't. I still don't think it matters. XPD still aren't going to win. Even if MLP go through, which they should do. But then again, as MLP got a pit as well, 392, they're on 413. They're only doing, what, 24 laps here. So if MLP have got a pit as well, but it's whether or not XPD are going to get in front of them. XPD are running around turn 7 at the moment. I don't really think, for Christini's point of view, got to get out of the pit soon, no, I'm not going to lie, because if you're caught up in the pit lane and XPD are going to go there, it's looking like they are, but if you look at the top picture of your screen, XPD are in as well, so Central Quattro pretty much have still wrapped that one up here. So 31 minutes, Nils Kors still staying with the guys at Grey Racing. We think they're going to have to pit as well very, very shortly. 385 possibly for Marcello Eusebio, which is in about 2 laps time. So Nils Kors should take second here overall and wrap up third place in the championship as we go into the last 31 minutes. So exciting as it will be and as fun as it's going to be, it's going to come down to the wire, I think.
It is, and you know, this is a real good example of why endurance racing is so good. People are pitting now, and they could just be on their normal strategy. This could have been their plan all the way through. But because we as the viewers don't know, like for sure what they're doing, it's exciting. Because we're thinking, oh, is that scheduled? Like, can this team get to the end? Can they not get to the end? How much have they saved? It's such a wonderful time in endurance racing. I know we've had to wait 11 hours 30 minutes to get to this point, but it's the crescendo. It's the final flourish. We get to see what the teams have been working for, how they've been working their strategies, and who sadly gets it wrong. And there's always one team. There's always one who gets it completely wrong, but somehow manages to get a great result with it.
Yeah, definitely as well. I think it's going to be an interesting end, isn't it? It'll be who hit it, who didn't hit it, who got it right, who got it wrong, and who is going to basically come out and realise that actually we didn't get it right. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's realising who's going to get it right and who isn't going to get it right here either. So, yeah, we're going to have to stay with this one and see if it works out. Have Maniti got a pit again? I tell you what, though, for a man that's supposed to be saving fuel, Joachim Doe is into the 143s.
Yeah, it's crazy. He is pushing. He is pedaling as fast as he possibly can.
Is he trying to open a gap long enough to give himself a gap if he has got to come in?
I don't think he would. He just wouldn't have the time to build a gap that big.
You don't reckon?
No, because you got to consider the pit lane as well. Like, just end to end on the pit lane is
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
So 30 seconds plus a lap's worth of fuel, which is, I don't know. Let's say 4 litres, just for argument's sake. I don't know what it is. 4 litres. That's a couple of seconds, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Isn't it 4 litres a second or something? Is that right? Or am I getting that wrong? Possibly could get that wrong. My brain's a little bit fried after today.
Yeah.
So I could possibly get that wrong. But I think it's something like that, isn't it?
So you're looking at the best part of 35 seconds. Like stopping the car, getting it started again. You know, like 35 seconds should cover you.
Yeah.
And he's only on 9 seconds now. I don't think that's possible for him to build that gap.
Marcello Eusebio should be in on the next lap if I've done my calculations of laps under fuel. We are looking at 32, so he should be in there as well. So there you go. You guys got the champagne ready? Champagne? Mate, I've been on water and coffee all day to survive these 12 hours here, mate. 13 hours actually. And don't forget as well with quali.
Coke Zero Vanilla is what I've been drinking.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, classy.
It gives me an old fizzly bubbly tummy, and I'd spend most of the time sitting there burping.
To be fair, I have been doing that, but I've like that conveniently placed mute button.
Oh yeah,
it works well.
Nice. Good job there as well, mate. Yeah, maybe I should have got some of that, but I didn't. Just started drinking water, to be honest, and coffee beforehand as well. Cesar Carragol is in the pits for the Ingersoll round. He's actually on his way out here. If my calculations are correct, Marcello Eusebio should be in this lap. Unless he's not going to be in this lap, of course. So let's see. I've got some mineral water. Is that good enough? I agree. I've got de Tap from Somerset as well.
2-litre bottle of champagne, Mr. Schuster. That's
Posh.
That's a lot of champagne.
Yeah, that's a bit posh as well, isn't it? Marcello Eusebio should be peeling off this time. If he's not, he's done a stellar job at trying to get fuel together. Because by my calculations, he putted on lap 356. Was the last notification I've got of him being in the pits. And we're out now on 380... 356, we're on 386. So he's got 2 more laps, sorry. I did get that wrong. So there we go. Stefan Schuster, look, 2-litre champagne. Cheeky. You know what I mean? It's a bit rude, isn't it?
Just looking at the times between Joachim and Brian. Yeah, another.
Yeah, it's half a second.
Isn't it?
Yeah. 5 tenths he pulled out on that one. He's pulled out half a second here as well. So. Oh, don't dive him there. Don't dive him there. Oh, my gee, the giddy god blimeys. What are you doing? Yeah, I would as well. There would actually be a lot more than that. What was that?
I'd be waving my arm out the window and all sorts.
Oh,
Yeah, there was...
mate, there would be me in voice chat. What are you doing? You're literally going onto a straight. Alex Garcia from Peaky Blinders. Come on. Give it up, son. Are you going to really wreck your race like 25 minutes from the end? I get you're in third and you're 17 seconds over XPD, but, you know, give yourself a break there, son. You just spoiled my Neil's Core battle in a Grow Racing Team Red. It's getting all very exciting here. So, there we go. Oh, so now I'll stretch my back out after sitting in my chair. Right, Eusebio is in. We knew that was coming. 387, he's in. Neil's Cause is going to be 395, which is still in about 8 laps time. He might get to the end here, isn't he? No.
Well, this is where we have to start considering where the altitude car is in all of this.
Well,
because
he's there. Behind Neil's Cause.
What I mean is when we go to the timer, if they are just behind him, they'll finish as he finishes. But if they are ahead of him, then they will have anything up to almost a full lap.
It could be close with Neil's Cause here.
Yeah.
So what's going on with Maniti? Maniti pitted on 371. They should get to 403 in hindsight. If my maths, 32 laps has been pretty much spot on there. So 403, they're on lap current 387. 16 laps. They ain't going to get that. They're not going to get that in. Are they?
Not. No, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, I'm more than happy to be proven wrong because
16 laps
that's how I learn things.
16 laps in 23 minutes.
16 laps, 23.
140. Put it as a 145-minute lap. 145. 16 there. 16 times 44. I don't know if they're going to get that in.
Do you know what's kind of funny with all of this is we're like really battling to try and figure out the mathematics of the end of this race. And while I bet they're sitting, the various teams are in their channels laughing at us. They know full well what they need to do. And we're probably a million miles from what they're actually doing.
Stefan, tell us where you're at. Do you need to pit again? Because I'm working it out here as well. Stefan, tell us, do you need to pit? There you go. That's the question that we all just need to ask. Stefan, you're in YouTube chat. Tell us if you need to pit or not here, because if you don't need to pit, you've won. The fair play to you. If you do need to pit, you've lost. So, do you need to pit? That's going to be the question. Please, answer it. Save me and Adam a headache. We've been in the booth for 7 hours. I've been going for 13. Give me a break. Here as well.
Get us out of our misery.
We don't say anything. Sanders!
Oh, the suspense. This is better than any soap television, I can tell you that much.
I don't know if he's got to. I'm not going to lie. I don't think he's going to get 16 laps in that 21 minutes. 388. He's got to go to 403. And 15 laps now.
He's gained... Look at the gap, 16 seconds.
Oh. Game over. That's Bazinga.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Yep.
Oh no.
You have
That's
got
not
to
what we wanted to
be
see.
absolutely kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. It doesn't matter now.
I really
Hey, come on. Where's that
I really feel
protest?
for them.
Where is that protest?
I do feel for them. Although that said, I mean, the gap's 17 seconds. What did we say? If they do need to pit, we're looking at about 30. You know, a bit over 30.
Watch this. He just runs into the back of him. Like,
Yeah,
who is driving that
can't stop the
Bazinga?
speed,
Who's driving that Bazinga car? Leonard Ziegler.
I feel like they've had a few incidents as Brian is really pushing the limits. Did you see him twitching on the outside wall? He was scraping that coming down into turn 1. Yeah, at this point, do Fury even protest it? That's do they gain anything if it's a successful protest? No, because they're not racing Bazinga in the first place. They're not going to get that time back. Do they lose anything from it? Well, if Maniti still have to pit, then they're well within the window to capitalise on that. So, yeah, it's a tough one.
Simon Van Dyke from Trackside is in. Some bad body language. TP, right? And I'm going to sit here and doing this as honest as my possible opinion can be. Brian Krause didn't move off a line, and from the expectance of the Bazinga car here, who really gave that impression that he was going to open up the inside, Brian Krause was never going to open up that inside line. Okay, he didn't go anywhere. Brian didn't move off the line. He stayed where he is. He kept the car on the line that he was naturally taking. If you look to the flow of the left here, he's going to turn left because he's got to. So I kind of TP, I do love you, but I don't agree with you. I'm sorry. So there you go. I don't know how you feel about that one, Adam.
No, I agree. He's, I mean, that's not the normal line that you would take in a GT3. You'd run a little bit wider generally, but for safety's sake, you know, there's marbles out there. He's holding the inside line. He's making sure that the NMP knows behind him is that, you know, he's holding that inside line and to wait. So, yep. You know, it's he's done the right thing there. Unfortunately, the car behind didn't. Yeah, he did hold it.
Yeah, he did. Tight. He did hold it pretty tight. There was no way that if Bazinga had the anticipation that he thought that line was going to open, I would be very surprised that Leonard Ziegler thought or even remotely considered that line was going to open up for him. It was never going to open up for him. Not ever. So Bruno Rebello has been off here as well. And unfortunately for that SR Technic, it's seen more grass today than most people. Probably seen more grass than my lawnmower.
Especially at the bus stop. That's the 4th time now, I think, for them.
Yeah. He's done a triple 360 loop there as well. From outside, it looked like he opened it up a bit more. And yeah, it did, but he didn't, because that line is the natural line into turn 1 here as well. So he did kind of just keep on his line, on that natural line, and he's always going to turn in. I don't know what Bazinga thought, whether or not he expected him to disappear or whether or not he expected him to vanish. It was never going to happen. So, you know, it's now put Joachim Doe in a great place. I don't think Maniti have got to pit. And I'm going to say that in a realistically, because he's got 12 laps before he even gets into his pit window. And he's only got 16 minutes on the clock. Now, I can safely say that the So he's 104 seconds, give or take, per lap. And he's got, what's he got left? 13, which is 1,352. We're going to divide that by 60 because obviously 60 seconds. He needs
Don't forget to carry the orange and divide by the horse.
So including the apple, he needs 22 and a half laps. 22 and a half minutes.
Yeah, he's going to make it then.
He should make it. So there you go. Pretty sad to end it that way. Yeah. Oh, yes. Gutted, in fact, for Brian Krause, to be honest. And as the fact that you've come out, Stefan, and said pretty sad to end it that way, you also are aware that you don't have to pit either. So I'm going to pick up on what you've written there in a little bit of body language. So there we go.
It is sad. I mean, it's going to sound terrible, but if Maniti didn't have to pit anyway, it was a done deal already, because Brian, as much as he was pedaling and as brilliantly as he has been driving today, just didn't quite have the pace to stick with them. So it was a done deal anyway, I feel. But I mean that in the most respectful way possible. Yeah.
And we did have a debate about that as well, didn't we, at the beginning, and said, like, you know, we feel the driver swap should have happened. So, yeah, I think at the end of the day, I feel that driver swap should have happened, and I think Cade Middleton should have gone in and jumped in the end. And as I say, we're not disrespecting Brian. He is fast, but he's under full fuel. He just isn't fast enough. So I feel that should have been done. They might have got more of an opportunity, but really, in hindsight, would Cade have been there in that situation at that turn, at that specific moment in time, at that specific point? Well, we don't know, but he might have been a little bit further up at the moment that Bazinga car got to that point. So it's all ifs and buts and maybes, but the fact that Stefan's come out and said that pretty sad to end it that way, he would know that they don't have to pit again.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? Just by the wording of that message. So they're getting a 30-second stop and hold. Well, that don't make no difference at the end of this race, does it? Who are they going to be holding against? They're in 5th place in class. It's not like they're battling for the top spot. So for Bazinga, it's nothing for what has happened, and it's nothing for the fact, Nick, of the championship that they've affected. You get what I mean? So it's nothing. Stop and hold for Leonard Ziegler now, who's 5th in class. He's going to go down to 6th. Ain't going to matter. You know what I mean? But what he's affected, the knock-on effect of that is obviously we've been robbed of an ending of a series where they were together for practically 12 hours. So, yeah, it's there on the screen, but I don't see that's affecting anything, is it?
Niels Kaur has come in to do his pit stop. So that's their one out of the way now. That's them to the end. That was the battle we was looking at earlier.
And he stayed out in front 7 seconds.
Yeah, that's you can tell by the difference of the amount of fuels that they needed to take. That has really given them a big gain over Eusebio behind. It's that 9 seconds as they go through T1 there.
Yeah.
So they've played that really well.
I know that, James, it's just punishment, Nick. Yeah, it is, mate, but it's like me throwing socks on the floor and getting a slap on the wrist from the wife. Ain't going to make no difference to me. My socks still ain't going to make it into the dirty wash bin.
Oh, you throw them too? I do that.
Yeah, I roll them up in a ball and chuck them on the floor. And then she has to go at me for not picking them up. So, yeah, Nick, it's a slap on the wrist, isn't it? But the fact that he's just gone and majorly affected the championship end with 11 minutes. Yeah, I get, you know, I've been given a message as well for Daniel. They had a previous warning for an incident as well, and that's why they got the stop and hold. Yeah, I get that. But it's going to make no difference. Is it? You know what I mean? In the hindsight, it's not going to make a difference. So, but there we go. I feel slightly upset that I've sat here for 11 and a half hours and it got robbed away from me in the last 20 minutes. I'm not going to lie.
On the plus side, 10 minutes to go now, James. We are almost there.
I know. I'm flagging a little bit here, mate. I've been flagging for the last hour or more. I've got to be honest.
You have.
I've been getting a little bit more like dopey as it goes on. It's been a long day, guys. Give me a break. I'm trying to keep going.
Let's have a quick recap of where we are and what that means for the championships. So that'll be a good thing. So we know LMDH, Altitude Esports, we know that they have wrapped that up at this point. That'll be confirmed with 10 minutes to go. They can't lose the amount of laps required to lose the amount of points. So yeah, they will win that one. Centre Quattro, where were we with that one previously? XBD needed to win, didn't they?
Yeah, and Centre Quattro in 4th.
Yeah, so that one is also a done deal, even with well, I mean, if you just have a last minute. Actually, no, they couldn't lose 4 laps, could they? No, it wouldn't be 4 laps. They couldn't lose. Okay, that one's still open at the moment. Just about.
Where's that?
Pro.
What one's open?
LMP2, because there's still time to have to go to the pits for repairs. And seeing as, I mean, XBD would still need to get ahead of MRP.
And win. I'd like to point out, though, as well, just before I get what you're saying, but Centre Quattro haven't put a foot wrong for pretty much most of the day.
Oh, no.
Anyway, over to you. Sorry.
But other people have.
Okay.
And that's the beauty of endurance racing and why we love it so. You can be driving the perfect race and then someone appears and ruins it for you. As we've just seen. GT3 Pro. GT3 Pro. That one was already wrapped up.
Yeah, 208.
As well, I believe.
Yeah, 208 have taken the championship. 221 are in second, and Chicane Online Racing Red, if they stay where they are, will be in third.
Awesome. And then that leaves us with GT3 AM, where the gap is still only 17 seconds, and you know anything could happen. But that one is looking like it is a conclusion now. And let's give credit to Maniti. You know, even though we've seen an incident behind that has curtailed the fight, they have still gone out there and done what they needed to do. They've looked good out there, and they took the fight to Fury. They posed a lot of questions to them. You see even now steering well clear of other cars coming through, just doing what it takes to bring that car home in first place. So yeah, well driven by them. It is a shame for Fury. They gave it everything and a little bit more. And Trackside, let's not forget them. We were singing their praises earlier. They're still going strong. They're a lap down now, but after all their adventures, they are still going and yeah, cemented in third place.
They are currently at the moment as well. So I got a funny feeling, and if we looked at it, Altitude Writer are going to be 1 and 2 now in DP class for the top 3. Where am I at? GTP. So Altitude Writer and Octopus are going to be your top 3. Magic Arrow in 4th here as well as I get out. What's third? Third is 28. Fourth is 25. Octopus on 28. That's going to be a tie. I think Octopus are going to be on 113. Magic Arrow are going to be on 113. So that's going to be a tie for third place in GTP. So
I believe they go on countback at that point, don't they?
Yeah, but I don't think either of these 2 cars have won her race, have they? I don't know. pole positions.
Like highest finishing position,
maybe.
and number of that.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah, but in the LMP2s, obviously Tentacocho, XBD, PRT Blue were your top three. PRT had MRP 92 points behind them, so it's going to be Tentacocho, XBD, and then MRP will be your 1, 2, 3s in the LMP2s. So there we go. Basically. Oh.
Sorted. Wow. The fact that it was still amazingly close even at this stage is testament to the league.
It definitely is. And obviously we will be back in September to go again for round 1, where we start off with a nice short one, 10 hours at the Glen.
Oh, what a track and time combo. I love the Glen.
I love the Glen as well. But 10 hours at the Glen is another long one.
I remember doing an ISREC race there, where I was driving an LMP2, and as usual, when I'm racing and you're broadcasting, I had you on in the background, and at that particular moment, I was the quickest LMP2 car on track, and you said that I was the quickest LMP2 car on track, and then I crashed into a wall.
Yeah.
I was so happy that I was like, oh, this doesn't happen very often. I've been acknowledged as being the quickest car on track. This is amazing. Donk. Straight into a wall. Yes.
Well, memories are a wonderful thing, aren't they? So as long as you got a memory of me telling you that you were quick for a brief moment, and then you hit a wall. So there we go. Do you have a Discord link? It should be down in the description below, Lawrence, I think. As well. Post your Discord and YouTube chat, Nick, if people want to join in here as well. You get to have the wonderful sultry tones of me commentating on you. And if you make a mistake, you could be in even more trouble, because I will tell you and call you out on it. So apologies if you make a mistake at the 10 hours of the Glen and you DM me and say, James, that was a little bit harsh, wasn't it? And I'll be like, nope, you did it. So there we go.
Somerset came out then.
It did, didn't it? I was like a right old little carrot crunching boy then. And I was like, you did it, son. Suck it up. All right? I'm going to go and get my Velcro rallies. I'm off to shear the sheep. Right. Top Dad 12. 3 minutes remaining here. He's going to go over the line. What's he doing? 132s. He's going to do another 2 laps. So, we ain't seen much of Altitude. We haven't admired that lovely livery designed by our one and only Adam Hedgecock, of course. So there you go. The link in the description does not work. Oh, Nick, I need a new link. Clearly, it wasn't on. I can't post it. DM me the link, Nick. Or can I just invite people from here? I can. Right. Hold on. I will post the link now. I will put it on Never. I will put it on No Limit. I will generate the link, I will copy the link, and I will post the link in YouTube chat for you all. So there we go. There we go. That's the Discord link. Get yourself involved. Come and join in, and you'll hear the sultry tones of me and probably Adam and anyone else at JPB commentating you at the same time. And then if you make a mistake, well, that's a different story. But
you will feel the wrath.
You will feel the wrath, yeah. 2 minutes on the clock here. 157, 156, 155. Closing in 140, 140, 50. Is he going to make another lap? Let's jump in board.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't really see Barney through there. That camera angle's shocking. He's not, 35. Lift. No, final lap. He didn't make it by 2 seconds. So we're on the final lap there as well. Thanks, James. No worries. My pleasure. The one in the chat works. Yeah, it does. I know. I just made it. It's on never expire and no limit. So you should be good. But we are on the final lap of the race here. And we will follow the Altitude boys, I think, because we haven't seen much of them all day. We've been concentrating so much on the Maniti Racing and XBD Fury Simsport battle that we haven't seen much of these, of the team of Tom Dadswell, Mark Hutchinson and Brian Loynes. And they're going to come over as well and take the victory. They are coming around turn 6 on that run down into turn 7. Let's not do anything else. Jeopardize it here for the final moments. Please, where are Central Quattro, just so I know where they are. They're on the way out of turn 5. So we will be able to watch Tom Dadswell go across the line first and then jump to Central Quattro after that as well. So we have enough fuel. Yeah, I guess you did have enough fuel. Stefan gave it away with the wording of a message he put earlier. It's sad to say that it ended this way. So he wouldn't have used ended if there was a doubt on the conversation. But coming over the line here as well is one Mr. Tom Dadswell. He is wrapping this up. He's going to take the victory. He will be the champion of PEC here for the LMP, for the GTPs. And it will be Altitude Esports coming over the line. He's flashing already. He's going to get across the line. He's going to take the victory. Tom Dadswell wraps it up for the GTPs. He takes first place here as well. Christini in LMP2 will come over the line for Centre Quattro as well. So Centre Quattro are going to wrap up the GLMP2 championship. So well done to them guys. Congratulations as well. And the great job there. Racing Team 221 is going to take the victory in GT3 Pros. Their sister team of Racing Team 208. Sorry, I lost where I was there. Have taken the champions as well. So Racing Team 208 are the champions, but it is going to be Racing Team 221 who will wrap up second in the championship here as well. He's flashing already. No, he's not. That's just the lights of the track, isn't it? Oh.
No, he
is flashing. He is flashing already. Luigi Nespolino is going to take the victory there as well. And he comes over the line once more. Takes that victory here. Well done. Great job for him. And last but not least, Joachim Doe from Maniti Racing has taken the championship. Maniti Racing Yellow, or just Maniti Racing actually as they come by now. Maniti Racing have taken the championship in the GT3 AMS. It was a shame it ended the way it did. It would have been absolutely incredible. And yes, we'll give Trackside Esports a shout out as well, as they did an absolutely stellar job there once more. And everybody is doing donuts. I'm going to try and find a decent camera so I can actually see as many people as possible. Nope. And definitely not. That ain't going to be much good.
That's a nice roof.
Yeah, that's a nice roof. So there we go. That is everybody over the line. They're all stunningly doing donuts. Where is Dadswell? Dadswell's on the grass, the Daytona grass there as well as the LMP or GTP or Hypercar, whatever you want to call them, has won there as well. So what an incredible end to an incredible season, to an incredible broadcast. So the last 7 hours with Mr. Hedgecock in the booth. My first half with Zach Sweeney and then Ewan O'Leary as well. So an absolutely great job from everyone. It's been absolutely amazing. Thanks Adam and James for everything. Had a blast the last 12 hours. Yeah, it's been amazing to be fair. Haram as well. Thanks, Harrow, thanks so much for joining us here as well. Congrats to all the winners. So yep, it's been absolutely amazing. Christini takes it in the LMP2s. It looked like he was still racing then. That was quite bizarre.
He was motoring, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a bit. Luigi Nespolino there as well. And then Joachim Doe from Maniti. He's just about to go. Is he going to join Tom Dadswell? Are we going to see Joachim Doe do any donuts? On the grass he goes. Is he going to go round? He is. What an absolute incredible end to the race, and we'll bring you up the final positions here in the race once more. And there you go in the GT3. No, let's start off at the top, please. Can we do this properly? In the GTPs, it was Altitude Esports out in front, DLR in second, Octopus third, Magic Arrow in fourth, Delta Racing in fifth, and then Writer Engineering in sixth. In the LMP2s, it was Central Quattro in first place, MRP in second, XPD third, Picky Drivers in fourth, Platinum Racing Team Blue fifth, Bazinga Motorsports sixth, Lithium Motorsports seventh, Cabano Esports Black in 8th and 505 Endurance with HW Racing there behind that one as well. So in the GT3 AMS, it was Maniti Racing wrapping up the championship. Fury Simsport, incredible job right up until the last 15 minutes. Trackside Esport in third, a great recovery back from them after Kirsten's put it on pole, and then unfortunately they dropped down the order, but they have recovered back as well after penalties. Peaky Drivers in fourth, Chicane Online Racing Orange fifth, TR Geeks Energy in sixth, Chris Racing Blue in seventh, Pro Decidem 3 in eighth, SR Technic Peck in ninth, and Team Upstate, big shout out to them. They did carry on with Austrian Sim Racers Blue behind them as well there, so stellar job. In the GT3 Pros, it was Racing Team 221, Chicane Online Racing Red are your first and second, and Grow Racing are third, Ingersoll Round Ineos Esports in fourth, Simvision 228 in fifth, Wire Sim Sport Peck in 6th, Prestonada Nomad in 7th, SR Technic 8th, Octopus Racing Team in 9th, and Racing Team 208, who didn't finish obviously as well. They were dropped down the order after an incident they had earlier on in the race. So great job by them. Simvision 11th, Cabano Esports of course didn't finish down in 12th there as well. So that was absolutely an amazing end to amazing season. So yeah, Adam, did you enjoy that for the last 7 hours?
It was amazing. I very much enjoyed every moment of that. It took us all through a roller coaster of emotions, didn't it? We were seeing some really highlight reel battling. We saw some questionable driving. We saw some gung ho tactics at times. We saw adventures of drivers exploring every orifice of this track. We did see drivers everywhere at one point, but it's been absolutely brilliant. An absolute pleasure to share the booth with you for the last 7 hours, mate. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, it has been absolutely amazing there as well. Thanks, JP, for the last 12 hours. It was great. No problem, Izzy. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to bed here as well. Yeah, I'm absolutely cream crackered, to be honest with you. But it's been a fun season here as well for Peck. The Peck Endurance season has been absolutely amazing. Don't forget, we do return for 10 hours of the Glen. We have got Tom Dadswell and Mark Hutchinson, who have finally come in for an interview here as well. Congratulations, guys. Well done to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good fun. Good fun.
Yeah, it was aided. You knew what you had to do. Aided by Writer Engineering's early exit, should we say. But you still had to do a job, and you did an incredible job.
Thanks. Yeah, it was... yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, we just sort of had to cruise it. I mean, it was made difficult by a few other little incidents that I guess we could just sort of try to forget about, but... yeah, I mean, it was good fun. It's great to win, of course.
And you take the championship as well.
Nice bonus.
Isn't it, really, Tom? You've been fighting all season for that, and it come down and that was the crown you wanted, and you got the job done.
Yeah, it wasn't the way we would have wanted it to happen. We were hoping for a nice close race for the finish, but this works as well. We'll take it.
Yeah, of course it does. At the end of the day, it does work, and it doesn't matter how you go about it as long as you win it. Are you coming back next season to defend your crown?
Undecided at the moment, but potentially. Definitely on the cards.
Undecided, potentially, definitely on the cards.
Maybe on the cards.
Maybe on the cards.
I don't know. We're still to decide.
Oh, guys, it's been incredible watching you this season. Thank you so much for coming into the booth. Anyone you want to shout out, Tom, before we let you go?
Yeah, mostly Mark and Brian for doing a great job through the whole season. Obviously the team, Altitude Esports, and all our sponsors. Let me just have a close-up of the car so I can list them all out. Freem, Sim Stickers, Finding Speed, Edge, of course, and Sim Racing Studios.
Awesome stuff.
I would like to make a little thank you as well to a very nice chap called Daniel Sabo from Grid and Go Setups, who has been making us some pretty good setups for this season. And the race wins or championship wins probably wouldn't have happened without his help. So yeah, thanks Dan, if you're watching.
Awesome stuff, guys. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you for the final time here as well, and we look forward to having a chat with you next season if you do come along as well. But congratulations, guys. You are this season's champions. Oh my blimey, God blimey, champions.
We're all tired, James. It's understandable.
Oh mate, I'm knackered. So well done to you anyway, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, folks. See you later.
See you later. Right. So there goes them there as well. Let's bring in Gianpaolo here as well from Centre Quattro. Gianpaolo, how are you?
Super fine. Just just win a championship.
Yeah, you did win the championship. You took it. You got your job done. Absolutely stellar job. You were 18 points ahead going in. You knew what you had to do, and you went out and did it on track. Incredible season from you guys.
Yeah, thank you. We went every race, knowing exactly what we need to do, trying to do our pace and keep it safe and keep it on track. Because if we finish before, we are automatically champion. So, we just only need to keep safe.
Yeah, I think that was the main thing for you guys, just keeping safe. At the end of the day, you had like 4-place buffer, so you could sort of relax a little bit there as well. Are we going to see Centre Quattro back on the grid for next season?
I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, no definitive answers from either of champions at the moment. I'll tell you, both
probably under another name.
Oh, okay. Well, you just tell me what the name is, and I'll see you on track there as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Gianpaolo. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to all the team, to all my family, to all the support, and thank you to all of you and the organization for what you have done in this season.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. Thank you, Gianpaolo, for joining us as well, and we look forward to maybe, hopefully, possibly seeing you next season.
Yeah, I will see. Thank you.
Take care, bye.
Bye.
Right, and next up is the winner of the GT3 AMS. That's Maniti here as well, and that's Joachim Doe and Jan Zanders in the booth. Guys, welcome in. First off, congratulations there as well on taking the championship in the GT3 AMS.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joachim, I've got to say, an incredible drive from you at the end there as well. Me and Adam were trying to work out fuel, which basically you put two tired commentators together, you come up with millions, and you end up with completely the wrong numbers there as well. But a stellar job from you opening up that gap as well. Did you think initially when you come out the pits up before your last pit stop that you were 4.8 seconds back? Did you think you was going to be able to catch up to Brian?
I thought it was a lot tighter because driver had already a stint in, and we just switched a little bit our stint plan to have the tire advantage at the end, and so did Fury. So I thought it was more I couldn't close up so fast and make the gap, because making the gap with the toe is really hard, and yeah, then just we watched the gap, and after the second pit stop we just checked for the fuel, so we had enough fuel and we were good.
Yeah, you were. Jan, you were in YouTube chat winding everybody up there, not telling anyone any of your secrets there, buddy, as well. And about the fact that you obviously did have enough fuel in the end. How was it from your perspective, Jan? Did you think you were going to go out and take the championship coming in on 133 points each?
No.
Not really.
It was such an intense race. It was so fucking hard with Fury.
Oh, language.
Sorry. I apologize. It was really hard with Fury. We were so close all the time. And sadly, that happened at the end. The Bazinga accident.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sad that it had to end that way, guys, as well. Are we going to see Maniti on the grid for next season, boys?
Oh, we have to discuss it. The team.
I tell you, someone...
First, we have to enjoy our victory.
Yeah, I know, but nobody wants to commit and tell me whether or not they're going to be here next season as well. But guys, thank you so much for joining me. Anyone you want to shout out first, Joachim, before we let you go? Joachim?
Excuse me, can you ask again?
Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
A huge thanks for the LMPs in the last half hour or something like that. Really looking forward not to interfere with anything, and it was really great. Didn't want to save fuel, so it was not always a good thing for them to wait, but a huge respect for that. So we could race, and they can race.
Awesome stuff.
And thank you, every driver, keeping it clean all the season.
That is the most
And
important.
thanks to all the team of Manatee that helped us out the whole season, and to our sponsors, iLiveries, Win-Win, Track Setup Shop. Really great.
Yeah, awesome stuff. Well done, guys. You are the GT3 AM champions for this season. Go and enjoy your victory, and you never know, we might see you on the grid once more for next season. But congratulations again, guys. Incredible.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you.
See ya. Right, and then last but not least, we have got Mr. Nick Kirstens in the booth with us. Nick from Trackside Esports there. Well done, Nick. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. A bit
Awesome.
sleepy.
Me, yeah, I know that feeling, Nick. I'm not going to lie. Both me and Adam both know that feeling, to be honest. But look, mate, an incredible race. You put it on pole first. You lost positions at the beginning. And then, obviously, there was incidents and whatever else went on after that. But an excellent recovery back to third place overall.
Yeah, so I actually had a misstart. I misclicked. I wanted to click on grid, but before that, I clicked all the whole simulator away. So I had to rejoin, and the session started 30 seconds early, so I had a misstart. Then I already had a drive-through because of a driver swap, an advantageous driver swap. And after that, I got reported for an unsafe pit exit because you need to rejoin at the back of the grid instead in the middle of it, and I didn't want to wait, so I went into the middle of it. And then I got another drive-through.
Wow.
So yeah.
Full penalty action-packed beginning for you then as well, Nick. But look, you know, an incredible drive overall. You got back through the field as well with obviously Simon in the car at the same time. So well done there as well. Are we going to see Trackside on the grid for next season, Nick?
Can't tell you honestly. This was my first race with Trackside this season, so I've been replaced for my dad. My other team, the Platinum Race Team Black team, is an LMP2 team, so they couldn't drive because of a lack of drivers.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, Nick, it's been incredible having a chat with you as well. Well done for the recovery and well done to Trackside. Yeah. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
No.
No? Okay, bud. Well, thank you so much, Nick, for joining me, and we'll talk to you soon, no doubt.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Well, there you go, Adam. That wraps up tonight's broadcast, buddy. Final words from you?
It's just been an amazing experience today watching this race and the season, watching the highs and lows throughout the season. It's been a mega challenge that the teams and the drivers have shone. They've absolutely shone throughout it. It's been brilliant to watch, brilliant to be part of, and yeah, I can't thank you enough for the last 7 hours, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure to be with you, and just like you, I'm gonna
go to bed,
PC off, and just go to.
Yeah, I agree on that one as well. Well, guys, that brings us off to the end of the season, the end of the championship for the Platinum Endurance. So thank you so much to everybody that's been with me all day. I can't name all of you because there's just so many. But, you know, Harrow as well has been here for literally the whole of the 12 hours. Much love to you here as well. And thank you so much for all of your nice words throughout the broadcast. It's been incredible keeping me and Adam going for the last 7 hours as well. Don't forget, thumbs up, subscribe, turn on the bells. That would be absolutely incredible. But for now, guys, from myself, and Adam Hedgecock and everyone at JPB that's covered this season. Take care. Have a great week. And you never know, we might see you on the track next season. Good night.